we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time, I'll go ahead and I'll begin. Do we have any other delegates who have joined the line from Law and Order Committee?
Madam Chair. On the line.
Thank you. I did hear Vice Chair Otto So and Delegate Eugene So, who are both on the line. So we do have all members of the Law and Order Committee present at this time. I'd like to also ask at this time, are there any other delegates on the line?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes. Go ahead, Delegate Eugene So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go off and on because I'm going to the summit area. So just to let you guys know.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So Lorraine, did you hear that?
Madam Chair, I could barely hear him.
I believe he said that he might be falling, or he might not be on the line very much longer. He is, I don't know if he said that. What I heard was he's going to the cemetery. Maybe I misheard that. But he did state that he may not be on the line very much longer. Delegate Eugene, so if you can get back into reception and then let us know when you're back on.
I'm going through up and down area, like going through the summit area. So my phone might drop now and then. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So with that, committee members, are there any other delegates on the line who wish to recognize themselves at this time?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Delegate Eugene So, I'm sorry, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, committee members, staff, and everyone, good morning. I do have another meeting at 11, but I'm going to be on call, okay? Just FYI.
Thank you for that information, Delegate Edmund Yazzie. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. We don't have any other delegates on the line. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to office of the Speaker's office. Who do we have on the line? Not hearing anything from Speaker's office, we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward. Office of Legislative Counsel, who do we have on the line?
Good morning, Law and Order Committee. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I will cover the meeting this morning, and then Loya Henderson will be on this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dana. Who do we have on the line from Office of Legislative Services, aside from Lorraine and Sherelle?
Good morning, this is Nikita with Office of the Speaker. My apologies, I was on mute. I'm on the call.
Thank you for announcing yourself, Ms. Kirk. Who do we have from Judicial Branch on the line?
Good morning. This is Karen Francis from Office of the Chief Justice.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. Thank you for being on the call with us here today. Do we have anybody from the Office of the President and Vice President?
Good morning, Madam Chair and LOC members. This is Tamara Johnson, Executive Staff Assistant with the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for being on the call with us here today. Do we have anybody from the executive branch who wishes to announce themselves at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Do we have anybody from the chapters who wish to announce themselves at this time? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. We are at review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and those are on the call. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 21st Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting through telecommunication, October 10, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Honorable Otto Sil, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 3 journals for September 26, 2022, September 29, 2022, and October 3rd, 2022. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Larry Chief, Fire Chief, Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services on the status of equipment purchase using the tax dollars, what equipment were purchased, and a summary / breakdown on the cost. B, report from Jesse Delmar, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety, regarding 2 vehicles purchased utilizing grant funds. Where are the vehicles? How are they being used? And how is it assisting the patrol officers? And lastly, need a copy of the grant / contract. C, report from Michael Henderson, Director, Navajo Nation Department of Criminal Investigations, and Gracie Tatati, HR Classification and Pay Manager, Department of Personnel Management, regarding job vacancies for criminal investigations. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0186-22, sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. And the eligible for action is today, 10/10/22. 8, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second at this time?
Motion by Vice Chair, and I vote green.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James seconds the motion. Committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. I'm going to go ahead and ask Sherelle if you could assist us with the roll call vote to accept the agenda as is.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we have an agenda set before us at this time. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. We do have 3 journals that do need to be reviewed and adopted: September 26, 2022, September 29th, 2022, and October 3rd, 2022. Committee members, we can handle this 2 ways. We can do one motion to accept all 3 journals and vote on that, or we can accept each journal separately, do a motion and a vote for each separate journal. How would the committee like to proceed?
Madam Chair, motion, all 3 items.
Motion made by Delegate Admin Yazi to accept all 3 journals with 1 vote. Committee members, can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second made by Delegate Vince James. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, any comments regarding the journals at this time? Not hearing anything, let's go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with that, please?
Yes. Honorable Vice Chair Otto, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting. Madam Chair.
Otto So votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Otto So votes green. With that, Madam Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, the September 26, 2022, September 29th, 2022, and October 3rd, 2022 journals are hereby approved. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 5, receiving reports. We do have a report from the first report provided to us by Mr. Larry Chi, Fire Chief for the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services, on the status of equipment purchase and tax dollars, what equipment were purchased, and a summary breakdown on the cost. Do we have Fire Chief Larry Chi on the line?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Lorraine?
He texted and he said that he was gonna have somebody else do his report. He had other commitments.
Okay, who is giving the report on his behalf?
Good morning. This is John Williams, a fire captain of Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Thank you for being on the call. Just to be clear, you will be providing the report on behalf of Larry Chi from the Navajo Nation Fire Department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams, for being on the call. Mr. Williams, Mr. Chi was called upon by the Law and Order Committee to provide a status update on the equipment that has been purchased using the tax dollars. I believe this is the junk food sales tax. A percentage of that does go into the fire department to purchase equipment. What we would like to know is what equipment have been purchased, and if you could provide us a summary or a breakdown on the cost. Mr. Williams, I don't know if you've ever presented to this committee before, but you will have 20 minutes to present your information. You can have up to 2 agents that can help assist you. If you need additional time, you can request it. If there are no objections from any of the committee members, we can go ahead and we can give you 5 minutes of additional time. If you have a presentation or a PowerPoint that you'd like to send, you can send it to Lorraine Spencer and she can go ahead and disperse that information to the committee members. During this time, I'd like to remind everybody who is on the call or who's listening in on their computers to make sure that their phone is muted. Any interruptions is an interruption that is being an interruption on the work that is being conducted on behalf of the Navajo Nation and on behalf of the Navajo people. Mr. Williams, do you have any questions regarding the procedure at this time?
The only question I have is that yes, this is going to be my first time to do a report. And the summary and the breakdown of costs is really impromptu or very quick this morning. Do you need a copy of it, or do you need just a report from me verbally?
Mr. Williams, right now, we did ask for a report.
Hi, Mr. Freeland. Good, how are you?
Leanna, can you mute your phone, please? I apologize for that, Mr. Williams. So with the report, usually what we do request is you can provide a verbal and a written request. If there are any numbers that you're going to be sharing, usually a delegate will ask for the document in writing. At that point, you can go ahead and you can send that to Lorraine and she can send that out to all of us. But right now, I think a report, verbal report will suffice. If we do want that report in writing, we will make that request. Thank you for asking that question. Do you have any other questions regarding the procedure?
No, not at this time, Madam Chair. Do I start now or?
Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, hold on. So when you're done providing your report, if you could just tell us, that concludes my report. What we'll then do is I will ask if there are any committee members that have any questions, and then the committee members ask questions. I would like to ask and just remind everyone that you have to be called upon in order to be recognized as a means of keeping things in order for this committee meeting. So to answer your question, Mr. Williams, if you don't have any other questions at this time, we can go ahead and turn the floor over to you. But before I turn the floor over to you, are there any questions regarding the procedure?
No.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Williams, you will have 20 minutes on the clock. And again, you can have up to 2 agents who can assist you. Mr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Williams. I am the fire captain for Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue. I was asked to do a report this morning. Just got back from the Tuba City Western Navajo Fair. And we're going to try to explain the cost breakdown as well as the summary of what was purchased with tax dollars for Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue. First and foremost, the electric fire truck from Rosenbauer was purchased with a purchase order in amount of $1.7 million. The next summary of equipment is information technology equipment, which is to beef up the fire database in the form of servers, Wi-Fi equipment, software for computer, as well as database, and any other supplies that the information technician needed in order to install and also coordinate the database system that we have in place here at the fire department. Next is EMS supplies and equipment. A lot of the pharmaceuticals, as far as basic life support medication, was outdated or coming to its expiration date. So that needed to be purchased as well as procured, as well as some of the equipment that we needed out in the field, as far as CPR, BLS, basic life-saving skill equipment and supplies. With the recent events that happened in Gallup, New Mexico, the mass casualty incidents that have been brought up just recently, we tried to hurry and procure some mass casualty incident equipment as well as with our EMS stuff. So this is in the form of trauma bags, tourniquets, mass casualty equipment, such as a quick response bag, as well as some of the tarps and flagging that are needed in order to operate such large events that will also help EMS. The next summary of equipment that we bought was Wildland PPE and equipment and tools. This is in the form of This is in the form of their yellow shirts, as well as the Wildland pants that we wear, as well as the boots. And then hand tools as well to increase our productivity in building hen line. The supplies that we needed, as well as to outfit our firefighters in the form of Wildland packs and fire shelters, water bottles, flagging, weather meters, and IRPGs, which stands for Incident Response Pocket Guides, to assist our firefighters out in the field. The next one is in the form of blanket orders. These were purchased or actually developed for fuel through a local vendor. And that, I believe, was in the amount of 6,000 to keep our chainsaws, extrication tools, and any other gas-powered equipment that we have on the fire trucks to keep them running. The other one is Napa Auto Parts to supply our firefighters with lubricants for our chainsaws, as well as our extrication equipment, and some of the other fire trucks and fire apparatus that we need in order to keep them topped off of fuel and keep them running. And I believe that amount was, let me skim real quick here, an amount of $15,000. Along with that, some of the parts that were needed were in the form of hand tools. These mechanic tools are used by firefighters to tighten up the chainsaws, repair their hand tools if they were to break. You know, sometimes these tools do break when you operate them. So, you know, just having handy tools around the fire station to give these guys and gals the equipment that they need were also purchased through the auto parts store. The other one is food and lodging for the recent fairs that we had, starting with the Chinle Fair. Firefighters, as most of you understand, that the fire stations are not up to par, and we can't accommodate over anything more over than 3 personnel at these fire stations. So lodging needs to be procured, as well as paid out to have these firefighters stand by at these events, starting with the Chinle Fair. The next will be the Navajo Nation Fair and Shiprock Fair. Stand by, hold on. And then next, lastly, is the Western Navajo Fair in Tuba City. Next is to feed the firefighters breakfast, lunch, and dinner to provide the emergency response that are needed for large amounts of people coming out to enjoy the fairs. And then we have a supply company, which we did a blanket order to supply our firefighters to repair equipment, as well as provide, you know, supplies such as lumber, nails, and screws and such in order to build training props, and also to build and repair some of the cribbing that are used in extrication equipment. Through the fire service, during a vehicle crash, there are some types of equipment that are used to stabilize a vehicle, so it's safe for the occupant as well as the firefighters if this thing were to move. And sometimes we do use lumber to do that. So most of the fire stations have procured that type of lumber for that purpose. The other things that that supply company was able to provide us is some of the hand tools, such as power equipment, hand power equipment, hand power tools like wrenches, power saws, a sawzall, like a reciprocating saw, in order to help these firefighters complete their jobs, as well as some of the necessary equipment in order to upkeep the fire stations. So, you know, something as simple as repainting the bay area so they can back up these fire trucks safely into there. You know, that needs to be procured by policy and procedure through the OOC. In order to buy paint, you know, that would have to be done through a blanket order. Rakes, shovels, wheelbarrows, some equipment such as the spools for weed eating equipment. Some of the rubber belts that are inside the vacuum cleaners, trash bags, as well as, you know, just odds and ends to keep the fire station going and operating. That's what mainly this blanket order was for. And this is not only for Window Rock. When I speak for these blanket orders, as well as the purchase orders that were procured and actually paid for, this is for the whole entire reservation, starting with Shiprock, Ojo Amarillo, Newcomb, Fort Defiance, Window Rock, Chinle, Tuba City, and Twin Arrows. So when these equipment and supplies are purchased, they are also decimated and distributed throughout the whole reservation in equal amounts, as well as the quotations that are made to these vendors. We ensure that we cover everybody as far as operations and safe, keeping the firefighters safe throughout the reservation. The other thing that was also purchased is office equipment and supplies, in the form of paper, ink toner. The major purchase, I think only this past quarter, was a laminator. That laminator will help the firefighters develop a quick map book, as well as a quick response that they can place in their fire trucks, instead of having a loose leaf paper that ultimately either gets damaged or is unreadable. So that was also procured for them, so they can come out to make MacBooks, so they can have quicker response time and actually aid them when they actually respond to emergencies as well. Some of the fire lieutenants that are in charge of these fire stations as well have also been issued a cell phone, because it's hard to get a hold of an employee who does not have quick access to their supervisors if need be. So that also has been paid out in the form of a yearly and monthly payment through the first due. So some of these firefighters are issued, not all firefighters, just only the supervisors for each fire station. The 8 that I did mention. The other thing that was purchased is promotional items in the form of Halloween and Fire Prevention Week supplies for the community as well as children. And due to the large amount in dollars, only one was actually approved by the Office of the Controller in the amount of $49,000, but that is still not enough. We still need more of that type of supplies in order to equally distribute throughout the fair season, as well as Fire Prevention Week and Halloween coming up as well. So planning ahead, I think next year that amount will substantially increase to almost 100 to 120,000. But following procedures and policies with OOC, that needs to be done in a form of a contract, due to some of these items are services such as imprinting, labeling, as well as putting the Navajo Nation stamp on these promotional items. Before this quarter, a lot of other stuff that were purchased as well as procured in the form of fitness equipment. With firefighters being at the fire stations, it is very crucial that these firefighters stay in tip-top shape. So in order to help these firefighters who are sometimes running on their lunch breaks, sometimes they have incidences where they have to run back to the fire stations in order to respond, which would, ultimately be detrimental to the community. So purchasing treadmills and some weightlifting equipment was also done this fiscal year, because last fiscal year, just past quarter, it was not possible due to the sole sourcing and the backlogs, as well as waiting for signatures and reviews from not only from OOC, but also DOJ. So a lot of this equipment is needing approvals, not only from our chief and Jesse Delmar, but also goes through the chain as far as the 164 document or through the 6B checkoff list. And we're sometimes left at the mercy of waiting for someone to come back into work to actually review those requests as well as sign off on it. And I believe that is the only issue that we're having right now as far as purchasing stuff that we need for the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue. With that, the fire department, a total of what this last quarter was at $2,300,000 in summary, which we spent at the end of the fiscal year at 1.9, leaving unleft or unspent amount of 344,000. That's pretty much it from this year. There were some other things that were also, one thing that was also very important, I forgot to mention, is the extrication equipment. With the new purchases of the fire trucks, we also have to have extrication equipment on some of these trucks as well. So we went ahead and sole sourced the extrication equipment. The reason why it was sole sourced was because having the same equipment that is compatible with the batteries on the equipment that we already have on the fire trucks is very important. We can't have batteries interswitched, or they're not interchangeable, so to speak. So we had to sole source that. So 8 fire stations. They're slowly getting their equipment and supplies over probably going back to the 1980s. We're slowly rebuilding what is very much needed throughout the communities of the Navajo Nation. And it's the only issue, like I say, Madam Chair, is the procurement process and how long that takes. We're learning a lot here. We're going about how to go through policy and having these things inventory, as well as being fiscally responsible throughout the year. And it's a learning process as well. So eventually we'll get where we need to go, and having the fire stations renovated, as well as fully capable of providing 24/7 service throughout the reservation. And although there's only 8 fire stations, I think Chief Chi may have mentioned that the sales tax that we're getting now is not gonna really, I guess, make a dent as far as what we need is more fire stations and more personnel, and more trucks and equipment. So it's very, very good, and it's a blessing to have this kind of sales tax coming in so that we can provide better services for the community. Madam Chair, that completes the report.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Williams. We do appreciate that. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments regarding the report that has been provided to us here by Mr. John Williams, Fire Captain with the Navajo Nation Fire Department? Okay, not hearing anything. Mr. Williams, I do have just one question. What is an electric fire truck? Because you said that was 1.7 million. Was that the purchase for just one truck at 1.7 million? Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yes, now this electric fire truck it's kind of like an electric vehicle where you plug it in and have it now. It's ultimately run on electricity alone. So when it's parked at the fire stations, it will be able, the firefighters will be able to plug it in overnight. And when it's ready for emergency response, it'll be quickly taken from that electrical source and driven. So what that means for the firefighters, a lot of them are, traditionally in tune to diesel powered engines. But what that means for us here at the fire rescue, as far as the budgeting process, is it takes a lot of fuel and diesel in order to fuel these fire trucks. And with the mileage that is covered from the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue, one call may be somewhere from 1 hour to maybe 30 minutes away. And what that equates to is a lot of diesel that is being used by Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue, and a lot of wear and tear as well. So like oil changes, air filters, anything that has to do with the combustion process of the engine is now replaced by electricity. So we're doing this as kind of thinking outside the box, as well as being innovative and trying to save some of that cost so we can ultimately provide better services for the communities of the Navajo Nation by being fiscally responsible, as well as managing the money better. And, when you really look at the fuel costs, this will really cut down on the PM, as well as the amount of dollars that are spent on fuel. So one electric fire truck, yes, is very expensive due to the fact that it is an all-electric fire truck. There's only another fire truck in service today, and that's with the Los Angeles County Fire and Rescue out in Los Angeles, California. And talking to those firefighters, they say it's very good. It just does, and it's just as powerful as the diesel-driven ones. So the cost of it is very substantial as compared to traditional diesel-powered fire truck. Does that answer your question, Madam Chair?
It does, Mr. Williams, and thank you for clarifying. Just to be clear, I did Google, the electric fire truck, and it says here that the electric fire truck is equipped with a 360 kilowatt electric powertrain and a 132 kilowatt battery pack, which is good for 2 hours of operation. Just reading that, I'm a little bit concerned because, as you know, Mr. Williams, the fire districts cover a vast area of the Navajo Nation. For instance, I believe that Shiprock, goes out as far as Newcomb. They go into Red Mesa, I believe, or somewhere around that line. You're talking about, Los Angeles being one of the communities that has, has this type of equipment. But in Los Angeles, they have fire districts like within, a probably a 10-mile radius. Whereas ours here on the Navajo Nation, you're probably covering a 50 to a 75-mile radius, which in some cases is more than 2 hours away. So I'm a little bit concerned with the electric fire truck at 1.7 miles. Can you give us a little bit more information about that electric fire truck? Have you guys used it? How far out have you driven it? Because we're not Los Angeles. Navajo Nation is not Los Angeles. And I know that there have been some of the firefighters who have raised concerns about this electric fire truck. And that was the reason why, I want to get a little bit more information about this fire truck for those listening on the line from, the people who are listening in on the line, because this is a really big purchase for one fire truck. So can you expand a little bit more on this electric fire truck, please? Thank you.
Okay, sure. So this, like we said, this is only one purchase, and it was a really debatable issue between myself and the fire chief to procure an electric fire truck. We did reach out to the vendor who was building this electric fire truck, and they said that the electric fire truck has a larger radius, and if this charge were to ever go down, and say, we're out there for 2 or more hours, which is very common on the reservation, there is a 30 horsepower small diesel engine on top of this fire truck. And talking with the vendor, they said they have been operating, there's been tests. They have basically tried everything as far as fighting fires, responding to vast distances. And after a whole day of use and usage, until the next following day, the second day is fine when it finally, the diesel electric motor on top of this fire truck actually kicked off and then actually activated. So they're really good with saying that this will provide enough coverage. And when you look at the electric fire truck as compared to a conventional diesel one, the diesel ones are hardly if ever used for the major fires that we have here on the reservation. What the firefighters most often use are the smaller ones, like the one there in Shiprock right now. They're primarily using the brush truck, but now they're starting to look into the mini pumper with a different chassis. So with the electric fire truck, that one is kind of like a pilot project, if you would say. We're still wary on what this thing is able and capable to do. And on top of that, the electric fire truck hopefully will save us a lot of money as far as the diesel thing. The dollars spent in diesel. The electric fire truck also gave us a lot more space. The cab inside the fire truck is usually built around the major engine inside that fire truck. So now with no engine there, there's more space, which that equates to is more EMS equipment easily reachable within the compartment. And we told them that the Navajo Nation has bad roads here as well, and that these things are probably not going to be capable to negotiate mud and snow, steep terrain. And they showed us this company is actually from Minnesota, and they said this fire truck has worked well in the snow up there. But as far as the mud, yes, that may be a problem. So with in the brochures, or if you look online, the fire truck does look like it has a low clearance really small clearance at the bottom. But when you start this fire truck, it automatically raises to about 3 feet or even 2 feet high, given that clearance in order to operate. The turning radius, the dollar amount is very negotiable. I mean, it's way up there. But then again, this is a pilot project. This is not going to be something that is going to be looked in the future like we're going to replace our whole fleet with electric fire trucks, because it would be fiscally irresponsible to buy something that is going to be very expensive but does not work well here on the reservation. So the choice to actually purchase one and just one to see how it works, to see if this thing were to hold up to standards with the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue as far as the distance, the on-scene time for major incidents, and how well it will work here on this reservation as well.
Does that conclude your answering the question, Mr. Williams?
Yes, it does, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. So I just now was doing a little bit of research. It looks like only Los Angeles has purchased this electric truck, and now it's the Navajo Nation. You stated that it's not capable of handling mud, snow, and deep terrain. That describes the Navajo Nation. So in essence, your fire department recently purchased one truck at 1.7 million, an electric truck that is not equipped to handle mud, snow, or deep terrain. And you're saying that it would be fiscally irresponsible to purchase more. And through your presentation, you kept saying, they told us this, they said this. They are in the business of selling you a piece of equipment. I did hear about this electric fire truck. I didn't, I wanted to be able to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, but purchasing one fire truck at 1.7 million, when it can't handle mud, which is probably about 80% of the Navajo Nation, it can't handle snow. Yes, we don't get that much snow, but when we do, we have a complete shutdown of the entire Navajo Nation when that happens. And it can't handle deep terrain. Many of our chapter houses don't even have pavement up to their chapter houses. So I am really, really concerned about this purchase. In addition to that, it also states, based on this report on Los Angeles Fire Department purchasing this equipment, is that they are also testing it as well. So I just want to be clear. What you're telling me is the Navajo Nation Fire Department does not believe they are fiscally irresponsible in purchasing a $1.7 million electric that is not capable of handling mud, snow, or deep terrain, and that this is as you stated, a pilot project. I don't know any other pilot projects where the Navajo Nation is purchasing $1.7 million of a piece of equipment that we cannot say with certainty that this equipment will be able to handle fires that are happening out in the deep terrain of the Navajo Nation. It sounds like this equipment would probably work best in maybe kind of like Winter Rock or possibly Tuba City, Shiprock, where there are, not that many off-road, mud snow or deep terrain. So I really am concerned about this purchase, Mr. Williams. What I need to know is if Los Angeles Fire Department is the only fire department that has made this purchase as of May 17th, 2022, that was the report that was provided. And they are also testing it out. How confident were you guys in making this purchase using money that was given to you guys with the trust that you would be making the right decision to purchase the kind of equipment that we need here on the Navajo Nation? I'm really concerned about that, because if we just made a purchase of a vehicle that we're hardly ever going to use, that's $1.7 million of the Navajo people's money that was used for a pilot project. And we are currently facing, the Navajo Nation is going to be facing a shortfall because of COVID. So how do we explain to the Navajo people that we made a $1.7 million pilot project purchase so that we could test whether this equipment works on the Navajo Nation when we know already that it's not capable of handling mud, snow, or deep terrain? Mr. Williams, can I get a response to my concerns? Thank you.
Yes. Number one, I'm sorry for the misclarification. I did say snow and steep terrain it can handle. But with the mud here, with what we experience, I don't think it would go through the mud. And it's steep, like it's a right up the road here in Window Rock is Summit. And those roads are very bad. Yes, I don't think this, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm also kind of weary on how this is going to perform as far as the electric fire truck. But yes, I do agree that our busiest stations, Shiprock, Window Rock, Tuba City, and Chinle, would thrive with this type of fire truck. With Window Rock and Shiprock being the most busiest fire stations on the reservation, I could see that this truck would actually be placed into service. And the amount of dollars that we're spending on repairs and maintenance of the fire trucks now, with no vendor here on the reservation to provide that type of service for fire trucks, we have to have a contract with a vendor that is off the reservation. So with this truck, it is able to handle the snow, it is able to handle steep terrain, but with the type of mud we have here on the reservation, I would say I would be cautious. So yes, we did think about those, the distance, the terrain we have here, as well as where it would be placed into service. So when this fire truck does arrive, we're thinking of placing it either in Shiprock or Window Rock. And with that, the mileage that's incurred on this thing, we're hoping to see that it's going to save a lot more money as compared to giving to vendors that sell the Navajo Nation diesel. That concludes the answering to your question, ma'am.
Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. So just as a follow-up. So the clarification is that it can handle snow, and what I'm hearing is the deep terrain, as long as it's on a pavement, but it can't handle the mud. Where do we stand right now of like the range? How far out does this fire truck go? Like the capabilities? And then what is the cost of maintenance for this truck? As we all know on the Navajo Nation, we have learned on the 24th Navajo Nation Council that oftentimes when big purchases are made, there's never, ever any information given on the cost of maintenance for any of the equipment. And then we find out later on that, that there's a shortfall because you guys had to pay. I'm going to say you guys as divisions and departments who do make big purchases. We often find that that there are times when they do come forward to council to say, oh yeah, we need additional funds because of operations and maintenance. So nothing is ever given to us upfront in terms of operations and maintenance, but we have learned that a large portion, more than 50% of operations of equipment and then operations of even facilities, that 50% of the cost goes to operations and maintenance. So I'm sure that with this $1.7 million purchase that you guys got a very good operations and maintenance contract with the Navajo Nation. And I say that because there is an article right now that the electric fire truck, that the tank has rupturing defects, which are being sent to the techs for repair. So that is a concern, in terms of what it's going to cost the Navajo Nation. And I should warn you, Mr. Williams, that we are considering spreading those funds across the tax funds that the fire department is currently getting. We are planning to spread those funds across to the first responders. So fire department will not be getting the amount that they're currently getting now. That amount will be coming down. I am working with the tax commission or the tax office now, so that we can round up the tax money and then distribute it out to police department, to criminal investigations, to fire department, and to EMT. So how is the fire department going to handle that budget shortfall after the purchase of this $1.7 million electric fire truck? Mr. Williams.
Wow, that's a great question. As far as me being the fire captain of the Navajo Nation, my job right now, as far as if we're to lose that tax money, would really put a dent in the operation of the fire department. Again, I'm speaking from where I stand in this the chain of command, as well as an employee of the Navajo Nation. I've been employed for 22 years, and yeah, these are very great questions as far as distributing to the other sister organizations such as police department, EMS, and CI. They are at dire need as well. As far as purchasing a $1.7 million fire truck, that would be, I would say, keeping your sights outside the box to see how it works. But with these points that are being brought up now to be, I guess, this being the actual culprit to bring down the funding for the fire department, I would say that would not be possible, I guess. That would be a real big setting us, as far as fire protection here on the reservation, that would set us back even further. We just got started with the first 3 years. There's been a lot of changes. There has been a lot of improvements slowly with the hiring of more people, with the renovation of some stations, as well as the very dire needed equipment that were needed within the fire department. And to be able to provide that type of service, it does take substantial amount of money, especially for the fire department to be responsible for protecting buildings and assets on the reservation. But to take that away, it would be a very big detriment unless the issue is brought up to my supervisor, Chief Chi, where if this were to be the turning point as far as Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue, that would look as though the cliche or the saying of you get one step forward and two steps back. This is the first time that the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Service has actually received support and funding from the tribe. Prior to that, a lot of it was through SAFER grants, which are only short-term. With that, we saw an increase with the volunteers, paying them out per call, but that was ultimately, that grant went away after 3 years with the Navajo Nation, hopefully supplementing and seeing that the increase of volunteers was a huge success. But to like the grant, what the grant did was take back the money and say, that's it, you guys are ultimately responsible for this now. And to show that to the Navajo Nation and say, this is how much is really needed here on the reservation to ultimately provide fire protection. Again, the dollar amount is what's in question. Me as the fire captain of the Navajo Nation, the in charge of operations, that would really set us back again, is all I'm trying to say. Speaking from the operations section, I would like to see the other organizations that are on the reservation within the jurisdictional boundaries of the reservation fall under Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue. That would eliminate any I guess maybe legislation, any changes, any major changes, but now the Navajo Nation is ultimately overseeing the budgeting, the personnel through policy procedures of the Navajo Nation, as well as the laws of the Navajo Nation, to see, be transparent about a lot of things. Yeah, that's my answer, Honorable Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. And just to be clear, you didn't answer the question regarding the range of how far out the truck is capable of going, as well as the maintenance, what the maintenance fee is going to be. So I'm going to ask that question again.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, Madam Chair. The range, as far as we can have that information to you, I would have to consult with the vendor again. I don't have that information right now. As far as the range.
Okay, Mr. Williams, this is really even more concerning to me as chair of the Law and Order Committee. My understanding is you recently, the fire department for the Navajo Nation received $7.6 million, and that money was supposed to be used for certain things. Just to clarify, Mr. Williams, gosh, Dana, I can't even think of that word right off the top of my head, so I might need your help here, Miss Dana Barbroff. Basically, oh, never mind, Dana, it's the expenditure plan. the expenditure plan was never submitted by the fire department in the way that these funds would be used. It did come back through the Department of Justice that the fire department did not have to submit an expenditure plan. And that is the whole purpose of me asking you to report to us here today regarding the equipment purchases that have been made on behalf of the Navajo Nation. I will make it clear, Mr. Williams, that there are many of the firefighters who are concerned about this electric fire truck being purchased because they know that the capability is not in place. They also are aware that this electric fire truck is basically I guess it's something that really has not been tested. On the Navajo Nation, we don't have the luxury of spending millions of dollars to test equipment, knowing right offhand that 80%, probably, I might be exaggerating, I don't know the exact percentage, but I know that there's a large percentage of our Navajo people who live off the paved road. My concern is we just purchased a $1.7 million truck on a piece of equipment that we already know can't handle mud. In addition to that, we don't know, we know it lasts 2 hours. We know that, there are still some issues that are happening with this electric fire truck, but we don't know how far out this electric fire truck can go. And we don't know what the maintenance cost is going to be. And this was the reason why we called upon the fire chief, to come and answer questions, Mr. Williams. And I appreciate you being here. I'm sure you were probably asked to be here to answer those questions. But as a committee, we do ask tough questions. And we make it very clear the reason we are asking these tough questions is, again, as I stated in a previous report by your chief, you guys were set to receive a little around $8 million. And my understanding right now is that amount looks to be around $7.6 million. That is currently within your business unit 516002. So, Mr. Williams, I know that you're here trying to answer the best that you can, on behalf of your chief, but we need to get that information. We need to understand why that purchase was made when we already know that it can't handle the Navajo Nation. Based on the reports that are out there, if you just do a Google search, there's articles out there that talk about what the truck is capable of doing, but it talks about the capabilities within a city, not within, like areas like the Navajo Nation or even areas that are out in the country. The reports are only how it's capable within the city, which we're completely different, as I'm sure you know that, Mr. Williams. So what we're going to do at this time is I would like to request a written report from your chief on the cost of this electric fire truck. I would also like to know the range of the truck's capability, how far out it can go. I'd like to know what the time is and how long it can last. Per the report here, it's 2 hours it'll last. And then also what the maintenance cost is on this truck and whether that was already included within the purchase of the truck or whether that's going to be a separate cost. In addition to that, I would like to know, you stated previously that your fire department is in dire need of equipment. I want to know what kind of equipment was purchased for our firefighters. I know that the last visit that I made with our firefighters, there was concerns about their jackets and their gloves that had holes in them. There was also some questions about some of the oxygen tanks that needed to be replaced. So if we can purchase a $1.7 million electric truck, I'm sure we can make the right kinds of purchases for the equipment for our firefighters. So Mr. Williams, at this time, I don't have any other questions. but I would like to request a written report on that matter. And I would like that written report reported to us verbally at the next Law and Order Committee meeting. Lorraine, can you go ahead and schedule them for October 24th at 10 o'clock a.m.? And this will, by that time, they should be able to provide us the written report as well as the, at that time, they can provide us the verbal report as well.
Okay, Madam Chair, we will have that ready for you. The cost, the range, time, how long it will last on scene, maintenance costs, if it's included or separate, and the equipment purchase. The jackets and gloves, ma'am, that's going to be procured this coming fiscal, this quarter, actually. We did have the paperwork in place to replace all firefighters. We're actually talking about having a second pair readily available so that, you know, if anything were to happen, Lord forbid, but if these PPE are damaged, they'll have a second pair immediately available. The other one is the SCBAs. Those SCBAs, they do need more bottles as well as more packs per station. So that also was drafted up and placed through the 164 process, both the PPE, the gloves and jackets, as well as the SCBA. And unfortunately, that was in stalemate with DOJ. We tried to sole source that purchase, but unfortunately, they do not see that having the same turnouts that we have is gonna, I guess, it doesn't fall within policy. So we have to reach out to other vendors, even though we know that there's a certain like SCBA pack that we're using now. It would be detrimental to have, let's just say what we're using now is Scott's. And then we would have to purchase like something like MSA or Survive Air or something. So that's those two other vendors are two different vendors. But to keep everything uniform within the department so they're interchangeable makes more sense. And to wait for a review and signature, sometimes it can get frustrating, but yes, we are working on that. But definitely on October 24th at 10 a.m., Chief Chi will have that information readily available, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. I'd also, if you could also, within that, explain to us a little bit more about the equipment within the written report of the mass casualty equipment. And then the last thing that I guess I want to know is, I know that we had this discussion back in 2019, but in terms of your lodging for fares, I know that this comes out of your budget, out of the fire department's budget. Was that amount used from the junk food sales tax money that you guys are currently receiving, as well as the promotional items that you talked about? Is the junk food sales tax funding being used to purchase those types of equipment? And then the last question that I have is, you also mentioned renovation of fire departments. Which fire departments are currently being renovated? And the reason why I asked this question is because there was a huge purchase of equipment within the last year that have been delivered to various districts around the Navajo Nation. However, many of our fire departments are not capable of housing these equipment. So they sit out, in the sun, they sit out, in the various types of weather that we receive here on the Navajo Nation. So I want to know which fire departments are currently being renovated and what kind of renovation is being completed using the junk food sales tax money. That's what I'm assuming that you guys are using to do this type of renovation. So if you could also share that in your written report and be prepared to provide that information verbally to us on October 24th. But before I turn the floor back over to any other committee members, Lorraine, did you get all of those questions that I just now posed that I want on the written report?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Otto So, the floor is yours.
Before I get to Maureen, just wanted to do a correction. The firefighters are not utilizing any junk food sales tax funds. The junk food sales tax fund by law goes to the chapters, distribute to the 110 chapters. What the chapter is using is the 1% sales tax that has been approved by the council. And that 1% sales tax, that's what generates about $8 million each year for what their operation is supposed to be. In the original intent, the firefighters only needed $4 million. And with that, there's a surplus there. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Vice Chair. I wasn't sure. I don't know if you recall, Vice Chair, at one time we were referring to it as the 1% sales tax, but then we were corrected and they said, no, it's a junk food sales tax. And then we had to try to get that clarified. And I honestly, I didn't pull up those notes to see what the clarification was on that, but you are correct. It is a 1% sales tax. I don't know if it's junk food or what kind of sales tax it is, but we know it's a 1% sales tax. And then just to be clear, Vice Chair, we never got the expenditure plan, and currently the fire department does have within their within their business unit 516002, they have 7.6 million right now. And that's the information that was shared with me this morning. We probably will need some clarification on that. Just so that we have the correct numbers in that for that amount. So I apologize for that, Vice Chair. Thank you for correcting me on that. So with that, committee members, are there any, Lorraine, I'm sorry, I was asking, did you get all of those questions that we need answered on the written report?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. So the list that you got was cost of the electric truck, the range of the capability, how long it can last, maintenance costs, whether it was separate or it was already included, and then equipment purchase, such as jackets and gloves, oxygen tanks, and the mass casualty equipment. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding the report that has been provided to us by Mr. Williams regarding the equipment purchases using tax dollars, and then also the summary and breakdown of the cost?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Williams, you're a brave person. I guess they threw you to the wolves here. Basically, all I'm going to say is purchases like this really, really makes me think that what is the management of the fire department doing? And in this case, particularly to the issue of the $1 million fire apparatus that was bought, which is electrical. And without any, I'm going to say charging portal. I'm sure they're going to probably do a charging portal at the fire station where they're going to house this equipment. And you know how much it costs to set up a charging portal for the electric unit? And in my numbers that I got just for vehicles to set up a charging portal for 4 vehicle charging portal is about 1.4 million. How much it costs. And what I'm getting to is that really makes me think that I know how and where this discussion came forth. Number 2, I have issues with the fund management. There's issues there, and I think that we need to look into the issue of that because the fund management plan is not in place to what I understand. And I don't know if the director has this sort of bail on you and say, oh, let's give the fire, since you have the position of this fire chief, let's go, or the fire captain, you're up there in the ranks. Let's give you that. So at this time right now, the way I see it is you agreed to this too. Not to say they said. You agreed to this purchase. Management. And you look at the market at this time. I don't know. I look at the market. If I were to buy a electrical vehicle right now, it's not in my market, and it's not in my market because there's no charging portal back in Cuba City. There's no charging portal in Kayenta, nor Winter Rock, nor Chinle, nor Shiprock, nor Crown Point. And when you look at this, you have to go to the nearest border town to recharge. Just like the hotel. That's why the hotels have charging portals such as Marriott, Hilton, so that they can cater to that selective group of people that buy the first instance of these electric vehicles. And it just brings me concern. The other equipment I'm okay with because you need those, whether it's the jaw for life and your 2x4 that you need and your gloves and things like that. It looks like your vending option for acquiring the PPE is much more harder than getting a vending option for an electrical vehicle. It seems harder to get gloves, jackets. That's the way I took your report. And for this charging, for this $1 million vehicle, man, it just went through just like without any question. And maybe you can get us information on all the upper management. Since you're the fire chief or the fire captain, I'm gonna say you agreed to it. You are up there in leadership, and we need to know who made that decision. Move forward with these purchases. Number 2, service of the vehicle. Is our Navajo Nation Fleet Management going to service this vehicle? Because you're saying that you're going to obtain another service contract that's going to be given to an outside company. I don't know where. Who knows where? Maybe in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Maybe in Phoenix, Arizona. Where you're going to have these individuals that will have the expertise to fix the fire apparatus if it goes down, or if equipment goes down in the services. You might have to take it all the way to wherever you maybe it's only done in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Onsen. It sounds like it's a high maintenance unit, and to already hear that it doesn't do well with the mud in our area, just automatically said raise the flag, say raise the red flag. No, I was just pulling into Window Rock. Maybe that was it that I saw a fire unit. I'm not too sure if it's a diesel. Right now, I know that price of diesel is high, but the equipment and parts, they're there. You can get it. You can go to, if you have a person has a diesel vehicle, I'm not going to say fire vehicle, but they can take it to Gallup and get their vehicle fixed. But in this case, where are we going to be sending it to? Where is the proposed contract going to be when this unit comes in? And then the other thing too is that the procurement. What was the justification from the Attorney General's office? They had to sign off on this. The other is the procurement. If there's only one vendor, how come you guys did? If there's one vendor, you did not follow procurement policy. Sounds like if there's only one vendor for an electrical fire unit. So the other two vendors that you guys have acquired to, an RFP or RFQ had to be initiated. And who brought the best price to the Navajo Nation? If management did not follow protocol, how do we hold management responsible for not following the policies that are in place? It's just like the Navajo Nation Council appropriating so many $1 million to have a diesel dually for their vehicle to have us utilize for our transport. People would be outraged. The people would be mad that ever happened. What I'm saying is, I really hope that we're not locked in yet, because I think has to raise concerns. Madam Chair, I think we need to bring in the controller's office and who authorized this, and get answers on this, because right now the fire chief has skipped the committee meeting and is allowing an employee at a lower level to respond. And Mr. Williams, these monies, they never be so that, not the personal piggy bank of the fire chief, not the personal offer. Say, oh, I want a nice unit today. These dollars are supposed to be in the interest, be utilized and expended, protect the Navajo people for fire safety. You weigh out equipment costs, apparatus costs and safety training costs, I guarantee you the want for it's like the materialistic things. Oh, we're a fire department. We have to have this one. We got to have what Los Angeles has. We have to have what New York has. You don't have to answer to the Navajo people as a captain. We as leadership, we answer to the Navajo people. And my concern is that public safety did not even come to the division director. Okay. Initial. I said, I know that when this unit gets here, I don't know what the O&M cost, the average O&M cost is going to be when shocks and things like that go out. Maybe when the electrical component. You just hear what Tesla, when the batteries go out. No. And there's a lot of issues pertaining to Tesla indicating that there's issues, there's malfunction. To better to improve the product. We leaped into it. And that's my concern. But those are just some of my thoughts. And I'm not too sure if the office of the president is on the line too. Maybe staff members on there, but and we want answers. That's all, because Navajo people is going to ask. Today, Navajo people think that council has all the power. And when some is done from a program, well, council has the power to appropriate funds and to legislate laws. It has programs will say, oh, we got this much money. Let's go buy this. Let's go buy that. And it has we really don't have the eyes and ears there. We are hoping that the controller's office and OMB the contracting section utilize these policies to catch these things. Also, AG's office, because they are part of the signatory authority to approve these purchases. We know that there's questions. And there's a fire station in Loop that needs an upgrade, major upgrade. I bet you Loop is not even on the community of Loop Fire Department upgrade is not even on the radar of fire department. Silver City expansion of the current fire facility is probably not on the on the books for expansion. But then, but yet you decide to, hey, let's keep our fire department over there, you know, sort of keep them run down. Let's just repaint it, things like that. Let's buy a brand new truck that we're going to have to get services done maybe in Oklahoma. I don't know. You know, can Rico Motor service this fire apparatus? Can Terrell Martin Chevrolet in Flagstaff provide service for this? Or can the Ford Company dealership in the city of Page can provide service to this? Or can the Dodge dealership or the GMC dealership in Farmington provide the O&M and repairs for this new apparatus? And it's an administration decision. We appropriate funds so that you utilize this is what we need. This is what we need. We need more money. We need more money. We give that opportunity and then this happens. Talked about the salary. You talked about paying volunteers as they came in to fight fires. How many firefighters would have hired with the amount of money that we spent on this fire apparatus? Tell me that. How many firefighters would have had hired to provide fire protection for the Navajo Nation? Oh, this is case. And I know that you're just an employee, but your title really made me think again. You indicate you are the captain. You're part of leadership, and I really hope that you have spoke against this. You didn't say anything. That just says that you agree to this. Bottom line is, ito tan peso ta. It never peso. Navajo citizens are funneling money into this particular line item so that they can provide public fire protection for the Navajo Nation as a whole. And Diego, it really concerns me. And just like Kayenta, what would Kayenta Fire Department do, and how much it could help with the service area that Kayenta Fire Department provides, or Ganado Fire District, or up in Ojeto community, Montezuma Creek. These are areas where it's within the territorial jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation, but the fire department does not provide service to those communities. You don't see the fire department in Kayenta. Kayenta Township and the hospital and other entities provide, and that's how they provide the fire protection in that region. Even in Ojeto, that's the San Juan County Fire Department, and it's very limited. But yet, it's easy to say, let's spend $1 million over here. And I really hope that we do get good prices for service of this fire apparatus that has been purchased. I really hope that the services could be done even by our own fleet management here in Winter Rock. And Madam Chair, also, I think fleet management had to be informed too regarding this purchase. And I just wanted to see what maybe some sort of response that fleet management had. What was their recommendation? Because the O&M of Navajo Nation vehicles is supposed to be done by fleet management. Does the Navajo Nation Fleet Management have the proper technicians to provide service to this very costly fire apparatus? I think that's what they call it, apparatus. Alcohol. Oh, what that?
It won't be until after lunch.
I am Diego. Oh, it's okay. But again, I appreciate the time, Madam Chair. Don't know how the other Law and Order Committee members feel, but Delmar, I really hope you have really good answers for us. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments regarding this report that has been provided to us at this time? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Williams for a response to the concerns brought forth by Vice Chair Otto. So, Mr. Williams.
Thank you for that, Honorable So. Yes, several questions that you asked. The first one I did get was you didn't say anything, so you agreed to this. Like I said during the report, this was very debatable, and unfortunately, I was on the opposite side of the debating table to actually purchase this. So as far as agreeing to this, I could actually say no, I didn't. Due to the fact of what we're discussing right now, we are on a reservation. We also need to think about the cost, but as far as agreeing with my supervisor, the chief of the Navajo Nation, he did make a good point of the operating costs, the fuel and the maintenance costs of everything. I am one not to be subjected to change very easily, but to clarify that, yeah, totally agree. The other thing, as far as being informed and what the recommendation was to fleet management. Several years ago, before this administration took precedence, we had a very large issue with fleet management, providing even services, basic oil changes and tires and such for the aging fire trucks before the new ones were purchased. And we did bring up that concern and issue many times throughout the years. And ultimately that led to fleet management saying that the fire department's ultimately responsible for maintenance, as well as procurement, as well as anything to do with the fire trucks that's basically under the management of the fire department, which we did not agree with. We tried to explain to them that they need to have technicians readily available to not only provide services to road vehicles, passenger vehicles, such as the SUVs that police department has, but also to fire apparatus, to maintain the fire pumps on it, to maintain the large transmission and the brake systems that these fire trucks do have. And unfortunately, it did lead to that agreement between fleet management and our department to say that you're going to use where the fire department is going to be using the own funding as well as your own technicians. And ultimately we had to search for a vendor that's capable of not only maintaining and servicing these vehicles, but be able to mobily be dispatched to the reservation as needed in emergencies. So with that, the cost as well as the procurement process, several vendors were brought through the policy of RFP. This contract was bidded out. Several vendors did provide their cost as well as their services, but one thing that really did stand out was the need to not only service the old trucks that we have that was ultimately given to us from San Juan County, New Mexico, but also the aging fire trucks that the Navajo Nation Fleet Management did purchase prior to us managing our own. With that, we were able to service new trucks that we recently purchased as well. As far as the procurement for the electric fire truck, that also was bidded out, but due to so few vendors that were able to provide an electric fire truck at that time when it was bidded out and also proposed, that only one vendor was able to provide a packet. So there was, I can't think off the top of my head, but there was another vendor who said within 5 years, they're going to be also switching over to electric. So that was part of their, I guess, their bid packet to inform us that we are going to be heading in that direction. Just to let you know, this is how much it's going to cost and such. I believe as far as the O&M, fleet management, the vendor, and who authorized this, it's all on the bid that was done. There is paperwork and a paper trail for this, and I will inform my supervisor as well as to share this information in the report as well, Mr. Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. Committee members, just as a reminder, Lorraine did send out the last report that was given to us by Mr. Mark Graham, who is the Executive Director with the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. This was submitted to our committee on July 1st, 2022. She did send that out. This is the breakdown of the tax that is received on behalf of the fire department. I believe on July 1st, at that time, where there was a discussion on the expenditure plan that was supposed to be submitted to us, but to date has not been submitted to us. And for those of you who are listening in on the line, part of, I guess maybe I should ask Ms. Dana Bobroff. Dana, are you still on the line with us?
Delegate, this is Loya Khanakni Henderson. Ms. Barbara had to leave the call briefly, and I will be answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Loya. So Loya, can you explain to the committee and then also those who are listening in on the line what an expenditure plan is and the purpose for council requesting an expenditure plan?
Thank you very much, Chair. I am not, as being a new attorney here, not very versed in the expenditure plan process, and would need some time to review that I'm not sure if Ms. Khan is on the line as well. Perhaps she may be able to address the question.
Ms. Khan, are you on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Khan, and I am on the line. What I do know about expenditure plans is they are somewhat like plans that the Budget and Finance Committee approves for expenditure of funds from a particular fund. And I've heard them as fund management plans. And I don't know if that is the area that you would like information on, fund management plans. And those are usually promulgated for particular funds. And there may or may not be such a fund management plan for this particular fund that you are speaking of. My guess is that there is. And if there is, the Controller's Office and the departments wishing to use that fund are to abide by the fund management plan. I do not know the number of the legislation which approved the fund management plan for this subject area, but I imagine there is one. I don't know of a particular plan called an expenditure plan. I don't usually hear about that. I hear fund management plans, and the Department of Justice Tax and Finance Unit would know more about that particular fund management plan for this particular fund that you are discussing this morning. Madam Chair, that's what I have to offer on this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Yes, the fund management plan that you did say was allocated for particular funds. I believe in this case, it was, we were told when we first came in that there was supposed to be a plan approved by BNF, but then we were told later on by DOJ that no plan needed to be approved. So I guess my question is, if there was a fund management plan in place, could such a purchase of a $1.7 million electric fire truck, would that have had, would that have needed approval through Budget and Finance, or would it just have gone right through the process? Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, I am trying to locate that particular fund management plan. It is within the language of a fund management plan that sets the limits for what can be purchased and at what point, if at any point, a particular standing committee is to approve a particular amount of spending or for a particular type of item to be purchased. I do not have that particular fund management plan before me at this moment. I will spend some time looking on the website for that particular plan, Madam Chair, but that is all I can offer at this moment.
Thank you for that, Ms. Khan. So with that, committee members, I know that there's still so many questions and concerns out there regarding this purchase. Are there any other questions or comments from committee members at this time?
Delegate James Chanella.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Chanella, Madam Chair, other members of Law and Order Committee. The question that I have is the Division Director, Jesse Delmore, ela kwaiki da sato ya don hichihato asa ako da anapa oho kwaiki adonana adat deepening not saton he fire chief sto ayo na adil kidida deepening na sto to put to shabi gachni da sto ako halate in hits on that credo nate iya kadas the ka ako ako ko de na hot ito na atikit linit o da hayudo halit at sa last chapter ako jokho da ba na de diskit something yet ba na diskit ako hat ila binina division director Jesse Dalmar do nana our fire chief do kodo be ben hojil neta hat is net on ja kot large that's ke jokot ako kot na adesh kidolis yeah madam chair kwadidolis.
Thank you for that, Delegate James. So with that, I'd like to ask, do we have Director Delmar on the line at this time? Second call, do we have Director Delmar on the line? Okay, not hearing anything. Delegate Vince James, I did request that on the 24th that we do get a written report and then also a verbal report provided to us by Chief Chi and Director Delmar on October 24th regarding this purchase. And just for clarification, committee members, the purchase of this electric truck, which again, doesn't do well in mud, and has a 2-hour, capacity span. If we were to use that $1.7 million to have hired more firefighters at a step A increase at $17.03 at 2088 hours, that would have been $35,558.64 with fringe benefits at $18,511. We could actually use this funding to hire a lot more firefighters, or at least giving them a pay increase. Since there is not a fund management plan in place, and as Delegate Otto so stated, when they approved this, they did say specifically for hiring, and then also purchase of equipment, and then I believe Delegate Otto, so please correct me if I'm wrong, I think you said also a pay increase for our firefighters as well. But right now, Mr. Williams, we appreciate you being on the call, answering the questions for us. And most importantly, I appreciate you being honest with us and that you voted against this fire truck. And to be clear, a lot of the firefighters, the boots on the ground, they are concerned about this purchase, which is how I became aware of this purchase. A lot of them are concerned because of the fact that the length of how long this electric truck, how long it lasts, 2 hours. If you're looking at a span of a 45-minute, if you got 45 minutes outside of your district to respond to a fire, what I'm worried about is then, does that mean that the fire truck will only last for an hour and 15 minutes before it shuts down and it has to be re-energized? And as Delegate or Vice Chair Otto so stated, in terms of the, what do you call it? The plugs that you have to use to recharge the charging ports. We don't have those types of charging ports on the Navajo Nation. Those types of charging ports, we do see them in surrounding communities. I know in Farmington, they have a few of those charging ports. But that's another concern is, how do we charge these electric fire trucks if we don't have charging ports located, around the community? And that's why, for me, purchasing a fire truck like this in Los Angeles, it might make sense since they probably have charging ports, and they don't have to respond to larger areas. And then most importantly, I don't know if Los Angeles has, muddy roads, but here on the Navajo Nation, somebody's phone ending 505, ending in 103, please mute your phone. Thank you. We don't have those types of, capabilities here on the Navajo Nation. And it is a concern to the committee as this purchase was made. We don't know anything about the maintenance costs. We don't know anything about the range capability, like how many miles it can handle outside of being charged. We don't know at this point, you know, aside from it has a 2-hour battery pack that we're aware of. We know that there are some issues that are happening with these electric trucks. It is a concern. And as Vice Chair Otto so stated, it's not going to be the fire chief who's going to be held accountable for this purchase. It's going to be the elected officials. And I hope that the people will understand that this was a purchase made within the executive branch without the knowledge of the legislative branch, you know, knowing about this. But we do have fire districts that are in need of renovation. We still have firefighters that are not making the amount that they should be making comparable to what you see at the county and the state. We do have some, I just now got a text message, another one saying that some of the new young firefighters, they still don't have a uniform. You know, and how do we justify a $1.7 million purchase of an electric fire truck when we do have our firefighters coming forward who are concerned? And just as you stated, Mr. Williams, you also were concerned about this purchase as well. So with that, committee members, I will ask one last time, are there any questions or any comments regarding the report that has been provided to us? Okay, not hearing anything. I'm going to go ahead and Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote to accept the report at this time?
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Otto, how do you vote?
Vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Otto votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chan votes red.
Thank you. Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 1 in favor, 2 opposed, and 2 not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sherelle. You know what? I just realized looking at my notes, I don't have who made the motion and who made the second. I didn't write it down in my notes. I still have M and second.
Madam Chair, I am looking at my notes too. We don't have a motion in a second.
Oh dear. Okay, then let's go ahead and let's take that vote back since it's out of order. And let's go ahead and call for a motion and a second on this report. Committee members?
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion made by Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second?
I'll second again. I thought it was myself.
Second by Honorable Vince James. So with that now, Sherelle, I do apologize if we can go back and we can take a roll call vote on this since a motion has been established by Vice Chair Otto So and a second by Honorable Vince James.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, how do you vote?
I'm gonna go ahead and just go green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chan votes red.
Thank you. Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, Mr. Williams, we appreciate the report that you provided to us here today. We look forward to getting the written report as well as getting the verbal report again, this time from Chief Chi on October 24th. So with that, Mr. Williams, you are hereby excused. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Law and Order Committee. Have a great day.
So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. We do have a report from Mr. Jesse Delmar, the Executive Director from the Division of Public Safety, regarding 2 vehicles purchased utilizing grant funds. Where are these vehicles? How are they being used? How is it assisting the patrol officers? And lastly, if we could get a copy of the grant or the contract for these 2 vehicles. Just as a reminder, committee members, we did bring this to the attention of the Division of Public Safety back in 2019. There was a Navajo Times article that stated that one of those police vehicles was being used by the chief at the time, Mr. Philip Francisco. He was driving it back and forth from home to work. Our understanding at that time were these vehicles were purchased with grant funds and they were supposed to be given to patrol. So what we do need is we need an update on these vehicles. And I believe Chief Noon is on the call. At the time, Chief Noon was the deputy chief. And we were also told during that time that he also was using one of those vehicles as well. So with that, do we have Director Delmar on the line with us today? Second call for Director Delmar. Do we have anybody from the Division of Public Safety who Mr. Delmar has assigned to speak on this matter?
This is Chief. I wasn't assigned, but I can speak on the matter.
Chief Noon, you were not assigned, but you can speak on the matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so with that, committee members, we do have Chief Daryl Noon on the line. Mr. Jesse Delmar is not on the line. So Chief Noon, you have presented to this committee before. Before I go through the procedures and ask if you have any questions regarding the procedure, let's go ahead and start, committee members, with a motion and a second for this report.
Vice Chair, on motion.
Motion made by Vice Chair Otto So. Can I get a second? Second call for a second on this report.
Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James. So with that, motion and a second has been established. Chief Noon, you have presented information to this committee before. Do you have any questions regarding the procedure before I turn the floor over to you?
Yes, ma'am. Just one question. This is regarding the 2 Dodge Chargers?
Yes.
Okay, that's my only question.
Okay. Yes, they're the 2 Dodge Chargers.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Daryl Noon. You have 20 minutes on the clock. Chief Noon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, for clarification, those vehicles were purchased with general funds and special revenue funds, not grant funds. And the black Charger initially was purchased for Chief Francisco. And then when I got here, the silver Dodge Charger was purchased for my use. And through the course of my first year here, I required knee surgery. And for those of you who know who I am and know that I'm a big guy, getting in and out of that car was difficult after that surgery. So I opted to drive a Chevy Tahoe that we borrowed from the academy. And at that point, it was decided that we would turn the black Charger into a recruiting vehicle. I think some of you may have seen it around. It's we got a special wrap put on the vehicle to highlight, the Navajo Police Department and our attempts to recruit more officers. And at that point, Chief Francisco took over driving the silver Charger. And really that concludes the report. I mean, I don't know what else I can say about that. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief New. So you said that was purchased with general funds, and what was the other pot of money?
Special revenue funds?
Special revenue funds. And the special revenue funds, is that the gaming funds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, committee members, the report has been provided to us here by Chief Noon regarding the black Dodge Charger and the silver Dodge Charger. Are there any questions or comments for Chief Noon?
Madam Chair? Vice Chair.
Mr. Otto, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noon, for that report. The funds or the units, currently the status of it, one, we know that it's converted to a recruiting vehicle. And my concern is showing a nice car to get people to recruit onto Navajo, Navajo police officer, but them getting to become an officer and then them not getting a unit of that type to drive. I'm not too sure what type of message that sends, but I think that really need to maybe find a way to utilize those vehicles to the fullest with the Navajo Nation Police Department, maybe geared to traffic and highway safety, so that they could stop individuals speeding on the Navajo Nation roads. Myself coming in from Window Rock, from Tuba City to Window Rock, or whichever route I take, depending on the coming in, I always see panels on the road, on Highway 264, even in Tuba City, it's the police panels. But, you have the police panels carrying out traffic duties. And the silver Charger, I would really like to see those to be maybe showcased for, highway safety, traffic safety, so that, to remind people to slow down. And not only in the district of, maybe in Window Rock, I'm not too sure if those two units are being housed here, but, maybe to move the vehicle out to other agencies so that, they could be utilized there too. I know that officers who are commissioned are assigned to a police district, but maybe a Navajo highway safety, like a highway patrol atmosphere could be created so that they could target highway safety on the Navajo Nation roads across the Navajo Nation. And I think that that's something that we could definitely look at. That way, the police officers pertaining to that are driving the patrols could really look at other areas such as the crime areas and things like that. but I think we could utilize those vehicles to initiate a Navajo Nation highway patrol, so that we have new recruits that come on just for that purpose, to provide highway safety and patrolling the speeds on here on the Navajo Nation. I always call Highway 264 coming in to Window Rock the Indy 500 race. Every morning you have speeders coming in from the west of Highway 264, or even from Gallup. And the average speed that I have seen on leaving Window Rock and coming into Window Rock is about 65 miles per hour. That's about the average speed. And I know that it's not 65 miles per hour once you come into St. Michael's. But, this makes you think, but I think that's how we could utilize those two patrol units to gear to highway safety, and to try to catch Navajo citizens who are speeding, breaking the speed limit laws. And that's just my thought of it. I'm glad that you opt out of it. And I think to have patrol officers this geared to highway safety is something that we really need to focus on. And I know you're chief of police now, and if you could look at a plan on that. I know that it's going to cost money. Maybe we could start off with just a proposal, maybe one in each agency. That way we can have a police two police officers, taking up the day shift and mid-afternoon shift, so that they could utilize that vehicle to help with getting people to obey the highway laws. So, and that would require us to purchase another 3 more units, and just to get the program running and see how we could try to enhance that, the Navajo Nation Highway Patrol. That's what I would call it. But right now, we know that the 630 contract is only geared to certain. We can only hire so many officers. But I think this program, if it's newly created, we would have to find additional resources to fund this program, so that we could gear to highway safety and try to go after grants that are utilized for this purpose, for highway safety, and to fund a proposed new entity division or a new program within the police department. So that is my thought here. Thank you very much, and I'm going to go back on mute.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So my question right now is a very simple question, Chief Noon, is in terms of the silver charger, where is that today and who's utilizing the silver charger? Chief Noon, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair. The silver charger, I was actually in the process of converting it into an admin vehicle due to the fact that I've heard some complaints from our fleet personnel, fleet division, about its use, and that was my intention, because right now the black Dodge Charger is grounded and has roughly 150,000 miles on it, and the silver Charger is right at 100,000 miles. I did consider at one point assigning that silver charger to the traffic unit, but the silver charger doesn't have a cage for a prisoner compartment. The thought behind those Dodge Chargers were the thought for the purchase was, for Chief Francisco at the time and myself, having a vehicle that we could use to travel to and from meetings off Navajo, where we didn't draw attention to ourselves and didn't get weighed down, because somebody had their cell phone taken or something of that nature, like if we were driving through Albuquerque, for example. And plus, they were not as expensive as in purchasing a fully equipped Tahoe for patrol, and they were better on gas mileage. So, I mean, those thoughts did go through my mind, but as far as the silver charger goes now, it is here at headquarters. One of our admin staff is using it, and my intention, like I said, is to convert that into an admin unit. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Noon. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Chief Noon, I don't know if you ever sent us, I know that that Delegate Vince James has been asking since 2019, the Special Revenue Fund. That is the fund that the Division of Public Safety receives directly from the gaming enterprises for their contributions. We did ask in 2019 for a copy of how much you guys receive and then the distribution of that special revenue fund. And it was never given to us. And I believe Delegate Vince James inquired about it again in 2020, but there was nothing ever sent to us. And now I'm a little bit, I guess I'm a little bit surprised that the special revenue funds was used to purchase 2 Dodge Chargers for yourself and then also the former chief of police. So in terms of the special revenue funds, what I would like to know is how much do you guys get from special revenue since 2019? How much have you gotten? And then also what is the fund management plan for that special revenue, for those special revenue funds? And what have you guys been spending those funds on? If we can get a report on that, I know you probably will need some time to gather that information. So if we perhaps could get a report on that on the 24th. I don't know if that will give you enough time to put together that information. I know that you have Deputy Chief Red Horse, who is very, very good at putting these kinds of reports together as he demonstrated during the budget session, which I'm still in awe with, by the way, because he did such a fantastic job. I will say that I think it's important that we have a full understanding of that special revenue fund. And then also how it gets dispersed out to the various districts, and then what those funds are used for. So if we could get that information and a report on the 24th regarding that, Chief Noon. So with that,
yes.
members, I'm sorry, Chief Noon, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna, I apologize. I was gonna clarify that we didn't use all the funds for both of those vehicles. It was just portions of the fund plus the funds that we already had in our general fund account. And I can actually have Deputy Chief Red Horse give you a verbal report now. He's prepared, and we can also submit a report on the 24th, a written report as well.
Thank you for that, Chief Noon. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. We do have a motion and a second that was established to hear this report. Motion was made by Vice Chair Otto So, second by Delegate Vince James. Since there are no other questions or no other comments, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to call for a roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Otto, how do you vote?
To agree.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Otto, votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James, votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So, votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Great.
Thank you, Honorable Edmund Yazi, votes green. With that, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, Chief Noon, we appreciate your time and we appreciate you giving us this report and update on the vehicles. Thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing from you again on the 24th.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 3 under report C. I'm sorry, it's C. Report from Mr. Michael Henderson, Director for the Navajo Nation Department of Criminal Investigations, and Ms. Racita Toddy, regarding the HR classification and the pay manager for the Department of Personnel Management. I'm sorry, it's regarding the job vacancies for criminal investigations. Do we have Mr. Michael Henderson and Ms. Racita Toddy on the line?
Madam Chair, Law and Order Committee, this is Michael Henderson, Director of Criminal Investigation.
Thank you for being on the line, Director Henderson. Do we have anybody from DPM on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Racita Toddy. I am on the line along with Farron Garcia with Department of Personnel Management. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Farron Garcia.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy, and also Mr. Garcia for being on the line. So with that, I believe Ms. Toddy and also Mr. Henderson, you both have presented to this committee before. So I have read the rules, the procedures that we follow here at Law and Order Committee. Before I ask if you have any questions regarding the procedure, I'd like to ask committee members, can I get a motion and a second for this report? Report 3, motion made by Delegate Eugene So, second by Vice Chair Otto So. So with that, Mr. Director Henderson and also Ms. Toddy, do you have any questions regarding the procedure before I turn the floor over to you?
I don't, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Toddy?
Madam Chair, I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Henderson and Ms. Toddy. They both will share 20 minutes to talk about the job vacancies for criminal investigations. Upon completion, if you could just let me know that you're done so we can turn the floor over to committee members for questions. So with that, Director Henderson and Ms. Toddy, and also Mr. Garcia, the floor is yours.
Good morning. This is Michael Henderson, Director of Criminal Investigations, Madam Chair, also Vice Chair, and the rest of the Law and Order Committee, and all colleagues and the listeners from the Zoom or telephone communications. What I can tell you about our vacant criminal investigation positions are we currently have 19 vacant positions, and we have 49 positions that are full for a total of 68 positions. So given a little history, back in 2009, the delegated director of the time abolished 11 positions due to funding issues. And so back in 2009, there was 43 filled positions under the department and 8 vacant positions for a total of 51 positions in the Department of Criminal Investigations. 10 years after that, in 2019, the delegated director of the time reestablished 9 positions. However, it didn't come with the funds. There was no funds for those positions that were created back in 2019. So without the fundings, there were 9 positions that were created. And 4 senior criminal investigator positions and 5 criminal investigator positions were created for a total of 9 positions at that time. And which the count for that time frame was 46 filled positions and 21 vacant positions for a total of 67 positions in 2019 from 51 positions in 2009. And in 2020, there was a senior office specialist position that was created with the Window Rock District, and which tallied up to 49 filled positions in 2020, and with a 19 vacant positions for the department, totaling 68 positions in 2020. In 2021, we had 52 filled positions and 16 vacant positions for that total of 68 positions. And in 2022, we dropped back down to 49 filled positions and currently have 19 vacant positions for the same total amount of 68 for the year. And out of that 19 vacant positions, we have 1 evidence technician that is currently the PAF is being processed for hire of that evidence technician position. And we also have 1 position in that is going through the background process to be hired into that position. And then we have 1 a referral that we're waiting on from DPM for a position. And then we have 1 JVA to be submitted to DPM for those vacant positions. And real quickly, some of the, before I turn the time over to Ms. Toddy from DPM, some of the changes in the referrals between DPM and DPS in conducting the assistance or the assessments are kind of like one of the hangups in the process of the hiring process. And also the JVA being submitted to DPM is a little prolonged, and I think, and then waiting for the referrals back from DPM to the department is also a little prolonged. And the completion of the background, since these are sensitive positions, that also prolongs the process to an extent. The some of the timely and processing of these positions in the hiring process, all that is it kind of takes a little long because of these lengthy prolong in the process in the hiring. So in a nutshell, that's our current status for these vacant positions in criminal investigations. And I will take some questions after I turn the time over to Ms. Toddy. But before I do that, let me just add that we have some civilian positions that are going through the process of upgrading their salaries, and those are just some issues that we have ran into are like the performance appraisals, and that has not been it hadn't been kept up to date for several years, and it has become a stumbling block to giving our civilian staff a pay raise. And because of those performance evaluations from the years past, and these step increases that have been prolonged because of those. So now we're having these step increases and the pay in the legislative process with Ms. Tapahi, the principal advocate with the legislative branch. So that's the current status on that. And I'm going to turn some time over, the rest of the time over to Ms. Toddy to have them cover some of the vacant positions with criminal investigations and perhaps some of the problems that they experience over on their end. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Law and Order Committee.
Thank you, Director Henderson. Ms. Toddy?
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Law and Order Committee. I did submit a request on behalf of our recruitment section this morning, and there is a slight discrepancy. Our reports show that there are 18 vacant positions. So I'm thinking that the one position might be that the position that they're currently submitting a PIF for. However, each time a position is vacated, we do, and a personnel action form is submitted, then it does reflect the exact number of vacant positions. One of the things I noted on our report or the memo was that of the 18 vacant positions, there's only 5 that are fully funded, and the remaining 13 are partially funded. And based on our report, we show that there were 2 positions that were recently vacated in August of 2020. And we did not receive any applications for one, which is a senior office specialist. And the other is another senior office specialist. We received 3 applications, but none of those applicants met the requirements for the position. We show that there are there are 8 positions that have not been advertised, and these are those that are not fully funded. So I'm thinking that maybe because of the funding, they're not submitting a job vacancy announcement. And some of these have been vacant since 2019. So that's the status of the report. As far as the length of time it's taking to complete qualification assessments and referrals has been hindered now for about 2-3 months because of lack of staffing. We only have 2 individuals that are currently within that section, but we did recently hire another individual and leaving us with 1 more vacancy. So as far as the vacancy report, I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Mr. Garcia to see if he has anything else to add. And I can also provide an update regarding the civilian positions and the concern with their step increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Law and Order Committee. This is Farron Garcia with Department of Personnel. I am the Human Resource Recruitment Manager. Right now, as Ms. Toddy stated, yes, that is correct. We are in a concurrence with the information that she has provided. At this time, yes, we currently have myself and another employee that's currently completing all assessments, all JVAs, all the advertisements for the whole entire Navajo Nation. currently right now, and there's only 2 of us that are taking care of that, and we're trying to we are working diligently at this point in time to get those completed. We're pretty much working even through lunch times to get this completed, as well as working after hours to get them completed. And at this point in time, unfortunately, I have not yet to see any documentation for advertising. If that documentation has been sent based upon the verification of funds, we're more than happy to expedite those advertisements as soon as possible to get them completed. According to the assessments, right now with the high sensitive positions that are currently being advertised, yes, we do get those completed diligently. We do expedite that process for all programs to get them taken care of. And at this point in time, yes, we are trying to get our positions taken care of as well, so we can have additional staff to take care of the additional assessments. So at this point in time, with what Ms. Toddy has mentioned, is what we have currently working with at this point. Thank you.
Okay, the other concern that was brought up by Mr. Henderson was an issue with the salaries for the civilian staff. It is correct that one of the things that is hindering the processing or submission of the step increase recommendations is that they have outstanding EPAFs for several years back. And that is one of the criteria in order for one to be eligible for a step increase. We did meet with Mr. Henderson's office last month, and we did discuss this issue of the performance appraisals, and we did send them a listing of all the outstanding appraisals for the civilian staff as well as the commissioned staff. And I will be checking with my staff to see if we received any more appraisal forms for those that are lacking. And I do realize that some of the outstanding EPAFs are prior to Mr. Henderson's directorship with the Department of Criminal Investigations. The other thing he brought up was that there is proposed legislation going through the process to possibly put the criminal investigation civilian staff on the commissioned law enforcement salary schedule. I have not seen that legislation come through the process yet, so we have not provided any comments to that on that legislation. One thing I would like to point out is that, and I did mention to Mr. Henderson, is that this would create some pay inequities for the entire Navajo Nation, because the civilian staff are being paid at the same rate as any other civilian staff or support staff within their respective divisions. So I did get a copy of the legislation, but I haven't seen the information on the comment period yet. So if I can reach out to the legislative staff to find out whether or not that's now going through the review process for comments, and then we will provide our comments at that time. Thank you. That's the extent of my response. Thank you.
Director Henderson, Ms. Toddy, does that complete your presentation at this time?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, a report has been provided to us at this time regarding the the criminal investigators, the pay raise, as well as the hiring process. Are there any questions or comments regarding this report? A motion was established. Motion was made by Eugene So, second by Vice Chair Otto So. Committee members?
Madam Chair. Sure.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Yes, one area is that I guess my concern is we have criminal investigators out there that are struggling even just to get a day off, being burnt out and so forth. And I got concerns from the field, yes, from the boots on the ground. I don't want to say what agency or anything, but it really makes me think about management and how they're trying to take care of this issue. But you're burning out employees who are trying to get a couple of days off. And I'm just wondering how the Director Henderson, is addressing this matter, because maybe I think that we really need to make sure that we don't burn out our criminal investigators, and see if some sort of revolving, alternating shift could be proposed until we sort of get relief to officers that are really looking for time off. And that's just some of my thoughts, because if you have someone that's willing to come over, cover a shift for another agency for one shift or so, just to give relief to a CI officer, that would help. Or maybe Mr. Henderson himself can create, or Mr. Henderson himself can take over that shift for that officer, so he could give his officers a break. You would think that as a manager, you would look at things of that nature once and try to relieve and not have employees burn out. And that is one of my main concerns. And then I'm glad that Ms. Toddy's information pertaining to the breakdown of the officers and that has been put on DPM or in the advertisement. And I'm looking at the advertisement right now and for the Navajo Nation. And it doesn't say criminal investigation or anything. It just talks about public safety telecommunication officer, public safety communication officer, senior information technician, public safety telecommunication officers, police recruits. Then I go to Division of Public Safety again, medical investigator. Maybe that's what he's that's what they're talking about. The chief medical investigator, the medical examiner, the statistic technician, demographic. Oh, I don't see criminal investigation officer at this time being hired or being advertised. And I'm not too sure what the collaboration is between the DPM and criminal investigation, but just by looking at the current job vacancy list, it indicates that there's no criminal investigator position that's being advertised. Maybe that's one of those positions that's not funded yet. but internally, my concern is the officers that are on call, that you know, or on that are being burnt, you know, burnout. This is what I'm looking at, employee burnout. And I'm just wondering how Mr. Henderson is addressing this matter, because I know he is in the director or the director for criminal investigation, but you know, with the amount of criminal investigators you have, how are you maneuvering the nahalit ala nahanila, try to help each other agency, to help other agencies out, to try to not have employee burnouts happen. Because one thing is that if burnouts happen on employees, one thing's on their mind is, I'm too tired, and are they properly alert to do their job? And the safety concern is what we're looking at. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, there was a police officer that was on duty, and an officer didn't come in, and he went back on duty again, and coming back from that shift, he got into an accident there in Del Muerto area, right before Del Muerto and between Del Muerto and Chinle. And he was fatigued. And, you know, Lord and behold, you know, we lost an officer due to fatigueness. And it really makes me think that, made me thought, you know, wonder what did at the time, the police chief do? Why is burnout happening? And in this case right now, burnouts are happening within corrections or criminal investigation. And I really would like to have the CI director speak to this, because, you know, even though the police department is under a, how can I say, you know, a command structure, you know, captain, and, you know, their command structure. But, you know, overall, you know, what will happen if a criminal investigator gets too much fatigue and gets in that predicament, or we may lose him or run off into an arroyo or ravine and hurt himself. You know, take him out of commission for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Who's going to pick up the slack? I'm sure the director is not going to say, "Oh, I'll go take up that shift." But I'm hoping that he would, a director would. But I don't think that would happen in the current structure. So employee burnouts, how are you trying to fix that and resolve that? Because those officers have families also. Just like having the director say you're gonna work all day today and all night tonight. And I don't think that would happen. Say I don't work for you. Well, I'm not sure I should have done it. You don't have to answer to you. That's what he's gonna say. So he then he's allowed. I didn't this the car. I the whole house. Edi halit ala arba hayado ke desti jo. Ako ibanan jo de ido to pestans da to hadit ada che de ta limi to kodo ya kodo ye de indalista. I don't understand. So the other issue is that I guess the on-call position, our CI has been on call. I'm beginning to realize that they are donating their time to be on call. What is the protocol for being on call? Are they being paid their wage for the time that they're being on call? I know that when health officials are on call, when they're on call, they get certain pay, not the full amount of hours, but certain hours. Maybe for instance, maybe like $6-7. It's not their full wage, just to be on call. But when they're put on call, when they're called in, that's when their pay kicks in, their overtime. And wanted to see what is the mechanism that we have for our police officers that are on call, for our criminal investigators who are put on call. Adonda I'm study that the PAF that you have spoken about is not is the responsibility of the program. And I do agree with you that if that is the requirement by law, they need to get that done. And whether it's the former director or this director, Mr. Henderson, you still need to get it done. They're being paid for it. So my thinking is, why is it that the ball was dropped? That reflects the administration, the division director. But that's just some of my thoughts. Because a lot of these people, whether they're civilian or regular commission officers, they do deserve these pay increases or bonuses that is there. But Mr. Henderson, get your management to finish up these evaluation, these key or employee performance appraisals. Give them deadlines, get them moving. Without so don't need. It sounds like personnel is saying, I'm not too sure, just by the report, personnel is saying is that before we do this, you have to finish this. And she's saying you haven't done that yet. So that puts the burden back on criminal investigation. The legislation is still being drafted. I commend the team for wanting this for their civilian employees. That just shows that our criminal investigation really values their civilian employees. Give them the same wage of what the adequate wage for our contract employees. You're fighting for that equal pay. I'd like to commend you guys. This is what personnel is supposed to be doing. Find that equal pay. I think the secretary makes about $8 an hour. Guarantee you, no other division director or program is trying to get their the equal pay out there. But I'm thankful that criminal investigation is thinking about equity and utilizing their dollars internally to pay for this. And I've seen the proposal, and the proposal indicates that they will be utilized. There is money available for them. Not getting the money elsewhere. But I think that so many salary studies have been made for certain things, and I think overall, a lot of this should be starting from the employment division that takes care of the hiring process. Maybe that's the reason why public safety wants to start hiring wants to take over their own hiring process, their own personnel. And the Department of Justice was once talking about this at one time. And maybe from DPM's point, Ms. Toddy, how are you trying to help with this overall across the board for the Navajo Nation? Try to provide equal pay or adequate pay for Navajo employees at this time. Whether a proposal has to be brought to the council, or maybe within the other 638 budgets that, these budgets may have monies in there. But though I see Diego up in Napa, I think that if Department of Personnel Management, if you're in charge of hiring people and things like that, and you see the numbers of people applying, and you've seen the numbers of people not wanting to work for the nation, you would try to look at ways to improve the hiring process. And right now, all they can do is say that to criminal investigation on that portion for equal pay. Thank you for thinking of that for your employees, because you're the only division that's doing that right now, or the only program that's doing that now. And I guarantee you, when this passes the council's budget or the council's the council floor, other programs are going to jump on the bandwagon to say, "Hey, Nahisha that is only even koko ahota." And I think that again, that should be personnel's job to try to find that equal employment pay for our citizens. Just like, for instance, you go to the city of Flagstaff, the minimum wage there is set at $15 an hour. I think that's what it was, $12 or something cents an hour, and the city has mandated an additional $3 or something like that, and so the minimum amount is $15. And minimum wage in Flagstaff is $15 and something cents. But the federal minimum wage is set at a certain amount. And then you have the Arizona state minimum wage. Then you have the New Mexico, and then Utah. How do you come to the middle? Determine a Navajo Nation minimum wage. That's what our division directors or Department of Personnel Management should be looking at. We know that there's discrepancies for minimum wage in New Mexico and Utah and Arizona. Then you have the federal minimum wage standards. But what I'm getting to is that why isn't it that our program is not creating our own minimum wage amount? We indicate in print on tribal sovereignty our editors should be able to come up with a number. I look at this minimum wage standard. I'm not too sure if this is up to par right now. It says, it's 2016, out of date. So, but what I'm getting to is that personnel there. I just saying, let's just go with it. It's already in the law and so forth. And Elite, just going with the flow. There's no aggressiveness to say, let's improve the employment. Let's try to get people to come back to the nation. I remember starting work at $3.75 an hour. Or no, 35 cents an hour. As you should get in there. You guys probably started, a lot of people started probably with less than that when for their minimum wage. But how do you improve that to try to attract good employment here on the nation? People don't want to apply because of the amount, and with personnel, Ms. Toddy, what recommendation have you made, or any proposals that have been brought to the council or to the oversight committee to increase or to have our own minimum wage standards? Department of Personnel Management Director, although you have the division director, which you answer to, and I think that is Ms. Fowler. So there any type of plans that was in place for this current administration? Because being on this administration and the last administration, I have not seen anything. Everything pertaining to the salary increases for public safety has been the initiative from the public safety themselves. Committee had to give directives to Division of Personnel Management to implement it ASAP when the commission officers increases were directed. Basically, out that's just how I see it from here. But your program should be able to do these things and say, hey, let's go improve this thing. Let's talk to this program and how can we do this? Or doing it overall, starting off with the whole thing. Maybe starting off with one category, the secretaries across the Navajo Nation. Do a salary study for the secretaries, across the board. What is the average amount of salary the secretaries make within our region? Whether it's our border towns or our neighboring tribes, or where is it at? That way you have a high rating, medium rating, and a low starting rating. And then that could be determined. That way you have an amount of salary determined for being a secretary. I think on the Navajo Nation it's secretary 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know what their rates are, but they try to go and work elsewhere. You can go to Winter Rock and you can go to McDonald's and Winter Rock and make more than the starting salary on the Navajo Nation. Criminal investigation. Thank you for thinking of that for your employees, and don't have anybody stop you, because you're fighting for your employees for that adequate pay. Well, somebody in management should be doing that. That is overseeing personnel. Oh, this is case. Maybe we can turn the tables around and reduce the cost reduce the employment hourly rates for our managers and do the increases for the lower amount, lower salary employees. Maybe that's the solution. I know that based on the Ishna, but somewhere we have to start looking in the overall for quality and for pay. And public safety, you have demonstrated that with the commission officers. And I know that you had opposition, and I was there when the opposition was there. But you guys got it done. And now, since criminal investigation is talking about the equality for the criminal investigation, I think, that same type of mentality should be spread across to all public safety. Even the janitor there needs to raise. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Director Henderson.
Madam Chair,
Delegate Eugene So, go ahead. The floor is yours.
it's not really pertaining to, but just because of that regards, I got an individual that is on the police department has been coming to my door requesting when he's hearing when he that's no, he's a police. I think he was with running the Chinle district or he was CI. But he just came up to me the other day and he's waiting on when they're going to decide if they're going to be invested. I don't know. So he's been waiting for that. He said for almost now 3 or 4 years, and my I think I might just be terminated for good. No. Okay, I just have to say I've been done. He couldn't know the person now. So that's a question that one of the officers here has been suggesting. I guess he is somehow that's a whole out of it. They heard they did the hearing, and I think to decide where he's headed next, but he still is waiting for that. Whatever is going to happen to him. So if they're going to be reinstated. Okay, there, yeah. I've been trying to figure out. I was going to say something during Delmar come in, but he didn't show up. So even now, Madam Chair, if it's not, if this is all right, but I wish I could know why this guy that he got the bar at the whole other thing down. They had a hearing, and then he's trying to wait for what's going to happen. But as also, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Director Henderson and Ms. Toddy to address the concerns and the questions that have been posed by the Law and Order Committee members. Director Henderson, Ms. Toddy, the floor is yours.
Vice Chair, and I didn't kirigi. The question about burnouts. What are we doing about it from criminal investigations? I want to say first of all that I visit all the districts every quarter of each year. Every quarter, and I meet with the criminal investigation staff and the civilian staff. Without the supervisors, one of the things that has not come up that in my visits to these districts and speaking with the investigators, the civilian staff, I haven't come across any complaints or any information about not being denied leave. I have not come across that. So as far as I know, in my meetings with all the supervisors themselves, I haven't come across any information from them either that any of the staff is denied any kind of leave. So as far as my information is that everybody is taking their share of leaves, and that's reflected when I look at the master timesheet at every pay period. I sign off on those the master timesheets, and when I look at the leave hours, the annual leave and the sick leave hours, I mean, it's majority of them are not excessive, which tells me that they do take leave. So, yeah, on this case, and as far as addressing burnouts, na nishtaisi to chon ida to da nida I see the kwabini nashoditi shin sekesi hodilti shitsi hodilti the don nihligi then to let this sita akodo be bikidni ti o ta o ale shinan tai no hlenigi to ade daisnol tsagi dinal nishe ani yad ehonal nishto yad ehonagado lishto be ba huiliado be bikidniti ebenina ko trahen nashta khota bidatil agido yansda kesigido duikida ti hoda nanish bekaisens open up this kido be in the wheelna of the. And then as far as this no job vacancy announcements for criminal investigators, yeah, we have not submitted some JVAs right now. Just one of the senior criminal investigators had just retired again. The personal action form is still going through the process. Ato vacate ilneta. The vacate iliago to. Ije to das to the shane that the announced now the investigator position. I call auto and that the on call monies for being on call. Jo ya large because ani because the overtime do ni base upon then overtime do yeligi comp time now long compensatory time. To bitch wheel abe ade nal nishe. If they do overtime, jo ade nal sosi ha ye hata yinil. Kon de behas ani bikaho process del. Di behas ani inno jo di kwaena nish iliagi. 80 hours beyond 80 hours bitch and dod yeligi. say based upon Londolish. John based upon the joke a compensatory time. I don't know about latch it though. AD ikinash nishigi overtime. A quite journal so space so the base case in the hot out though body yakin deho quite process but didn't. They call based upon Lonigi, based on other but Ohagi jo a see without a low. Bash that neatness, the Naha based on it ahagi. Ahilt about Sunday so I would say that the overtime either lishigi. It's called Ahilt about but Sunday nesto bash that not the ye chios either lishigi. Hot abandel, basil nelsto. I don't the performance evaluations. Khalid au a yad to shada bahadat then hashit au aid to yahin data jo. Edani le ashtlaat nach regodat not adich na dinach redoshte ashtlaat nach redoshte na kitzat nach redoshte la adabo ebni na aqaat ato yam hat anchi zash shindo hat anchi hut ende shashin jo eya andi adg de e qua ich anken ditsi akodisha na nishigi civilian staff gi ad ra di ade shlaat tahna dina khayata bichni ilya bichetet ana ta ed andi di jid bikha bichen da ilya are na kha bikha yal bina hit bibch salado leshe jo ayin kobeni na joban sik khat ala ya edi خشت أيدي نيشو هات على كيدو الوشلا بالناتج جو ابني نا أيدي كوه هنا أني نخليني legislatures نخليني جو نهي تاتون نيت آدو نهي تقولي بالناتج أيدي قد كنا هو الجش. And I also want to say that I want to go back to the question about the burnout. I want to say that from a management standpoint, we have the 638 contract of criminal investigation services that we provide to the Navajo Nation. However, at the same time, we have been deemed the responsibility of certifying causes and manner of death on the Navajo Nation. Deaths occurring outside the hospital, accidental deaths, suicides, natural cause deaths, undetermined deaths, along with the criminal deaths. And this, the only funding we get is through the contract for providing criminal investigation services for the Navajo people. However, on the other hand, in certifying these causes and manner of death, we don't get any fundings for those. It doesn't come with fundings. However, we still perform those responsibilities. In performing those responsibilities every year, it takes up 48% of our caseloads. These determining these causes of death, determining these manner of deaths that are non-criminal. 48% of our caseload, we focus our man hours and the monies that we get through the contracts and from the general funds autopsy cost takes a lot. And the overtimes, the mileages, these take up a lot of costs. So when we talk about burnouts, this extra duty in certifying causes and manner of death that are non-criminal, those are the ones that are very worrisome to our personnel. And I worry about their burnout. Being exposed to death 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Yona isnao. Benina do'o washta. So one of the things that that currently we are doing from management is we've requested a technical assistance from BIA, Office of Justice Service, to help us in addressing this, certifying these causes and manner of deaths that are non-criminal. And that would be the immediate goal for us, is to get that technical assistance from BIA to deal with that. The long-term goal, of course, is coming up in 2024, when our contract, when is renewed, when it comes to an end and it's time for renewal. Right now, for the past couple of years, we have been gearing up here in management to address, requesting for more funds. Every time in the past 20 years that we've requested increase of funds at the end of our renewals of our contracts, we've always been given 4.3 million. We've been requesting to increase, to have that increase to at least over 7 million, so that we can replenish the funds for our vacant positions and some, to add on more people, to add on more investigators for the Navajo people. And that hasn't happened yet. Each time we submit it for over 7 million, they cut it back down to the 4 million. And that's what we have been operating on. Kadeya, for the past few years, we have been gearing up to do the renegotiation. We've changed and improved our way of collecting data to support it. We've been improving our personnel policies and procedures within the department. We've been having a lot of these preparations going on, so we can present these by next year. When we get all this document, when we get all this whole thing together, then the plan is to present it to our Law and Order Committee and ask them for their support in our renegotiation to get more money, to get more personnel for our department. In a nutshell, that's what I want to share with you. And also regarding Honorable Eugene So's questions, his question about an individual that's trying to come back on the job, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of anybody that is in that situation from the Department of Criminal Investigation. I think that might be something relating to the police department. So that much I can respond to. I'll turn the rest of the time answer questions to Ms. Toddy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Henderson. Ms. Toddy?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, for the questions with relation to the plans or what the Department of Personnel Management is doing regarding the equal pay for equal work. We do have plans to conduct a salary study. The last one that was conducted was right before COVID hit, and now those numbers are obsolete. So we're looking at proposing another salary study for the entire nation. And that'll include all of the divisions. And so that's our plan for now. And we did get a COA or a legislative concern regarding the pay, which has been an issue for the Navajo Nation for quite some time. With respect to what is DPM doing to address the minimum wage rate for the Navajo Nation, we have begun to compile our numbers since August regarding the minimum wage that is being paid throughout the United States for each of the 50 states. And based on that information, what we did come up with was a plan to address the minimum wage for the Navajo Nation. Currently, our minimum wage for the Navajo Nation is at $9.34 as of fiscal year 2022. And we did a comparison of the three states or three other states that are within the Navajo Nation, which is the state of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Arizona in 2022 was at $12.80. New Mexico is at $11.50, and the state of Utah is at $7.25. So $7.25 was the minimum wage for a majority of the states. 30 of them have adopted the minimum wage higher than the minimum wage is higher than the $7.25. We still have like 20 states that are currently at the $7.25 rate. So to address the minimum wage for the Navajo Nation, what we were proposing was to phase the minimum wage in two phases. Phase one would be to bring up the minimum wage to $11. And we were looking at possibly this fiscal year. So however, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that until next fiscal year. So that would be bringing up the rate up to $11 an hour. And we've got three grades, grade 54, grade 55, that are below the $11 amount. I thought 56, I forgot that 56 is more than $11. So in order to bring those grades up to the $11 rate, it's going to cost about $614,396.72. I am calculating the rates now for with the new 5% GWA that was included as or approved by the council, effective as of 10/1. Our phase would be to bring the minimum wage up to $13 an hour. And the cost for that.
Hello?
Hello? This is Teresita. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Miss Toddy.
Okay, thank you. So the total cost to implement the, or to bring minimum wage up to $13 an hour would be at $1,285,846.79. Again, I am working on adjusting the rate to include the recent 5% GWA that was approved. So these rates will be changing. So we are currently working on these two projects, the proposed salary study, as well as the increase in the minimum wage amount, or the setting the minimum wage for the Navajo Nation. So we have presented this information to the Vice Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. However, because of the pending budget approval, we have not rescheduled a meeting with him. I am currently working with, or the Department of Personnel Management, which includes our HR Director, Thomasita Woody, as well as Dr. Fowler, our Division Director for the Division of Human Resources. So those are the plans that we have for this fiscal year, and I believe our timeline for the salary study is the first quarter. So we are working on preparing the information to present to our oversight. So those are what we have in planned for this fiscal year to address the pay inequities and to look at the comparability. With respect to the Department of Criminal Investigations, I believe that the information that was provided to us based on the scope of work was that their funding source is recommending that their salaries be either comparable or greater than what the federal government is paying their support staff. And from reviewing the information, anytime we do a salary study, our studies should include organizations with that are performing comparable jobs, and we have a local and regional area that we compare our rates with. And even with the federal government, anytime we're looking at the salary schedules, we're looking at the rest of the United States and their salary schedule. So I have begun to look at that information and comparing it to what we currently are paying, as well as we're looking, in addition to the pay rates, we also look at the positions and the level of responsibility. So what I see in those, I'm seeing that our office specialists, which used to be the secretary 1, 2, and 3, we have a office specialist and a senior office specialist, and in some cases those titles would go to up to an administrative assistant or an administrative service officer. And so there's multiple levels, and depending on the kind of work being performed by each position, we have to compare it with like positions. So that's another part of the salary study that usually takes place when we do a job comparability or a salary study. So those are things that we're currently working on. And as Vice Chair So did indicate that there are other departments within the Division of Public Safety that we've worked with on pay adjustments for, which is the Commissioned Law Enforcement Officers. We did complete a study for the Fire and Rescue Services. And we do have a request from the Emergency Medical Services program that we're working on currently. So in situations where our salaries are not competitive, then programs are able to submit a request for a comparability study, and based on our findings, then we would be able to make adjustments in the pay grades that are assigned. So the salary study that we are currently working on or proposing will hopefully bring our rates up to a more competitive rate. So that's what I would like to report to you today. And the last thing that was mentioned was the step increases for the Department of Criminal Investigations. And we did meet with Mr. Henderson regarding the outstanding performance appraisals for the employees, as he mentioned earlier. And once the step increase or the appraisals are submitted, there are some employees that could be eligible. So the appraisals are a 12-month period, and the submission schedule for the appraisals are 60 days after the individual's anniversary date. And from there, they have another 30 days to submit a recommendation for a step increase or a merit pay bonus. So looking at that, we did submit them or forward a copy of the outstanding EPAF report to them on September 16th so that they can bring their staff up to date. There are a few of them that are that may be eligible for a step increase. It's depending on their overall rating. It either has to be at significantly exceed standards or outstanding. Anyone who has a meet standards is not eligible for a step increase or a merit pay bonus. So we are working with them, and I can do a follow-up with Mr. Henderson on their progress regarding the report that we submitted to them. So this will conclude my report. If there are any other questions, I am available to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Toddy. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding this report?
Madam Chair,
So the floor is yours.
Årets tidning lite not all katon den all snabbehendlig med salary and say. And there it was I have set for one division. I've been looking at the division and all the departments within that division. Most of them has a conflicting kind of population. Where the duties and responsibilities kind of overlap, and especially in regards to enforcement, fish and wildlife and forestry, and EPA, grazing, and resource enforcement, and what else? It gives also gives citation. These are those some situations in the division have to have the plan of work because of duties and responsibility, their authority over that one, over the other one. I was always thinking if I was division director, I would put it all in the one. But I pay for it, so your chong either. So all I do chong either, and then, but that one would have to modify the employees. But at the same time, would have be more money. So okay, there you are about this case, but again, a few years back when the pandemic hit, and President Ned was working only with a few hands. They said they can do better with a few hands and with all the hands that he got. I can work. That's what he found out. So, but there was a question, what would happen? What would he do if he can only use a few instead of having 1,000 or 2,000 people that come in? And all the divisions, some areas deleted where the government can work, also still work. So that's what he was saying at that time. Did the Navajo Nation government ever had that kind of a thought, or they're just trying to get a lot of people to work no matter how they're needed, what they're needed for? Okay, yeah, I always think about it. And in this case, we can put more policemen out here because we forgot to parent our young kids that the crime is raising, as at the same time that we need more policemen. But yeah, that's what the race is all about now. We're racing. So it's over in this case, and now a lot of our younger generation had already recognized the outside world, and they're competing all right out there, so they don't really need to come back now at this time, because we don't have the money to give them, because they're making over 100,000 something, 200,000 a year, and they're comfortable with that outside, where the Navajo Nation can't give them anything. Besides, we don't know where to get money no more. But I say, sometimes I feel like the gold mine is the road 191, 2604, and all the other roads that crisscross the Navajo Nation, because everybody is speeding. If we give $100 to everyone, if the policeman would stop everybody for $500, and that would be a gold mine right there. But we don't do that. And there's a lot of other ways we can make money on the reservation. That we don't really beautify the Navajo Nation the way it should stand. Like right now out there in this rain, you could see a lot of beautiful stuff out there, grass, all the Hayudo water, etc. It's beautiful out there. And if we can have the donation like this, we can have more tourist attraction. Where we can get more money, so we can have more hire more employees in some areas where we really need it. So it seems that all the money is not where we really need it. They're not really or needed on the reservation. But in cases where we really need it, we don't really magnify and put employees in those areas. So I don't know who does that kind of a study all across the money and who can make that study where the money is going, and some might be just going into the hole. Some might be doing a good job if they are really needed, but just in getting a few pennies. But that's how I always look at Navajo Nation. I wish they could really look at the nation where we need the money, where we can get money. And so it's all about just kidding. It's looking right here at us, but we don't really see it sometimes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys heard me. Lorraine, did you guys hear me?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, sorry about that. I must have been on mute. I did ask, are there any other questions or comments from committee members at this time regarding the report?
Madam Chair, Doug, so,
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
thank you very much. Just wanted to go back to Director Henderson. Earlier, you indicated that you go to the districts and you talk to the criminal investigators and staff and whatever, and you said, I thought this didn't mean pertaining to burnout, but again, you talked about the work that they do pertaining to the investigation, whether it's to determine the death of a crime and taking on a whole different responsibility, which at this time that responsibility is given to the criminal investigation by an executive order. Today you have that executive order that authorizes you to determine the criminal investigation to determine the cause of death, whether it's criminal or not. But today that policy is still in place. So meaning that you spoke about burnout when you were speaking about that. But earlier you said, oh no, my officers aren't being burnt out. I'm not denying them leave. I'm not doing this. But at the end of the report, you indicated, or to my response, that you indicated that my officers are tired and because of this, because of that. So which is it, Shananta? It just came to my thought. I said, okay. Mr. Henderson told the committee on the record that he goes to all the district and talks to police, to the criminal investigators, and does not, and they don't tell him about anybody being tired or anybody being affected mentally and things like that. But at the end of the report, you say, due to the extra responsibility that has been given to the criminal investigation to determine a cause of death, whether it's criminal or not, and that's done by an executive order. That's done by the executive order was put in place by President Shirley. So that wasn't given to you by
Vice Chair Otto So, I think we may have lost you. Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can hear you.
Okay, Vice Chair Otto So. Last and final call, Vice Chair Otto So. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I believe I also heard Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James, did you have a question?
Madam Chair?
Okay, Vice Chair Otto So, you dropped off there.
I don't know where the heck I was at, but I really hope that the division, the criminal investigator, the director will answer that question. So which is it? You indicated, again, you indicated at the beginning of the report that you go and visit all the off agencies, and the agencies tell you, whether it's Tuba City, Chinley, Shiprock, Winter Rock, and wherever. And you told the committee on record that, oh, no one's getting burnt out. But what the kid, no, the kid, I mean, it didn't need my investigators are getting tired because of the extra responsibility that has been given to them through an executive order, which was in place by the executive branch. Epa, so I'm trying to figure out, are they burning out? Or is there a mental strain on our office? I provided me some information from management that Ash Anne amigos and hidden or this is case even now go. If you were really on it and you said, this is my stance, my employees are not getting burnt out. But at the end, you bring this statement on saying that, oh, they're getting burnt out because of this extra responsibility. 48% of their job is to that issue. So even that's my follow-up question, Mr. Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Delegate Vince James, did you also have a question?
Yeah, Janelle.
Delegate James, the floor is yours, Shanella.
Yeah, Janelle. Ado Nana, members of LOC, Ado Kodo, Director Henderson, Ado Nana, Miss Toddy, Yat Ehako, Quaikit Ea, Nihit Not Neto, Kut En Hito No, Ea in Hicho, Quinzado, or Artleko. Ado na the kitten the need the quigoshi. Aid on need a Kodo Benan Hidish Kitlako. A corn. Dad at the quiz kanda shindi salary study had no baha all day. Ado Hostan then. Ado quite a salary study by Nalte Nahat Nego. I don't have short staff. Ado it's change of division director. Ado department manager. Oversee DPM Donan Anana no. Ado at ikon a pandemic nana. At kote at the salary study at the bayil tier. Ako on that you nedo or that it akot out banal de do bayi kan le ako Shamala Khaje, division director. Dr. Profila Fowler, La Khaje Iya. Ado Shanala Sitsui Shate, Miss Woody Do. Ako Kwanza the whole just it. Da Bahi Zina, the salary study. They Jonathan Ned's vice president, Lynette Da. Ita Bahi Zito Bayil Tieko. At ila do Hashin Neshi. Go ba Nate Enko. At Egila Nan Hins, at Egila Eya Dolce a Neta. Quite get larger, but not the dish kill. I called, oh, you de non nespretesk and has on. Chi dada cohort echo. Ostada and Janon Hilche hat a. Ostada and Jano Dr. Fallon Hilche hat a. Nasoto East Anda Kawashi kohoto nilto ti nilto kutit out ni. Hat no ko. Ati atlahi hot Ashin nay. Shinai. Honorable Tom Chi and Nika Basana o God. No they are yaltiko. Nasot ako de bishpan sa anniklo. Some people etan hiel kaut at the salary study hit neko. Ako nakandal na sheet o hayu. Na na sheet ada has kredo chok at the dole. Rado neada. Abedin that hit ja large at the has tanigi. Kade ona na shitishpi. Kade na hoi sha. Taban je kredo doshis ada. Your old school shit that never now retire slate that. That you know outlaw does del chido, but lo does del show oh you. What na nation leni the whole any hits his what's the link. Go at the quad salary study di nako. Ado nana na chikona AAD kodo but saska has aniki. The kui lights ka. John hot ado ba hosenia. Ako atla the queen genta as lay the queen des the queen achi. But saska has on. Oh, hot oh, hilch eta hat oh, natte, oh, no, na, neshpe ilka. Le the DPM website dappa. I don't also say zeto dappa. I don't live up at the ilia. Not so sad, not I keep it on edelia. I don't handle, she don't lay ultra the ultra has under. I the dog, when yet had the car. Hit that no ko. Over 365 days that are vacant on the local positions. Okay. The Cordoba Yalki Igi, the test and as other Nenigi. At the task as Anish the quiz ka. What about all kaho? Adonana tra gunegi. Cordo Junon, his jada hot. Oh, hey, lady, can I get that base on not the hiki? Quajet. The never kayacha ya hinte, can I get that with beso? What abe the aneshiki, ajo what are the aneshu was aniki quado. Asati. Be has ani hate the lay, asati because at the hale. Oko what are do Ben hitche ha at sehne ela to ha a hol jishla. She dada la pohodo needne. Did anle kinahal good base of ben aneshiki, asati, bet did eya quacha asati ba del yedole. I quachet asati what il indolita no not sauce de delay. Jo coyente. At then, on latte, na begin the yasho. On latte, colzon, by yatki and leco. At then, Zidat Adin Hikodo, Division of Public Safety no Linigi, An his asati tato, Kregot Eya, Quajet Department of Personnel Management, HR of the Navajo Nations, not good for any of the federal funded programs. They're a big obstacle. Chokot A Behanetse. Eya la Quagi la Iha Hojish. Division of Public Safety, Quache. Asati Dika. Asati Quache what Anhil has Ado Lichto, Nene Sha. Eya la Haj. Ada Zelto. Oba na Yosna. Kodo ni. Hot no that's it all quite keeping in that. Oh, na hot, eltoko. At its cost at that Gila at Quajet Asati. They not nation an Hikodo. Tenenal, that Nashigin dish Nestanonal sauce in the Nilik at Anhinda Hosaho, Bigato Leshank at the Cote. By Yelki Dobe, Behil Nahui Nako. At Ashon, Nanes, Putask and has Anne. Ashon Hata Anesto Leshan. Eya Shika a hole Jishako. Quidi Nilto Nene. Kodo Bana the dish killing then. Dick at all put out by Yeltio. Hans our share for Dodge. Naso Sahot out Nado, Ni Sahot out Nanes Nestoli. Or not need only. We're redoing the reorganization chart. Or not how to don't need it. Or Ajaba Nada the Yotna. Upon the end, he's not for Jishako. D. Codon hit the division director. Jesse Dalmore. Edo Dowd. Dr. Fowler. Adonanish. Banadet Amsha. Ade hat inati nidoli. Ade ina hiti nidoli. Nidele aden hiti hanana zanat ani quite large the sita. Not ani until update hata sita kodo his ando. Nani tikin. Orientate nani ne. Onani tao. That's a nakit ha nadoha. Oko okwaiki. Pa na dish kids at the laha agila nihil hol jishla. With the bela project naha. Nani go punched out. Ade National Division of Public Safety project asati da ilte. And so naha. In this case, then. Do unando nilta di it at all. O hot aba yanana tito hot abe nada huil nako. Ato betani trata aton na yitra hata project asatin. Nihilta hotil jijo. Chakonta has uncle. Ye what nihije na hot it. Dodi no hot a belche hanetse. Ako hola should say hands at a shinanish. Anane glashashin a toti that kodo. Director Henderson. Kodina that's a retirement non hit that nil toko. It's got agent not the notices. It's got agent not neatly. I don't have no dodges. I don't call that's a day. Miss Tardy don't retire, Ishley non hit it don't neatly. I don't agent not the notices. A call Ebenina, with a big cododge in a ha. Eta Nas punched out. Ha Allah hold Jishla. Kojit asati that the Division of Public Safety asati has ado little. Nene Ela ha egila. A coffet out think has out na the kitten liniki codon hitch and not ado little. Do shana who ishunale. Madam Chair, Ado Shaha LOC Kunzad, she's not outside. Behasti on the kid, Linigi Behasti Dole. Put a Shahala.
Thank you, Shanella. So with that, I'm not going to call upon any committee members. I'm going to turn the floor back over to the presenters. At this time, Director Henderson, Ms. Toddy, there's several concerns and questions that have been posed by committee members of the Law and Order Committee. I'm going to turn the floor back over to you for a response. The floor is yours.
Shahala, Shanant, I'm not Shenigi. I did launch the Santa Hagido, Kate Santa Hagido, all the Law and Order Committee members. Though that's not Snagi. Shahat, Kodosana, no. In clarifying Honorable Adoso's comments or questions, is like, it is true that in my visits to the districts, I don't hear about any complaints on staff burning out or comments about burning out. what I was alluding to after that is I do hear comments about the extra responsibility, the extra duties that our investigators are charged with, and which is the certification of causes and manner of deaths on the Navajo Nation. I do hear comments about that how our personnel wish that that wasn't the case, that certifying causes and manner of death was not a part of their duties and responsibilities, but rather finding that focus on criminal cases. And if that's the situation, it's going to cause some burnouts. To help out, we requested for that technical assistance from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Services, the supervisory agent from there, Ms. Gonzalez. Regarding the Honorable James, DPS up human resources I can't really speak to that because I'm not a part of those meetings, unfortunately. Mr. Dalmar, Chief Noon, the Deputy Chief Silversmith. Ajay, you see, hine kato in the ado hat aushin yanda ido hanza haushin holjish. I can't speak to that. Ishin hat out elto. Kodehe Sahitle. Kodehe Nhanna Sahitle, Koho Sahitle, Quayos Kasa, Quay old kissa. The Quay. Even the wheat Hanquay, Saton his now adolish. Do hat neither so. Hat Ashi Shidosich Hannet, hat Ashin Shido email the dosage either. Hat Ashin Ishishin. The Quidishi, shit up in night this kid. Hahashana not lay. Satol he's been a hasad, she said that the niece out. Adi need it a condor goshind, Kohosa heat late of shind. She had out Asian store. The Coeben yake. I can't really speak to that. Hashanza Hoshi Hol just to had Ashin Iya Hol Jishin. How the Nanishna has any the vacancies. To the evidence technician. In Yanada Sosigi applications at let's say the Chin they don't hand they do assessments that liado interviews that liande ado Sunday distinda ado nabik announce nana lia ade na source applications say hanna ni te ade assessments na dalia ado kat sanna de distin like another deal ni content and the background yana kredot and the personal action form. Handi e ije ka nada na on nada tekat. Called Anachsbechol Jishinde. Then she a the nakidmona sleep the other she that a and the higher now bananas I don't know a office specialist, senior office specialist I need to go in the not associate applications hana this nildo ado in the even that a assessment nadalia egg a day yadi a background giban nalte hoba بالنهست إيشين خان زهونا هتدو نالشين أنا خنا أشتو the background investigation دي ليها أشتو بالناس ناه دل جشبنينا إت عندي إندتا بانالتي أرو دي نانا senior office specialist نانا أشتو إشتو advertise earlier do applications atoslan hilahanan data in hilahanani te unhana this nil adshin the assessment ba nani khadolish edigi aro the dadi quite JVA sa inda ta yahana de niche a criminal investigator up a position igi she ya quite JVA gishin in the DPM which honana even yahuanal sos kate nanasnil hot out the nanasa nidigo retiree la September 30th the last day I thought the personal action form I thought يجب كذا ناتود أتول تكون هو اللي نهو هي اللي تا إيش تخوجا هذا شيء ده إيش لو جا vacancy announcement again أنا ده deal نيشلون له نخا advertise نان الناتود ليش أقول هذا الكيس إنه له الكيس نوته ده جو أقول تو DPM ده إنه إياه كأ na nishid abo ogi bini na go jogo jina pago skit no tacho no hot yen ni che ako kwade hot ho to here ade na do kidi case in dagi don the dasche Honorable James la kache in the Reseda turning the time back to Reseda to answer the questions pertaining to her shop. Thank you very much.
Ms. Toddy, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the question, Honorable James, regarding your concerns on the salary study. And I know that we have, as I mentioned in my earlier report, that we did conduct a salary study, or a salary study was conducted in 2019. However, that was about the time when Dr. Fowler, or we had a change in the HR manager, and at the time Dr. Fowler wanted to review the information, so she asked that I turn all that information over to her, which was done. And realizing that the information was not thoroughly reviewed, as well as the timing of it, the study was not implemented or presented to the administration. So I did mention earlier too that that was about the time that the pandemic hit. and that's when the nation was shut down. So there was really limited activity, and during that time, we all had to assist in other areas of the department. So the study was kind of put to the back burner, and it did not get reviewed until just recently. And based on our review of the information, the recommendation was to do another study because the information was about 2-3 years old at the time, or by then. So, and this was back in July. And so our plan includes a salary study, and we have heard numerous times from the various oversight committees that the salaries for the Navajo Nation employees were not competitive. The other issue that you brought up was the shortage of staff. We did have some new staff come to the department. However, some of our current staff either transferred to other sections of the department, or they left the department altogether to go to another department, which caused our staff to be understaffed within the recruitment section, which is currently impacting some of our processes with the job vacancy announcements as well as the referrals. However, we do have a plan in place here where other staff are assisting with the recruitment staff with assisting them with the assessments as well as the referrals. So we try to work together internally to continue to get the referrals, the advertisements completed, as well as the completing the our own regular duties and responsibilities that are assigned to us. And I was aware that there was a plan that was being developed to where the Division of Public Safety would have its own HR or personnel section. However, I did not see it anymore or hear about it anymore, so I'm unable to respond to that issue. So Mr. Henderson is correct with his report regarding the various positions. And I would just like to let him know that anytime you have staff that have either resigned or have retired and submitted official notice to you, you can submit that information, your job vacancy, as well as a copy of the retirement notice or the resignation notice to our office, and we can begin to advertise the vacant position immediately. So that's one change that we have now within the department here, so that we can expedite the recruitment and process for the vacancies that come up within the respective divisions. So I'm not sure if I answered all your questions. However, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Sonala, this is Delegate James.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy, for that. Delegate James, the floor is yours.
Here Sonala, other members of LOC, and then thank you for the response, Ms. Toddy, Adolshache, Mr. Henderson. Ms. Toddy, in regards to one of my questions, one of my other question was, how many days has each of the positions been vacant up to this day of the information that was provided, that you two provided to us, of vacant positions for the criminal investigation section department? Can you give us the listing of how many days they've been vacant? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. The report that I forwarded to the Ms. Spencer regarding the vacancies was for 18 positions, and we show a criminal investigator position that was vacant since August 16th of 2021. And that position is fully funded. The next one was a criminal investigator position that is partially funded. It only has $5,516. That position was vacant since September 30th of 2017. We also have a statistical research analyst that is fully funded and was vacant since October 13th of 2018. I believe this next one is one that Mr. Henderson was talking about earlier, a senior office specialist. The position was vacant since July 1st. However, it was, they did make a selection, I believe. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was vacant since July 1st. And they submitted a vacancy announcement to our office on August 2nd, 2022. And the position was advertised from July 8th of 2022 through August 2022. It closed on that date. And there were no qualified applicants for that position. The next one is a criminal investigator position, which is only partially funded at $5,515. That was vacant since October 7th of 2019. They advertised on November 4th of 2019 to December 18th, 2019, and there were 2 applicants that were referred at the time. The next position was vacated on December 31st, 2021, a criminal investigator, partially funded at $7,154. The position was never advertised. An evidence technician position that was vacated on May 7th of 2021. It's fully funded and it became vacant. They advertised the position from January 12th of 22 to May. I believe this was an open until filled position. And the referrals were made on February 11th of 2022. There are 2 senior criminal investigator positions that are currently partially funded since June and July of 2022. A criminal investigator that's partially funded and was vacated since February 1st of 2019. And that is partially funded and was advertised from July 25th of 2019 to August 7th of 2019. And the position, there were no qualified applicants for that position. We have a senior office specialist that was vacant since March of 2019, fully funded. A job vacancy announcement was submitted on August 5th of 2022, and it was advertised from August 18, 2022 to September 9th of 2022. The applications at the time were forwarded for assessment to the Division of Public Safety for assessment. And on July 6th of 2019, there was a criminal investigator position which was partially funded at $5,486. The job vacancy announcement was submitted on March 2nd of 2020. It was advertised from March 9, 2020 through March 20th of 2020. There were no qualified applicants. Another vacant criminal investigator since August 20th of 2018, partially funded at $5,516, never advertised. A criminal investigator, which was vacant since November 9th of 2018, $5,551 or $516 is what the budgeted amount was. The JVA was submitted on January 29th of 2019, and it was advertised from April 19, 2019 to May 2nd of 2019. And there was one applicant that was referred. There is a criminal investigator that was vacant since October 13th of 2004 and partially funded at $5,516. JVA was submitted to our office on March 2nd of 2020, advertised from March 9, 2020 through March 20th of 2020. And the referral was made on March 30th of 2020. I believe this was only one application. And another position, criminal investigator, that was vacant since October 12th of 2018, partially funded at $5,516. JVA was received on January 29, 2019. Vacancy announcement was posted on April 19th of 2019 and closed on May 2nd of 2019, and one applicant was referred. We have a senior criminal investigator that was vacant since August 5th of 2019, partially funded at $5,516. Position was never advertised. We have a criminal investigator that was vacant since 10/10 of 2013, partially funded at $5,486. A job vacancy announcement was received on March 3rd of 2020. The position was posted on our vacancy listing on March 9, 2020, and closed on March 20th of 2022, and there was one application that was referred. And I believe that some of these were positions that were funded subsequent to during Mr. Henderson's report, he indicated that there were several positions that were added since 2019 through 2022, bringing their total number of positions up to 68. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't have the number of days that they were vacant. Most of them were over a year, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Toddy. So most, just for clarification, I know you went through a lot there. I technically stopped taking notes, but so you're saying most of them have been vacated for over 100 days?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Delegate James Sunala.
Delegate James, the floor is yours.
Ikahat Nana Sunala, and then members of LOC, and then again, thank you, Ms. Toddy, for the response and the information. that was put on record. So with that, I'll go ahead and refer this question to Shache, Mr. Henderson. What are the plans, or what are you guys doing from your office to address the positions that have been advertised for, or that have been vacant for over a year? What are your plans to take care of the partial funded positions? That'd be my second question. Third question is, do you have a senior office specialist or an HR technician in your office that's taking care of these documents that should be sent back to DPM, or to get the positions fully funded? What is the plans? What is it that you guys are doing from your office to address these positions that need to be filled? Is there some sort of a department plan to where you're trying to fill these positions, or are you guys going out and sending out the information to do recruitments, or are you working with DPM to do the recruitments? How is this all going about, or are we at that point that we're ignoring these positions that are vacant because there's other plans to restructure or to reorganize the department, or to reorganize the division? Is that the plan? I'm just trying to figure out why there's no immediate response or attentions to these position on how to move forward on addressing these positions that have been vacant for over a year. Is there any PCQs in the works to retitle these positions so you have more staff, or is it just going to continue as it being a position as a criminal investigator? Or are we going to downgrade the positions to try and fill these positions to where there is not a lot of experience that's required, or to where experience is not required for these positions? Because there are young individuals out there that might qualify under the education portion, but would not qualify because of whatever years of experience is required for that position. And so are you going to address those for these positions? I think you would have ample reasons to try to maybe reduce the minimum qualification for these positions. And I know that the Department of Personnel Management, I know they come to the point where it's like you reduce the minimum qualification, and then DPN comes back and says, hey, you're reducing the minimum qualification, so we're going to reduce the hourly rate. Technically, it's not DPN's money, but they intend to take that charge and say, well, you're just inputting education, you're just putting in a bachelor's degree, and so now we can't pay this amount. It has to be less because you don't have the 5 years or the 10 years of experience. And so now you're deleting the 5-10 years of experience that's needed. So now we're going to reduce the hourly wage, and we're going to reduce the annual pay for these positions. And then it sits at DPM for the longest time again to get through the approval process for the PCQ section. And then from there, finally it's advertised again. But then at the same time, we don't have our young fellows applying for those positions again because it's not a high paying position again. So we're back to square one on trying to fill the position again. So somewhere along the way, Criminal Investigation Department section and DPM need to come to an agreement and say, hey, you know what? We've had this position advertised for over a year. Can you guys just like, what needs to be waived, I guess, is my question. What needs to be waived for DPM not to say or send those kind of letters back to the department to say, hey, while you reduce the years of experience now, and we're going to adjust the salary lower, can DPM not say that? What needs to be done for DPM not to say that? Realistic, even though it's not DPM's budget or funds that they're dealing with, but they still intend to send that letter. And I understand where DPM is coming from, and they're coming from a perspective of an urban human resource department. But realistic, we're out here in the rural. We're a little bit different, I guess I could say. I mean, we are in a big difference, but how can we come to some sort of agreement, or what do we need to do to have that understanding? If this was such a case of a matter that Criminal Investigation wants to do, is just put in the degree and then keep the pay, if that's what the department wanted to do. That would be my final question. Thank you, Shanelle, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Shanella. Delegate Vince James. Ms. Toddy, I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Honorable James. With respect to what can we do to assist with the filling of the positions, one thing I would recommend is that we sit down and discuss some of the issues that they're having with filling the positions. Is it pay? Is it the minimum qualifications of the position? And yes, if we're addressing sound position management, there are certain factors that we do take into consideration. However, at this time, I think the most important thing is to sit down and discuss where are the recruitment issues. And if it is truly with the minimum qualifications or the pay, then we can discuss what kind of changes need to be made, and whether or not it will impact the pay grade of the positions. But more than likely, with the most recent review of these positions, I don't really see much of a change in the current pay rates for these positions. So it will require some meetings to take place so that we can determine what really needs to be done to address their recruitment and retention issues. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Toddy. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
That's it, Eugene.
Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Qualification ba ito ye request kanda si check says Navajo way of investigating. Yeah, they ba hatan kat 我咱打卡的要啥西你打不中的，好了，我is there any danger or is there any possibility of redeveloping those kind of people? One addition, other perspective, about it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So, Ms. Toddy, I believe that question was directed towards you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Honorable Delegate. So with respect to the uniqueness of some of our positions, when the program brings that to our attention, we do take that into consideration. Again, this will depend on what kind of Navajo way of investigating needs to be included, if there is any. I would recommend that if there is any information that needs to be conveyed to the department in preparation for our meeting, and we can discuss that at that time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Toddy. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
So now the Delegate James here.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Thank you again. Thank you for the response, Ms. Toddy. And this is one of the reasons why at our budget hearings, this is one of the main reasons why I try to ask for, or as a committee, we try to ask for the position listing, because per the BIM booklet, the Budget Instruction Manual policy, to request for the budget, usually for general funds, the position number listing, the position numbers from DPM, the printout from there is usually added to the budget. But every year, Division of Public Safety comes before us. And every year, I've been saying this, we need that position listing. And the response that I've been getting lately is from each of the Department of Division of Public Safety is, oh, this is 638 funds. We don't need to submit that. And then this is what we run into. And having that information part of the budget is very important because of this listing that we just got as well. And I just really want to share that and put that on record, that as a committee, as Law and Order Committee, and a member of the Law and Order Committee, I've been trying to request for those listings. And if we've had those listings from the departments and departments not saying, oh, these are 638 funds, you don't need that. But they come back and say, oh, all you need is the general funds position listing. If we don't separate ourselves in that way, I think we would address these matters since we took oath of office, or since we were given the committee to sit on Law and Order Committee. I think a lot of this would have been taken care of, and I'm glad that we're talking about it. But again, with the 24th Now Information Council, we have a few months left as a committee. So I guess we'll try our best and do our best and see where we can go and get these positions filled. I mean, within the goal, my goal to give to the department and DPM would be to, hey, can you fulfill in filling these positions within first quarter? But again, like I said, it would have been very helpful if we had these information during the budget hearings instead of giving a reason saying, well, all the information that you need as LOC is just general funds information, not the 638 funds. But just wanted to put that on record. And I hope other departments and directors, managers are listening of the reason why it's very important to add on all the position listing from DPM in your budget. And this is one of the reason. So just wanted to state that on record. Thank you, Chanela, and then thank you for the response, Ms. Toddy and Mr. Henderson. Quitadola, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, also,
Vice Chair Aruso, the floor is yours.
thank you very much. The other thing is that these dollars that are tied to the K count looks like they have monies that are, yes, tied to it from previous 638 funding years. So, hey, the amount that is tied up at this time, for instance, one position has about $5,600 tied up in it. Are those dollars for this year's $638 contract, or is that say if it was 2020 contract dollars? Because the way I see it is that when a fiscal year ends, whether it's 638, those should go back into a separate into that line item for that fiscal year to show that there's a balance for that fiscal year. And the monies for the new fiscal year should be replenished into that amount there. I do agree that to a certain extent that the $638 is something that I think we really need to clarify in the budget. The K account, yes, we do authorize it, but is the authorization done when because the main comprehensive budget that we go through only authorizes the Navajo Nation General Fund. So although we do authorize it in the comprehensive budget altogether at once, but are we authorizing it twice? Those are just some of my thoughts, because once that 638 funding agreement is approved by NABI, that paves the way for those dollars to come in for an additional, I think it's a 5-year tenureship of those $638. But what I'm getting to is that the authorization of those dollars on the K accounts, is that amount in the current, is that amount reflecting the current 638 contract year, or is that from previous year's 638 contract dollars that's unexpended? Because when a carryover is approved and it's agreed to go to the lapse funds, where does the K account lapse funds go? Because I know it doesn't go back to pay for the GWA and things like that. But to me, I think it should go back into a separate account. And just wondering to see what Director Delmar and then Mustadi, what type of numbers they could reflect and information they could provide pertaining to these numbers and to the $638. And that leads to Honorable James' information pertaining to the position information in the main comprehensive budget. As yes, this year we didn't include that in the budget, but we did authorize the $638 to be utilized. So, go on mute.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to the presenters.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. members of the Law and Order Committee. The fundings that you're asking about is the current year, and the remainder of the contract support costs. The most of these are funds that are still in the account, and some of them are still pending the direct support with the personnel costs and the fringe that are attached to it. So in these partial available funds for these positions, for the CI positions, at ende alskopeso bihintasgo hot out a caution the jo advertise another deal ni adequate bitnas nilo adequate opeta the hask a co a nlated base of la bihinda has to the ad in the a benache la ho advertise na deal idolish jo it hot out a be de need nish a call the positions gidani we can't really deviate from downgrading these positions. We can downgrade the positions like from a senior CI to a CI. That is not a problem. We can do that. But to downgrade the requirements, the qualifications to add AIC basiti. Khala la halbade. Nebanil nishigi banda il khagi. Behaz ani kita behaz ani begin the next design but not kita il thongi. Jo ade ani to the yego. Na nation al khagi bit ziligi. Yego na asi in yena asthagi do yego yin ya was agi do yego yin inash nishigi kot hagi basil nelgo. Jo ko Papa Honet Zado Lishnit Zon, what our Papan Tikis, even in addition. A core Ani La Naso the Whale Jishko, Benahuit Ago, Jo Kate Nani Nelgo. Jo Ade Eitra Atlishnen Lade. Contract renewals, not a Hushishko. Quite album sauce being neat, Adam not sauce being neat, Argo, but not a Behozengo, but not a base of unique hedo. A core Ade Jo Nahabonet zone, but can't hit your own audition. A chord Ani, Hajo, Bantahas Kesdo, Hajo Ben Hastado, Hajo, Katkodo. Bahasht ahodit zago, bahasht ahodil yago. Ade Njonigo Adonant Ide Adonakinlin Benache base of unique hedo. The positions base of behind do positions igi altro base of Banahodot lish. Jo hot out a yard. Iliago. I see at 8 or less to win an audition. The Nashaban Sea case. The call Ani a de Lago. But we do not isto Panahodot. Panahat Ado Lesto, Basanat Lego, by Yeltiko. Joshing what Ashit 8 on Nisto Ani. Dort an hide quiet criminal investigation because ani ide after schnida in a rege Mist Resida Tari has Anja DPM Adi Bislahnit Leto Adot Altro Controller's Office Adi Jo Bislahnit Leo Bislin Tahuit Ago Johat Ashin Edo Nish Ilon Akonda Bitzilo Hinda not that o Bitzilo in that is Nish or Hobinacha La Khalpad because Ani begin on this Tizobits Agita il Tongi Siban Sea case or Benach Nahuit Ago addition. Accord Ani Bahastito Ani Jonago Bayastito Banahast Ago Jo Kate Nut Nilla Johat Yayat Etolish Johnson addition. Addition at Ani no Shinigito Hen, I don't kidding. Called Adel Tonal Sos Benit, Adol to had a diliago. Adashi, Hajoba, Nahuil net all this store. Ado did Kilna Ahol Jishiki. I thought Shane Hilishana in Hoshin to hold just all this. Johnson the Schnecko. So she Hanana street or they call she had a she not only no slingy night or kiddie she had.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, can you come back to me again? Thank you.
Vice Chair Otto, so the floor is yours.
Yeah, lang, Konana, Kuruba Heinz, and needed are $638. We know that we're in a 638 contract that has already been approved, and I think the way I understand it is that the scope of work really dictates to the amount of funding. And this current 638 contract at this time, the scope of work that was negotiated or that was put together by the nation, which OMB, I really hope that Mr. Delmar was around there, and whomever the CI director was there was then at the time to dictate to the federal government of the need of the additional resources that you spoke about. But at this time, you came in at a time when a 638 contract has already been approved. But what I'm getting to is that I'm grateful that you do understand the process now, to try to, when the next chance comes in for the 638 contract, to be at the table. But I heard other directors of public safety indicate that they're not at the table at the time of the discussion of the 638 contract. So it really hobbles the nation on its needs. The current 638 contracts are negotiated by OMB. And I always say that. How does Office of Budget Management justify the need of the public safety needs across the Navajo Nation where increases are needed? And I know this is not it's not your fault that the nation agreed to that, but on this certain contract that's in place, the president of the Navajo Nation has signed the contract. Him and his
the president and his cabinet members, whoever were at the table from OMB, Department of Justice especially, they agreed to those contract terms, and that's how they bring the contract back to the council. Say, oh, we negotiated. We're getting money, and then we get what maybe less than what the previous year funding has been implemented. But what I'm getting to is that has there been any dialogue with the Department of Justice pertaining to a breach of trust of the 638 contract, underfunding the program? You speak to many issues pertaining to the need of criminal investigation. But has criminal investigation and the division director have they sat down with the Department of Justice to actually look at a breach of trust litigation to the issue of our 630 contract in the public safety? Because that happened with the judicial branch. The judicial branch got two sources of funding awarded to them in two different suits for that same purpose of underfunding the 638 contract. The criminal investigation. What has been your dialogue with the Department of Justice pertaining to any such nature of a maybe possible breach of trust conversation with our Department of Justice? Like I said earlier, you speak about the need of criminal investigation, the need of funding, the need of that, the need of this. And you're in that capacity as the director of the criminal investigation to start spearheading that initiative. Earlier that they don't include you in the email. That they don't, if they don't include you in the email, that tells me that they don't care about your program. Why are they not including you in this email? And you indicated on the record that you are not a part of this conversation. And you pointed to, or you alluded to, the conversation is between the division director and the chief of police and the deputy chief of police. But you're a director for the criminal investigation. I don't think that you answer to the police chief, nor Mrs. Dolores Gray Eyes. I don't think she answers to the police chief. You both answer to the division director. So you shed some light to you not being included in the email or any type of conversation pertaining to that matter of 638 or anything else. Only the not this and Hitler's cost not long. But ego can eat alcohol. As you took this job as the division, as the executive or the director for criminal investigation, I would step it up, Mr. Henderson. Why are they? Find out why are they not including you in the conversation? Your profession, your job duty as the director for criminal investigation is so important as the police chief's job. Because the police chief has a third responsibility. And you indicated on the record that you are not a part of this conversation. Why are they not including you in the conversation? Your profession, your job duty as that the director for criminal investigation is so important as the police chief's job. Because the police chief has a third responsibility. The police chief doesn't have the responsibility to manage Department of Correction. That's the reason why there's a separate manager there. There's a separate manager for the criminal investigation, and that's who you are. Is there a discord, or is there a something to keep you guys quiet in criminal investigation? Because clearly you talk about the need of the criminal investigation and the work that has to be done on behalf of the Navajo people. And clearly you did indicate that they do not include you in the email in certain conversations. So what is going on in the Department of Public Safety for them to do this? Oh, open. Really troublesome to see that. I assume that you guys were all singing Kumbaya and all on the same bandwagon and on the same boat and rowing away at the same time, peacefully and gracefully. Alcohol. Alcohol. What up, the other is, how is the equivalency clause impacting your program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Henderson at this time to answer the questions and to address the concerns brought on by Vice Chair Otto. So, Director Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, colleagues, and all those that are listening. In answering the involving the Department of Justice, our Department of Justice here with the Navajo Nation, to the extent that we're engaging right now is utilizing what is a part of our contract. And that includes our scope of work, and that also includes the annual funding agreement, the AFA. Utilizing what are outlined in those sections. And as we all realize that Department of Criminal Investigation is not directly in contact or negotiations with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, OJS, Office of Justice Services. We go through the our contracts and grants. Any requests, like I mentioned earlier, a technical assistance has to go through our contracts and grants. And Mr. Shorty, and it's the same way with negotiating these contracts. So as Director of Criminal Investigations, in throughout the coming year and into the following year for contract negotiations, it's going to be the same process. In order for me to establish, be part, come to the table, as you said, in the negotiations, we got to follow that process with the assistance of our legal department from Department of Justice, requesting to be part of the negotiation tables with Office of Management and Budget, and on behalf of the Department of Criminal Investigations. That is part of the plan, part of the goal as to how we're gonna address being a part of that negotiation and being at the negotiation table. I don't believe that that has happened in the past when negotiations had come and gone. Ashin hiit, ashin hikodo do anhido benahil sada, anhido beketni dada, anhido idni do yini keda. Show kwa she trato lesla. Kwa beso dan dehigi. These are some of the things that are in the plans, are in the what we're looking at for the next contract negotiations. Anhi kodoyi ni kedo, ketni dabdi koho, hot ashinde donil, and the ani. What controls the program is the money, the funds that come with the contract in providing criminal investigation services to the people. Although as to the other matter, in communication in-house, in between criminal investigations, the Navajo Police, Department of Correction, Internal Affairs, Fire Services, Emergency Medical Services. Anledi sanetleo, ahad abanastle. Hashit out of jo hi kata. Hashit out asati ndahwit an. Nchil ndahal nchil naza. Khajai ya hindi khajai asagi nihinat at asago. Dainil nish dolis. Khashit au ya khajai honda il nil khajai hot ajeta dil nish. As at out asati. Arol ebani khe. Dojo hi nai khato dojo hindawit ado dojo nihidne. Bandel nishta. Do bat asa anit lida. As abani khe. Ashit ahut eh. Adish no da bahashish kinde. Ako ato not nehta. Ako here ade hut oh. Bayan hito. Bashikitin khado. An subashi ade. Bayan hito behan zito benashanai del kidigi. Here. One subashi hanana seat or lehiko. Here la.
Thank you for that.
Madam
With that,
Chair?
committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Vice Chair Otto, the floor is yours.
Yeah, that is one of my main concerns that I always thought about, and I believe as committee members, we also brought up too, that there is a communication issue. Very hard to get that out. And know that Mr. Henderson's position is management, and non-nishinshi did so. And a lot of these things that happen pertaining to communications reflects the administration, how the administration governs their policies, and it's a reflection. So he cost us. That's the main. It's the meat on the bone. And but you know, when these 638 contracts happen, Department of Justice and OMB is at the table. These are individuals that probably don't know anything about criminal investigation or don't know anything about incarceration issues or don't know anything about patrol. And yes, you could say, yeah, we know things about money. But the internal things that happen, and to me, is that Department of Justice and the Office of Budget Management does not consult with the agency that oversees that or that runs that is operated by the 638 contract. So our own Department of Justice, my conclusion now is our own Department of Justice and OMB, who initiates the 638 contract based off of, I don't know what type of expertise they have in public safety in this particular contract of criminal investigation. The contract initiator, who probably does not have 1 hour of being a criminal investigation or probably never investigated a death investigation in his or her life, initiated a contract and got Department of Justice to sign off on it. Director Henderson. And which Department of Justice, because they have to review the contract to protect the nation, all contracts. And now the criminal investigation is shortchanged for a number of 5 years. And I think we're in our 2nd year in the current 638 contract. So, the administration dropped the ball. So, the Henderson, and I think, Madam Chair, we have to go back and amend the 638 contract pertaining to the, pertaining the 638 contract negotiators. Right now, I believe policy indicates that OMB is the initiator, and Department of Justice has to follow because they have to protect the nation. So the Department of Justice is aware that they are shortchanging the nation in these contracts without arguing any type of, maybe population-based increase or anything of that nature, or maybe even a percentage rate of increase of each year. I don't know. Maybe management. Navajo people pays these managers a hefty lot of money, more than what a delegate makes, and they make these decisions that hobbles funding opportunities to increase these funding. Really makes me think now. Is management really just milking the system for retirement, not looking at the interests of the Navajo people or the protection of the people? Ota innis le de ga le de sakke die za ad na initiatief because that it a what ego but not that thing. There are what are le holes. Some of my thoughts and appreciate the time. Glad that light has been shed to this discussion. And I believe this probably goes across the board for all the 638 contracts. There's a 638 contract going through for ICWA. Just think, who was at the table again for ICWA? I don't think leadership or directly social services, but I guarantee you it's OMB and someone from the Department of Justice determining what funding will come into the nation again. Oh, it's out of business. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
But so, I'm still here.
Delegate Eugene, so?
Almost 4 years ago. I've been after the 638 contract since. The reason there's a crazy, whoever makes these contract negotiations, the argument for the Navajo people is a short change every time. The way the whole open there's and that's a contract at all. There's a lot of data out there. Seems like updating it's needed. And there's how many policemen with the people per people we need. The population grows. And then we need to make them understand our range condition. How far we had to go on a vehicle to get to A to B. That's another factor. The rain that's how thin the hell the gullies to get to somewhere. According so we need to make them understand. I don't the deep broadband or I never started now on your cell phone. That's another factor to negotiate on. Because that active late has on. I don't know these street what kind of weapons they just not out there to see them of weapons. What do they have? Assault weapon that's so we need to have our policemen to match those. Ever since day one I got on here, I've been requesting for that. I've been arguing for that 638 contract. I started up on the because these everybody's been asking for money for their 638 contract. When they launch it, but not enough. It's always not enough. When is it going to be enough on soil enough? I saw on all these. The corn, the passion odor, passion another nice. But these are some factors we need to know when we argue out there. They don't I don't they go to phone, cell phone, the bigger you can't hear anything. I don't want to deep at the not. Don't they lay at in the lack at her on to that case. There's a lot of other factors on the Navajo Nation that is not used when we sit down to sign the contract, and that really is needed. But our issue on this area, nobody really identify what should be in the contract, what we should be fighting for and arguing for it. And make sure it's in there before we sign it. Because otherwise, we're signing this for a few pennies, and our people are being hurt out there. agenda right now. They are all signing that without really knowing what's going on out there. So that then I change that then. So these policemen go out there somewhere they might get into a situation where they might have to need to walk. Do we have windmills that have water in them? With the run that on that car that who take gas all that and the phone is not working. So don't just car that this is how to tell it on 100 either. They were just next door neighbor somewhere in the big municipal city somewhere, downtown Phoenix or Tucson or New York. But then the contract signed is just not hasn't. But this is a different situation where we are at now. That's it. Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to go back to the presenters at this time to address the concerns and the questions brought on by the committee members. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee and colleagues, all those that are listening. The concern about Honorable So's comments regarding data, the population growth, the opposition, their capabilities and their abilities in committing crimes, and everything that goes along with what we anticipate crime is going to be, or how it's going to be here on the Navajo Nation in the coming years, 10 years from now, 50 years from now, including the cyber crimes that the world experiences outside the Navajo Nation, and many other crimes, 21st century crimes. All are concerns that is not forwarded or is not transferred to the understanding of our contract negotiators, folks from the Office of Management and Budget, and on up to BIA OJS and all the folks there. I appreciate that. I appreciate those comments, because that is something that we think about, that is something that we want to plan for, and that is something that we want to get ready for. We want to get prepared for. We want to be prepared for. Not 20 years down the road, but now. We want to be prepared for that right now as to what's to come. We see it. We see all these kinds of crimes starting from Europe. It's just like the pandemic. What we see happen in Europe will eventually start happening here in the United States. It was that way with the pandemic and with all the mutating viruses that are coming about. It's the same way with crime. What we see happening overseas in Europe is going to be happening here in the United States. What's happening in the United States is going to eventually come here to the Navajo Nation. Those are indicators that we're looking at. Those are the indicators that we read up on. Those are the indicators, and those crimes are the ones that we want to be prepared for right now. And we want to have those a part of our fundings, a part of our AFA, a part of our scope of work, a part of our contract, a part of our funding. And I appreciate that, those comments by Delegate So.
With that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this introductors.
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Otto.
you know, as the client and Department of Justice being a part of the 638 negotiations, them actually at the table, and you have OMB negotiating the contract. And it's because of policy that we're in this predicament. And is Department of Justice really, as the client, the Navajo Nation, making these decisions on behalf of 638 in the best interest, fully in the best interest of the Navajo people? Because all of our 638 contracts are probably underfunded. The Indians, the Self-Determination Indian Act, which was passed in 1975, gave that control to the tribal nations to administer certain areas and aspects that allows self-determination to be exercised by the Indian, by the Native American tribes. And I think that we really need to have a sit down with the Department of Justice and to see what is going through their mind when the client, the Navajo Nation, is at the table negotiating with Office of Justice Services, OJS, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Because definitely someone from the Department of Justice is agreeing to shortchange the nation. And I really would like to see what's going through the attorney's mind at the time of this negotiation. So this particular contract that was enacted a couple of years ago, maybe we can pull in the attorney who signed off on this contract to say that this is legally sufficient. Because that's what the Department of Justice does, try to protect the nation. So I think in the future, I think we really need to have a conversation with them. And I am just having you, I'm just providing this information so that I can get it to you. That's all I have to say, and just something that's going through my mind. And again, it's current policy that it actually is the issue. But again, our Department of Justice, to me, did not consult with the programs that will be administering these 638 contracts. Do you know that the Department of Justice is a political appointee position? The AG, correction, the Attorney General, which is recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation to the Council, and has the best interest of the nation pertaining to our 638 contract, has been vested and vetted on behalf of the Navajo people. Because if we go back and look at all the contracts, even the contract that I have sponsored right now pertaining to the Department of Correction, the adult detention facility in the juvenile detention facility. They have not consulted directly with the agency who's going to directly work with the funding. So even now, on the Department of Justice. So the ego ban see case of dit chije isla or that is o chije isla the don't need. Well, but I guarantee you, if we leadership make this mistake, man, they would take us to town. They would really do us in if we were the negotiators and we negotiated less. Oh, what ego go be nakanash. So what answers is case. I think we have to go back to the drawing table on all of our on the 638 contract for public safety. I believe at one point public safety contract was there was one contract at one point, and at some point the contract was divided up. So I think we just have to go back and backtrack. And again, we're just trying to look at the best interests of the Navajo Nation. But yet, of individuals that are making these decisions on a major 638 contract relating to Indian self-determination who are not elected officials. Oh, what answers this case? Oh, how you know that he done it? Oh, what this case? They what yeah, no, also doing this. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Office of Legislative Counsel. I don't know if it's Dana or I don't know who is on the call, but who do we have from Office of Legislative Counsel?
Good afternoon. This is Dana.
Good afternoon, Dana, and welcome back. Really quickly, Dana, what is the legislation? Could you please send the committee the legislation that authorized OMB as being the the negotiator for the 638 contract? I think based on the conversations that are being had today, I think we need to amend that legislation to fix it where we do have the opportunity as elected officials to be sitting at the table to negotiate these contracts. And I know that we have talked about this, but perhaps where we need to fix the issue is looking at the legislation that gave OMB that authority and maybe either rescinding that or maybe rescinding it when it's, with the portion dealing with law and order committee or any, corrections, both juvenile and adults, as well as criminal investigations and law enforcement. I believe that those are the only 4 638 contracts that we currently have under Division of Public Safety. So, Dana, is it possible to send us that legislation so we can look at it and maybe make some changes on that so that we can be involved in the negotiation part? Otherwise, I feel like committee members, we're just going to keep going round and round with this issue. We know that it's an issue. We know that it has come up on several occasions. regarding, the funding. We ourselves have gone to Washington, D.C. advocating for an increase in funds, and we're always being told that the time to do that is when the negotiation is happening. We have requested to OMB, to be informed, and I believe I recently sent an email, I believe it was 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, to OMB, and I believe, Dana, I did CC you on that email, asking if we could be a part of that renegotiation for the detention contract. I haven't got a response back yet. So maybe we should just go back to the original legislation that gave them authorization, either rescind that as a whole, or maybe just rescind the portions that deal with law enforcement, criminal investigations, and also detention. So Dana, I don't know how far back that legislation is, what council it was approved in, but if we could maybe start moving on that, Dana.
Okay, Madam Chair, it's a statute, as I told you the last time that we talked about, it's part of OMB's statutory plan of operation. I will resend it. The one thing that, a couple of things that I would recommend that the committee think about is that under the legislation, and I'm pulling it up now to send it to the Office of Contracts and Grants, the Contracts and Grants section with OMB. That is who has the authority, and that is who is listed, named as the nation's contracting officer. The federal government, as far as 638 contracts go, and some other grants and such, requires each tribe, each state, etc., to identify one specific contracting officer. I believe that I do not believe, and it's never been my experience, that programs aren't involved. Department of Justice. Okay, a couple of things. One, the 630 contract itself is actually in the federal statute. It's actually a statutory contract. The only things that can be changed, of course, are the name of the programs, the dates. Where the nation's negotiation room comes in, that is in the annual funding agreement, and that's where the annual funding gets inputted. And that annual funding agreement, the nation has a standard one that they use in all of their contracts. It addresses all kinds of things like audit requirements and federal visits and those types of things. But where the programs come in is the scope of work. And so I'm shocked to hear that what I grabbed from today's presentation is an allegation that neither DOJ or the OMB is working with the programs on developing a scope of work. If that is indeed the case, that is just ridiculous. I think it's impossible for OMB or the Department of Justice to develop a scope of work. Certainly they can advise on it, but not develop. So that really raised some big questions in my mind. But I am going through, and I will send you a copy of that statute. Thank you, ma'am. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Dana. Within that email, can you also share with us what your recommendations are so that this doesn't continue? We seem to be hearing over and over again, not only from Director Henderson, but we've also heard this from detention as well, that it seems like when the contract comes up, it's just kind of forced in front of not only council, but the directors to sign with really no discussion on the issue. That's not negotiation, Dana, and I'm sure you probably are thinking the same thing too. But if you could, on that email as well, provide us the recommendations to fix that portion. If it's an internal fix, then we need to know, like what are your recommendations? If it's amending the policy in-house, that's something, that we can do, then, if you could let us know that is an option. But we can't continue to have our, law enforcement come before this committee saying that, they're not getting enough of their funds through 638, and then being told that the negotiation is happening within the Navajo Nation when nobody is being told about the negotiation. And again, Dana, I know I sent out that email to you. I believe I sent it to OMB asking, when is that, when can we get involved with the negotiation part? When can we have the meeting? And I believe, Dana, you may have been the only one who responded to that email. We haven't received a response back from the executive branch on that issue. So I think that, again, if we can get that email with the original legislation and then some recommendations on how we can fix it based on the testimony given to us by Criminal Investigations Director Michael Henderson today, and then also based on the testimony that has been given to us by Dolores Gray Eyes as well regarding the detention contract. So if we can get that sooner rather than later, so we can try to address that issue. So with that, committee members, are there any comments regarding the report?
A question, Dana.
Yes. Delegate Eugene, so go ahead. The floor is yours.
In regards to the NABIO-46-20, it says 5 years expired. It's going to expire December 31st, 2020. So since then, did they re-contract again for another 5 years? Thank you.
Chair, Delegate, so I will need to look, double check on that. I will get back to you. I think you're right, but let me just check on that. And also, Madam Chair, you also, one of my recommendations to the Law and Order Committee would be to get, invite Michelle Begay from DOJ. It's Michelle Begay Nakai. She is the attorney assigned to 638 contracts, and I would say she, more than Cordell Shorty, handles the negotiation. Her supervisor is LaTanya Johnson. And I'm having a little slowness with my computer, and I will send that statute out to you directly, and then I will send a response to Delegate Eugene. So, thank you.
Thank you for that, Dana. I think we might have to have a special committee meeting that's just geared towards the 638 contract. And then also, the process that it goes in, when does DOJ, get notification that this negotiation is happening? What is their process in making sure that they are negotiating? I guess whoever is supposed to be negotiating on behalf of the Navajo Nation. I know that October 24th, we already have a fire department that is coming before us with their written report and their verbal report. But we also, committee members, just an FYI, we do have a tribal liaison that has been assigned to the Navajo Nation with the U.S. Department of Justice. His name is Kyle Nabak. I did ask if Kyle could come on to the committee meeting on the 24th to introduce himself and to also let the committee know as a liaison what his responsibilities will be, and how he will be keeping us informed of especially the declined cases that we've been hearing about that I've also reported on during public testimony. So that will also be added to the agenda. I don't know, committee members, if you guys are in favor of adding the 638 contract negotiation to the 24th. If not, we can go ahead and move it to the next LOC committee meeting, which will be in November. But that is an option that we can discuss towards the end of this meeting. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair.
Delegate Eugene So.
Dana.
Yes,
Dana.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Still here.
In the legislation, I mean, the NABIO-46-20, and Section 3, approving contracts. Number B, it says pursuant to Navajo Nation Code Section 164, parenthesis A, B, the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety shall prepare and submit to the U.S. Department of the Interior the required annual funding agreement for fiscal year 2022 to 2025 under the contract approved herein. So, the way I understand it, they already have the required annual funding agreement, and they put in how much they're going to get, what they want. Is that what it's saying? See that they don't have much to work with. It's public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you want me to respond to Delegate So? Okay. So the one thing I'm going to recommend right off the top is Self-Determination Act, which is actually Public Law 93-638. It has a lot of intricacies. I would recommend one that you do, and actually I would recommend this to all delegates, all committees, that they get some training in all the intricacies of the 638. But as far as Delegate So's question, yes, after the contract is approved, then each year you have an annual funding agreement, and essentially the annual funding agreement, the only thing that's different from year to year, unless there's an specific amendment.
Yeah, I just put them in those empty boxes. Okay, because I'm still.
Dana, are you still there?
Oh, yes, I heard somebody talking, and so I thought, anyway. So there are a lot of intricacies in Public Law 93-638, but back to Eugene So's question, let me explain that. When you do a contract renewal, which I know you have a couple of, I think they have corrections coming in front of you, or they've already been in front of you for this year. The one thing that you are approving when you do a contract renewal is the contract, the annual funding agreement, and the scope of work. And then that lasts for 3 years or 5 years, however long the contract renewal is. And then each year they issue an annual annual amount which is inputted into the annual funding agreement. As far as in my experience, although things may have changed, that annual funding agreement, the dollar amount for that annual amount comes straight directly from the federal government, from the central office of either the BIA or Justice, whoever your contract runs through. So that is a long answer to Eugene Cho's question, and the answer to his question is, yep, all they're doing in those annual funding agreements is submitting an amount. Nothing, hardly anything ever changes with those. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. And as Dana stated, it is a very complicated, process. It's not, something that you can just get done in a year. I've learned that. It seems like, we do have these contracts in place that have been in place for several years, but, nothing really has been changed. And this is a prime example of what needs to happen, but is not happening. We know that the 638 contract does need to be negotiated. However, there is no communication coming from the executive branch to the delegates and what needs to happen. We do, as delegates, hear the issues coming from our community members, and we hear the reports that are being provided, but we are still not being invited to the table to negotiate. And then we go to Washington and we say, hey, Congress, hey, BIA, we need an increase in our funding, for law enforcement and for criminal investigations and for detention. Then BIA wags their finger at us and says, well, hey, you guys just recently signed a contract saying that you are okay with this fund for 5 years. You guys had the opportunity to negotiate. Where was it, where was that negotiation at that time? So they kind of throw it back at us. And then we find out, that it's because there's no communication. There's no communication that's happening, and Director Henderson just alluded to that. Even within the Division of Public Safety, there is no communication happening. So what we can do is we can have, again, a committee meeting that is devoted to the 638 contract. Find out who and where that communication breakdown is happening, and try to address it there. Otherwise, we're just going to keep going round and round with this issue. So committee members, with that being said, I also want to point out that in terms of the various job duties and responsibilities that we, and I say we because it was leadership during the Shirley administration, that added on to the responsibility of criminal investigators. So now our criminal investigators are playing coroner and medical examiner. And I recently testified that needs to stop, that we do need a medical examiner, appointed to the Navajo Nation. And we learned through that process that IHS is not reporting all deaths. As Director Henderson has also stated, we know that they're only reporting the natural deaths that have occurred within the 4 walls of the Indian Health Services. That doesn't include homicide, that doesn't include suicide, that doesn't include accidents, it doesn't even include deaths that occur at home. So we need to understand that the data that is being reported by the Indian Health Services is not the correct data. And again, committee members, I did send you guys a copy as well as the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee on the booklet that we all have been working on, gathering the statistics and the data so that we can, advocate for this position as well as loosen the responsibilities for criminal investigations. So I think that Law and Order Committee, I will be requesting to present the booklet in front of Law and Order Committee, more than likely before the Public Safety and Justice meeting. Again, committee members, I believe I CC'd you on that email to Speaker Seth Damon asking if we could have 2 specific days devoted to public safety and justice, to pass the Title 17 legislation and all amendments that will be made to Title 17, to also to look at the 2 legislations. Dana, I did drop legislation with your office on the citizen, and I'm meeting with the investment committee on Thursday to talk about the bond expansion. So hopefully if they give me the thumbs up, we'll be able to drop that legislation as well. In addition to that, we also need to approve the statements that are coming out of Law and Order Committee in regards to public safety and justice. And I did request 2 days, one Nabik-Iatskit Day on Thursday, I believe it's November 17th, and then a special council on the 18th. I have not gotten a response back from Speaker's office, and so I'm hoping that they are looking at that carefully, and I sent it out well in advance, so they can't say that those days are already taken. So I do want to update the committee on that and update them on the testimony that was provided in Alaska as well as in Albuquerque. I just got another email from Carlisle Begay, another tribal consultation testimony being requested. So I don't know if I'm going to respond to that one. It is I honestly, I can't think of the date right now, right offhand, but it was just emailed to me, and I'll go ahead and forward that out. So with that, committee members, that's kind of the update in terms of the questions that have been asked today, information that was being provided to us by Director Michael Henderson with criminal investigations. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. A motion and the second has been established. The motion was made by Delegate So, second by Vice Chair Otto So. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please, to accept the report?
Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. With that, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 4 in favor, the report has been accepted. Director Henderson and Ms. Toddy, thank you for your time. The Law and Order Committee excuses you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and move forward to the next item on the agenda. We are at new business, legislation 018-22. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read that into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Tracking number 0186-22, an act relating to law and order, resources and development, and Nabik-Iatskit committees and Navajo Nation Council, asserting sovereignty and taking over primary regulatory authority from the federal government, Office of Surface Mining and Reclamation Enforcement, overall coal mining lands located on the Navajo Nation, enacting a waiver of sovereign immunity, and establishing new sections in Title 18 at 18 in NC section subsection 1701 at SEEK. The purpose of this resolution is to enact the Navajo Nation Surface Coal Mining Program Act, establishing new Navajo Nation Code section 18 in NC subsection 1701 at SEEK. This enactment will provide for the regulation, inspection, and enforcement of surface coal mining and reclamation operation on Navajo Nation lands by the Navajo Minerals Department, specifically the surface coal mining program. If this legislation is passed, the Navajo Nation will be the first American Indian nation to obtain primacy over surface coal mining and recreation. This will move forward to Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council. And the attached are 100, actually from 1 to 80. Those are all the Title 18 section. And then Exhibit A, towards to the end, is a Section 164 review form from the Division of Natural Resources. And it has gone through the Office of Attorney General and it's signed and reviewed. Navajo Nation Department of Justice document review request form is also attached and has gone through the 5-day comment, and there are no comments received, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So with that, the legislation has been read into the record. Before I ask for a motion in a second, I'd like to ask, do we have Delegate Wilson Stewart on the line?
Yes.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, the sponsor of the legislation is currently on the line. Can I get a motion in a second?
Madam Chair, do you see?
Motion made by Delegate Eugene So. Can I get a second?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second the motion.
Second the motion.
Vice Chair.
Second made by Delegate Vice Chair Otto. So very funny, Shanella. I'm sure you got Delegate Wilson Stewart's heart going right there. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion in a second. Committee members, we can handle this legislation two ways. One is if there are any questions regarding this legislation, we can hand over 20 minutes to the presenter to present his legislation to this committee. We can ask questions and we can vote. Or two, if we don't have any questions, we can proceed forward to the vote. I'd like to ask my committee members, my colleagues at this time, are there any questions regarding this legislation?
Question, Delegate So.
Question by Delegate Vice Chair Otto So. So with that, Delegate Wilson Stewart, you have presented to this committee before. You do have 20 minutes on the clock to present your information. You can call up to 2 agents. When you're done presenting your information, if you could let the committee know so that we can go ahead and start to ask questions regarding your legislation. Before I turn the floor over to you, Delegate Wilson Stewart, do you have any questions regarding the procedure?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So with that, everyone, I want to remind you all to please make sure that your phone is on mute during this time. Any interruption is interruption of the work that's being done on behalf of our Navajo people and the great Navajo Nation. So with that, Delegate Wilson Stewart, you do have 20 minutes on the clock to present your information.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and all LOC members, and including, I guess, Vince James. But yes, good afternoon, everybody. And then also I have 2 agents, Madam Chair, which would be Ms. Jeremiah, and also from Minerals Department, also DOJ, to assist with answering questions and making comments as well regarding this legislation. This legislation was presented to me back in NRDC back in May and June. And because I couldn't make the June meeting, they were kind enough to present to me 2 weeks prior to that. So it was an open invitation at that time to hear what they wanted to do regarding the Primacy Act that Minerals Department is seeking. And my understanding from this, Madam Chair and LOC members, is that this Primacy Act is an initiative on behalf of Navajo Nation, Division of Natural Resources, Minerals Department Surface Mining Program, to seek control over the mining that we have, the surface mining that we have, to where the Navajo Nation will have enforcement authority, also have permitting authority, and they would be treated like any other state mining program, and that they would also receive 100% funding due to the Navajo Nation sovereignty clause, and so that's what they are seeking. I will go ahead and turn it over now to Ms. Jeremiah to go into details as to what else needs to be done and how they view this legislation, Madam Chair, as well as DOJ. So I'm going to turn my rest of my time over to Ms. Jeremiah, Madam Chair.
Ms. Jeremiah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. Is my audio okay?
We can hear you perfectly.
Good afternoon, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, members of the Law and Order Committee, and everyone on the call today. My name is Rowena Jeremiah, and I am the Director of the Minerals Department. Today, we are presenting to the Law and Order Committee legislation 0186-22. The purpose of this legislation is for the Navajo Nation to become the primary regulatory authority over all surface coal mining reclamation operations on Navajo Nation land. Currently, the Office of Surface Mining and Reclamation Enforcement, known as OSMRE, is the primary regulatory authority over all aspects of surface coal mining and reclamation on Indian lands. This resolution to enact the Navajo Nation Surface Coal Mining Reclamation Act asserts tribal sovereignty as the primary regulatory authority over surface coal mining reclamation on Navajo Nation land. Primary regulatory authority is also known as primacy. Primacy is a term used in the Federal Act, the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, SMCRA of 1977. Primacy means assuming primary regulatory authority from the federal government. Primacy is the ability of government to have primary regulatory authority to conduct inspections, enforce law, and determine how the reclamation of the land is conducted. However, it's interesting to note that the original SMCRA law of 1977, it only gave states the authority to seek primacy, not tribes. So in the 80s, my predecessor, you might remember Minerals Department Director Mr. Akhtar Zaman, he advocated for congressional changes to the law, changes to SMCRA, and he was successful. So now under SMCRA, an Indian tribe can apply for primacy. They can apply for a tribal program to regulate surface coal mining reclamation operations on tribal lands. The Minerals Department has been on the track to obtain primacy now for 40 years. To obtain primacy, SMCRA, the federal law, requires that tribes prepare and submit a package that includes 4 significant items. The first is tribal law that is equivalent to SMCRA, and that's what we're trying to do now. The second is it requires a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. The third is it requires tribal regulations that are at least comparable or more stringent than current federal regs. And it requires a plan that demonstrates that a tribe can regulate and enforce a tribal regulatory program. The Minerals Department has been working on all 4 of these items simultaneously. If the Navajo Nation Council approves this Navajo Nation Surface Coal Mining Reclamation Act, the Navajo Nation will submit a formal primacy package to the Secretary of the Interior for approval. This approval process requires a public hearing, notification in the Federal Register, a public comment period, and approval by the Secretary of the Interior. The Minerals Department has worked with our own DOJ and with OSMRE, which is our federal funding agency, to develop the Navajo Nation Surface Coal Mining Reclamation Act. The Minerals Department has worked with OSMRE since 1982 to develop a program that is capable of enforcing its own tribal regulatory program. The surface mining program of the Minerals Department was created in 1982 for the sole purpose of becoming the primary regulatory authority over all of the functions I just mentioned, over the surface coal mining and reclamation operations on Navajo Nation land. That's all I have at this time. If there's additional questions, I would like to defer to Mr. William Skeet. He's with the Surface Mining Program of the Minerals Department. He's a senior environmental engineer, and he has been instrumental in development of the Navajo Nation Surface Coal Mining Program Act. I would also like to defer all questions on the limited waiver of sovereign immunity to Ms. April Quinn with the Department of Justice. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed that last portion. Are you done? Does that conclude your presentation at this time?
Yes, it does, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Sponsored the legislation, Delegate Wilson Stewart. Does that conclude the presentation at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair, at this time, yes.
So with that, committee members, a motion and a second has been established. The presentation has been provided to us. I know that we do have Vice Chair Otto So that did have a question. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Vice Chair.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. I do agree to the primacy legislation that is before us, and I do support this because of the amount of years the former director of Zaman has advocated for primacy, and at times on last council we lost by a couple of votes, but I believe it was geared to more of issues pertaining to some technical issues. But this primacy allows, the way I understood it from the beginning, is that it allows the nation to indicate and to oversee the control of reclamation over its coal mines. That way, the nation will be able to make sure that in some cases that our coal mines will be able to provide full reclamation to the areas that they have mined. The current process right now that's governed by the federal agency, to me, it really dictates to who is in office at the time. If it's a Republican leadership or Democratic leadership, weighs in, and you have one indicating that you have to operate by policy. The other is to, you may have administration that may say we need to loosen up these policies, so that could free up a lot of these things that that the mining companies are supposed to be doing, to reclaim the areas that they have mined and to bring it back as back to original as possible before they have touched the surface of the area they have mined. So the funding pertaining to the primacy, and earlier was alluded to, the funding will come down to the nation based off of the term sovereignty. Earlier we had a discussion pertaining to the 638 contract. The 630 contract that the nation enters into is basically based off of the availability of funds. And that's usually dictated by Congress. And then, so with that, the set amount that's supposed to be coming to the nation in this approval will that be suffice enough to actually govern to be able to regulate the reclamation oversight from the Navajo Nation? Because we don't want to be in the predicament of what our 630 contracts are at this time. Oh, we got to wait for Congress to give us more money, or we got to go back to Congress and beg for more money. I want to know what is the funding formula pertaining to this matter. What is that number amount? Is there going to be an adjustment that will happen in increments of years? Dealing with maybe the amount of acreage that is under the reclamation process. So, just in case, but yes, I do agree that the former director, Mr. Akhtar Zaman, really advocated to get policy change at the national level so that American Indian tribes who have coal mines will be able to say and tell coal mines, you're done now. Instead of the federal government maybe shortchanging us to say, hey, let's get this out and get them to the reclamation process to be speeded up. That's when you look at these 630 contracts earlier, what we were talking to, clearly our trustee is not truthful. It's not truthful to a lot of their responsibilities. Earlier, we were talking about a 630 contract where our public safety has issues pertaining to funding to provide police support, criminal investigation support for the Navajo people. But in this case, will it be in the best interest of the nation to overcome and take this responsibility on? Or do we continue to move forth and allow the federal government to finish and oversee the reclamation process of our coal mines? Thank you. I'm going mute.
Delegate James Chanel.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Okay, I got a million questions since it's Honorable Stewart's legislation. So my first question, well, before I get to my first question, I want to thank you for providing the report and an overview of the legislation. At this point in time, with reading the legislation, I do not support the legislation, and it's really unusual for me to say that from the beginning of a get-go of a legislation going through the committee. And I did share this with Honorable Stewart that I do not support this legislation or for the Primacy Act to be given to the nation. There's a lot of reasons, and you can butter up and you can paint this great picture for me, but at this point in time, with the way our internal system is set up, there is no way that I see surface mining department taking over this. And it's just one of those that just pretty much bothers me because, a lot of funding was taken off the nation, and a small percentage was given back to our Navajo people. Yes, there was probably small improvements and so, and funding was used throughout the whole nation. But you know, the federal government has that portion to assist and try to fix the land the way it used to be. It will never be resurfaced to the way it was, to the way our elderlies that were affected by the mining, the way they seen it. Yes, they might have moved on. They most likely passed away. But you know, when it comes down to it, what did they get out of it? They really didn't get anything out of it. Maybe just to say, hey, here, I'm gonna give you this real nice picture of a home and you'll be given a new home. But to the actual aspect as where our elderlies grew up, where their umbilical cord was buried, where their placenta was put on top of a tree as an offering to Father Sky. All of those have been damaged. And we go back to the concept of the Navajo historical preservation. When you look at it from that perspective, you know, no matter what picture is given, no matter what kind of explanation is given, it will not satisfy me as a lawmaker for surface mining to take this over, because somehow it has affected our relatives, our Navajo people. And my big question is, you know, how is it that surfing mining is going to be any better than the way it currently is? And I know I won't get an answer from you guys. There is no way that Navajo Nation or Surface Mining Department can make it any better than how it currently is. There is no such way that you can take over and think that you can make it better, because it's not. It's not going to happen. And I can sit here and ask you, okay, how many of your current employees have gone through the training aspect of operating to what you guys want to take over? How many of your staff have that capability of taking over to do the job that the government, the federal government, is doing at this point? Again, earlier, we were talking about hiring process. And so that's a continued issue within our Navajo Nation government. When and how it's going to be resolved, I just don't know. It might never be resolved. And I could just see somewhere in the near future as an excuse of why it's not being addressed by surface mining. I could already hear the reason, oh, we're short-staffed. Oh, we don't have the individuals. We don't have the pay. We don't have the equipment. I could already hear that coming from the department in the near future as the current issues that we're currently running into. The pay is not compatible to outside of the nation that these individuals go to school for. That's what's going to be set in the near future. And where does that put the people again? And where do we put the issues that are Navajo people were affected? I don't support it, and I will continue to say this is, how is it that you're going to make it any better, any different than the current way it's being addressed? And just to sum it up, it's just like, this is a big short change. Just like my knowledge, Honorable Otto So just stated, this is a big short change. And so, are we pushing it now just because maybe the thought is maybe Honorable Leonard Sosi is going to become another council delegate, and we all know he didn't support it from the beginning. And he has issues with it. Is that why we're doing this at the last minute? Is that why we're trying to rush this? Why are we not addressing it correctly to our Navajo people, to our Navajo families that have been affected, that live around these areas, these landscapes that have been affected? They should be told, not that you could list all put about so the case the legislation the geeko. Ajanshi kodo has ando chapters, but had the shahiki door laton hitet it the shin hit up need or shan sa case in the oh hayun laid at the shahusin la ada did out hit the whitney did out nihiyata has link. Could on hit wist and a could hadan hit it neshchan la canon hadalia hawan put that a day then could the hawan did ben hit na hot it that then don't hinesh enda chakon dan has ago at hanan now hope line commission jinder hot on hit na hold shako. Ako the quick was she I down with on has ado hot all the federal government lato nihino aho kashi babike neka babidani lonko ako kwaiki yego it ado benan hitish kit ako zedala height aho kodo nihi ade nanish ni zedala height out islaho out do lila Jokot out a benan hitish kitoli. Ha laid out a quaking at the inner sheet out. Set up a lahan but aid, a lahan not aid, lachit out at Oshila. Jokot out a shikodo, bana at the skitoli. Ado Latin John Do latent AFU attach some exhibits with supporting resolutions from the chapters that are affected. Ade la hajod beltahon na otashka ita nidoli. Ade na sostanete otashka ita nidoli. So that are edo benina dobe cases that di kodonal sosni daton not sozi. Ade sheha ihane. Ben hin hik na hat atoli kodo beshman neheda e beshman an do ota hotliani beshman anda nohleni Ni hieta en hilbe lanata so lit nan hit that needle. So ado leban hate indo ba yel hiki. So that I height a ho shimpinina. Basemans anini glinin ha hilde. Latot a kodo hajo. Ade la nahat a woodlone. Nlete. Tatnas nelebe has ande nahat a. So lao at ade la naha has twin hizani. Benahat at the woodlone. Bizarre the woodlone. Ala latot nils and not ayat e. But the nils and not yat e. Hawashi. Hashit eshin jono. Tatnas nelle has ande total zentle. Shinat ayat ehote kan yata hito listen hit non hayat hi oko di kot out ohono koko eto bilt eda ashi honne nesat dan hilnat at zikle oko ade la da sheikha e hatne ade da steichait chokohot ako ospit an nanel en osle hana ako pese nanel je o le hana ade by yana nail kit double eastern in a wheel neho. Oko ade eight that yes in nasala partners nel has under do ade ke ahodes the now the naked hat de quaggy has anila height ado the no sendala. Hashit di kodo legislation so the Osa go be not as link go height but the nothing hospital. How do you respect the concept of how our local people, where the actual smoke is coming out of the hogan, coming out of the homestead of families that have been really affected, that have nowhere to go, that don't have a place to return back to, but yet they know each other by, oh, that's P&M housing. Oh, that's P&M road. Oh, that's the coal street. No, oh, that's how they know. Those of us that are not affected, that there's a the kind not sure it what the whole these families that were affected, then there's no way of them saying I'm from this particular landscape, but the only thing is, oh, I'm from the P&M housing that I need that. I couldn't yet ask that the beto ask that about concern. Oh, how you laid it all the chapters, but late or to cut the shy. Oh, how you out up if you had that was the thing. Yeah, all about the job, but the hash the hot egg or listen day, the link that the whole long. But the pepper baker she that the whole long. That's it all continent over the out net a cut at all listen a cut out the net. Hot up at nest chunky. Some of them have buried their young babies, some of their own kids, because they have nowhere to go but decided to take the wrong route. Maybe it would have been different for certain families if they had access to livestock or farming. So there's all of these different things that I continue to bring back to me. It's like, how can this legislation, how can Navajo Nation surface mining make it better? And I don't see it. I just really don't see it, that the nation can do it and take over. It's not going to happen. There's no way. We've already have a million issues, maybe at this point, 1 billion issues within our own government. We can't even reach out to address all of these washout roads on an immediate attention. I know you guys at Surfing Mining probably put a packet together, but when you start thinking about it and going into depth about it, it's a whole different level. It's a whole different atmosphere of how we're going to address this matter. And I respect you guys at Surface Mining. But you know, there's just too many things that happen within our departments. There's just too many things that happen every 4 years. There's always a turnover in employees. There's always issues that happen every election year. New lawmakers come in, new president, vice president come. And it all changes all the time. We all know our laws are not updated. We are struggling right now just to even update our Title 17. All of that's not updated. They're all outdated. Maybe I would have a different perspective if all of these were all updated. But then, they're not. So, how is it that you're going to, as a department, how are you going to make that any different? How are you going to be any better than the way it is currently of how it's being addressed? And like I said, I do not support this legislation. I gave you some of the reasons. And if I were to continue to talk about all of these reasons, I might make it into a filibuster and go all the way to midnight. How they're frustrated, but we can't do anything for them anymore. Madam Chair, and I know I will have more follow-up questions based off the response that we receive. So with that, I'll end it here with my million questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Delegate Admin Yazzie, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have prior commitments for this evening, so I am going to go ahead and log off the meeting just for your info, Madam Chair.
Thank you for letting us know, Delegate Yazzie. I'll let the record reflect that Delegate Admin Yazzie is excused at 4:57 p.m. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments regarding this legislation?
It's Eugene here.
Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
I read it, legislation that's in Wilson, Honorable Wilson Stewart. Which one was it? Definition did the union. A promise piece of the northern in the seed of a clock. Auto on the way 3, page 3, line 6R, so doesn't the primary, number one nation primary, the promise be the clock. and then go down to line 15, section 3. ADGA coal mine. That coal is not indicated as Sinani cost. That's my question. Are we going to do some more digging? Maybe we're out of money. So yeah, so okay, so my question is, I had this reclamation be clear. I live on the coal mine. The car is the quick entry. What over on that? The cracky, the car, auto, way the father on the car, you store it there, the topsoil. Because it takes a long time to make topsoil. You take that off and take it somewhere and store it. All the way back in stuff. Hey, you have the thing. All of that, all that, so I think. But it's constantly when they take it out of the canal and stay all this. We go keep the coal mine moving on, and the other ones we already being reclaimed again. That's stay all this. So that is five young on this case. Look on the way that keep by it. We have so many acres that was reclaimed. And the water that was taken, it came from Pinion and Black Mesa, Forest Lake, and many farms and all around that area. Lady Clark took the out of Chilla the year. I don't happy not read. A lot of windmill there is that the pipe sent up the mess where the water is, so it won't suck out the water. So a lot of windmill went dry because of that. So from that boundary, going towards Pinion, I say Peabody, the coal mine, the boundary. But the way it's down the car there, but later it was the in Lego and no, it was lost in the car, later class. ADG, the car, so quite a it is on the happy not read on now because we're going to have that kind of a privacy. They need CDD. Public extra that and zoning that so because that's the main thing that these miners forget. They take the whole water off from the water table. They class it what they've done is what they without us thinking about the people. So they'll just say that that's not in our boundary. No, you're not. What are you not? I know all these other when I talk to the Fish and Grazing Committee members from that area. So that's the only question I have is that's going to be included in there. So we restore the water down there when they're going to if this is what is the plan, and also coal mining. So I'm not a mass coal mine. What else by this since we're going to have this ag that unship so how many so unship is a lot of unship they made install this. The no go what that coal mine is how Canada had carried across the Navajo Nation. The next one is chasing how many or are we looking at? Sorry, I don't know. So we have some sites that we're looking at where we're going to use this new law. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So with that, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to the presenters at this time. Delegate Wilson Stewart, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And LSC members have asked questions and brought up concerns regarding the Primacy Act and the legislation itself. And one question that Mr. Vince James had, but I will turn it over, Madam Chair, to Ms. Jeremiah and DOJ to respond to those concerns and questions. Ms. Jeremiah?
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Stewart. Is my audio okay?
We can hear you just fine, Ms. Jeremiah.
Okay, I just want to make a quick comment before I answer the questions about Honorable Delegate Stewart indicating that April Quinn from DOJ is an agent of the legislation, but she is not, DOJ isn't an agent, but she's here to answer any kind of questions we have, any legal questions or issues. I just want to make that clear for the record. So to answer Honorable Vice Chair Otto So's question, thank you for supporting the primacy legislation. Your question was regarding funding. You had a concern regarding the Navajo Nation being able to be funded by the Department of Interior. So currently, our funding agency, OSMRE, they fund the surface mining program 100%. And when the surface mining program obtains primacy, the Department of Interior will continue to fund the surface mining program 100%. And right now, this covers personnel, it covers operations, it covers a lot of travel, because that is what the inspectors do. They travel throughout the mine. They go to each of the mines and perform their inspections. So right now there are two active mines and reclamation activities that goes on. That's at the Navajo mine and the Pinabete mine. Then there's 3 more mines where it's reclamation activities only. That's the Kayenta mine, the Black Mesa mine, and the McKinley mine. The budget right now, it falls between 1.4 million and 1.5 million. The concern was, will there be enough funding? How are we sure that there will be enough funding? So the funding agency, OSMRE, is very involved with the surface mining program's planning of its forecasted budgets. There's a 3-month budget, there's an 18-month budget, there's annual budgets, and all of these have forecasts prior to the budget being finalized. And this involves communication between the Minerals Department, the Surface Mining Program, and OSMRE. So we are in communication with them all the time of, this is our need. It's the Navajo Nation, that the Surface Mining Program, that prepares the budget, indicating this is our personnel. And right now there's 10 positions that are filled and 1 vacancy. So we say that we've got 11 individuals under our staff. This is how many times we're going to travel each for a given year, because we have it down by quarter of what's required and how many people will be going out. This is what it costs for. These are our fixed costs. We know what those are. And so we calculate out what the budget is going to be. We calculate out anticipated general wage adjustments. We calculate out any anticipated step increases or merit bonuses that are based on performance. And we submit that to OSMRE. We do that 18 months before a given fiscal year, and then again 3 months prior, and then again we have our annual budget. So I am not concerned about the federal agency or the surface mining program having any budgetary issues. To answer concerns about Honorable Delegate James, what he provided, I'm sorry that you do not support this legislation. your main concern, your question was how can it be any better than it already is? You said that there's just no such way, and I think you were talking about mostly how can the reclamation or how can the mining be better? How can the situation be better? And I truly understand where you're coming from, that can't be better because it already happened. But the reclamation, the reclaiming the land, the way that it can be better is because the Navajo Nation will have regulatory authority, not the federal government. The Navajo Nation will have a say over this is how it should be. And the Navajo Nation can issue notices of violations. The Navajo Nation will have a better stance on how things are done. That can be written into the regulations that we will have. That can be, there have to at least be as I guess the word is strict as the federal government, but they can be more stringent. That is how it can be better in the future. I named off all of the mines that still have reclamation, not just the Kayenta mine, not just the Black Mesa mine, and not just the McKinley. We still have the Navajo mine that has active mining going on, and we still have the Pinabete mine, and reclamation activities span over a number of years. It's not just a few years. There's years and years of reclamation. And being the regulatory authority, we are exercising our sovereignty. That's how it can be better for the Navajo Nation. So another question that you had was, or a concern really, was with the processes, and I understand that. I mean, that is a concern. It's like, okay, are we, the whole Navajo Nation's processes have to be enfolded with, if we obtain primacy, we have to be able to blend our processes in with the Navajo Nation's processes. But that can be done. I have faith in our employees. They range from geologists to environmental engineers, mining engineers, hydrologists. We've got expert reclamation specialists that can do this job. And we have 40 years of, if you want to call it, institutionalized knowledge that we have gained from the 80s. We've been trained by OSMRE. This is how you do it. They walk side by side with the inspectors. This is what you look for. They provide training, all of the training, the flights, when they go on travel for training purposes, everything 100% is covered. So the staff, when they haven't been on inspections, that's what they do. They go and they train. That's part of their job. And the types of training that they undertake, that they undergo, are things like for fires, for landslides, for drilling, for reclamation, for blasting, enforcement procedures, anything that has to do with hydrology, with geology, with geochemistry, with mapping. I mean, there is just hundreds of courses that they have taken and that they retake every single year. And the program manager, Mr. Harrison Billy, is also one of the instructors. He has advanced his knowledge to be an instructor. So he instructs other, not just our inspectors, but other inspectors under the states and other the federal government. I'm sorry. So they are trained. That shouldn't be a concern. One other thing is, you felt that we were rushing this, maybe because of the administration. That's how I felt. What your concern was about. And I don't think it's being rushed. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time, and We've had 2 work sessions with RDC earlier in the year. We've had 1 work session with the Law and Order Committee, which was earlier this year. So we're not rushing. We are slowly moving forward. We're putting things together carefully that in a way that we think that can be presented to the Navajo Nation Council so that they can understand what this is, because it's huge. You've seen the manuals. There's a lot of information. So we are trying to go slowly forward to present the information carefully on what we do, what our responsibilities are, and how we want to move forward. So, Honorable Delegate James, I know that you said it doesn't matter what I say, you're not going to support this legislation, so I am sorry for it, but I do understand your reasons. I really do. But I hope in answering some of your concerns that I have provided additional information for all of the other committee members. For Delegate Eugene So, I am going to defer your questions over to Mr. William Skeet, if I may.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Question of privilege, Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question of privilege is going to be, you stated that you can be more stringent than the federal regulation. How can you be more stringent than the federal regulation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I answer?
The floor is yours.
So the question is, how can we be more stringent than the federal government? One example is in the writing of the regulations. For example,
Ms. Jeremiah, I'm sorry, I did call upon Delegate Wilson Stewart. If he wants to recognize you, he can go ahead and do so. Delegate Wilson Stewart, as a sponsor of the legislation, I believe that question was regarding the legislation. Delegate Wilson Stewart.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you again for the floor again, Madam Chair, and LOC members. The question is, as to how it can be more stringent is that it won't be more stringent. The way I understand it is that it's going to be just as stringent, but it would take out the federal authority to give again to Navajo Nation using our sovereignty rights. That's my interpretation of it. But if I'm wrong, Madam Chair and colleagues of the LOC committee, I will ask Ms. Jeremiah for an explanation on that side of for the Minerals Department.
Ms. Jeremiah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Stewart is correct, but also we could increase the standards. We can have higher standards, higher reclamation standards than what are currently in the federal regulations. And just as an example, to ensure that the seeding has taken place, has taken root, perhaps instead of making sure that the seeding has taken root for 7 years, we're going to require 10 years, something like that. So there's always regulations, there's always standards that can be increased, which is what we will require of the mine operator. So in this case, we would require the mine operators, which would be the current mining operators, would be NTEC, of the Navajo and Penobete mines, and then Peabody Coal Company for Kayenta and Black Mesa, and Chevron for the McKinley mine. So those are types of, that's just one example. Thank you, Delegate James, for your question.
So with that, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over at this time to Committee members, are there any questions or any comments at this time regarding this legislation?
Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James, you have a follow-up? The floor is yours.
Thank you again, Shanella, Madam Chair. I'm trying to figure out the statement that you made, or the statement that was made, that the stringents can be more higher than the federal regulations. I think when federal regulations are put in place, that's the highest it can go. And then you just now made another statement that was made is that, excuse me, another statement that was just made was that we can increase the standards, or we can decrease the standards. How can you do that from your office on increasing or decreasing a federal standards? So that's my other question is how can you do that? I just don't understand. And I honestly, truly do respect all the hardworking staff of your department. I have nothing against that, and I know they would do the jobs, and I know they would be capable of doing the job. But with all the hiccups, with all the obstacles that we have within the nation, dealing with other departments, that's not going to happen. I can guarantee you that every department of the Navajo Nation has an employee, or how we've been shared with reports that they're overworked. That we always, in any report that we receive, we always hear that one staff is not paid. And so if you were to take over this big responsibility, the primacy, how are we making that any better? So from that perspective, from that point of view, I'm trying to understand how you can make the federal standards any higher or any less of the statement that was just made. I'm just trying, because these are standards that are put in place by federal mining. And so, and then we're going to be utilizing federal funds to employ these individuals. So there's no way of getting away from these standards, these policies, these regulations that are already in place at the federal level. We're going to have to still obey that. And that's that's my next question to that is, how is it that you're going to be able to improve your department by working with federally funded when we currently are having big issues with the 638 funds, with Navajo Head Start, and then other programs, other federally funded programs throughout the Navajo Nation. And I've always made this in a notation, and I have made it as an example that, you know, if you work for the federal, if you work at the federal level, to make changes, all you need to do is A, B, C, and D, and it's done. It's changed at the federal level. But for the Navajo Nation, it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way down to Z before that changes or before that thing happens. And that's just how it's going to be. for the surface mining. It's going to be a struggle. And so that's where I come, and I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening because of all the issues that we have A through Z until we can resolve an issue. And so how is that going to be any better for you if we can't even make it any better for our Navajo children's under Navajo Head Start, for our police officers under 638, for other departments? And then currently, we always get the questions as delegates. We get the question, why do I have to submit more documents? Why do I have to resubmit all the same stuff to the same department? Because it's federal funds. And so educating the people is more important than trying to say, hey, we went before Resource and Development Committee. We did it 3-4 times. That's not a suffice answer for me of how you acknowledge the Navajo people at the local level. And so that's very bothersome for me to hear of an answer. And if we're already in that atmosphere of, oh, we can change the standards when in reality you can't, when there are federal standards and federal fundings will be shifting down with those standards. That's already a problem when we just barely are almost an hour into this legislation. Just imagine how it would be if it was to be approved as of today, and if you guys were to take over tomorrow. It's already going into that same directions that some of these programs are dealing with. And so it just makes it really hard. And I don't even know if you have some staff, like today earlier, we've heard so many individuals retiring. We've heard individuals that are resigning. We've heard positions that have been vacant for over a year, some going on to 3 years that have been vacant, that have been fully funded, and they can't fill those positions. What are you going to do when you get to that point? Is that when we're going to run back to the federal government and say, hey, Navajo Nation surface mining can't do the job. We're going to give it back to you because you can do A, B, C, and D. Where for the nation, Navajo Nation, we have to do A through Z before we hire a person. And my biggest fear is that, we can find these highly qualified individuals, but when it gets to that PAF, we don't really tell our staff that, please expect to not be paid for almost 2 months, because it's going to be a while that DPM or whatever department is short staff and your PAF is not going to be inputted. We're going to lose staff. That's the kind of struggle that we are currently running into. And that's what I mean. How is it that you're going to make it any better? How is it going to be any different than the way it currently is? I just don't foresee it. I just don't see the capability of surface mining taking over this. It's a big responsibility. And my last question is, how many hours of training has your staff that you're talking about have already gone through? Do we even have a record of what kind of training they're taking? How many hours they've done it? If I was to make a directive to say, hey, can you provide me a report? And I correspond that with the federal report, is it going to be comparable? Or is it going to be so totally different? And these are my other questions that I really wanted to relate to you And this is what I mean. I will have questions as you continue to answer and tell me how you want to address each of my questions, because I mean, if it was different answers and if we had a different system, yeah, I'll most likely be in favor of it. But at this point in time, I just don't see it, and I just don't want our Navajo people to hurt even more. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and most likely I'll have follow-up questions again. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. We do have 2 members of the Law and Order Committee who have left the meeting. So I just want to make everyone aware of that. We still have a quorum. We have myself, Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Vince James on the line. So with that, Delegate Wilson Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over, questions back over to Ms. Chair Maya. Oh, Madam Chair, I forgot one thing. Prior to Vince James calling point of order, I know that Ms. Chair Maya was or point of privilege rather. Ms. Chair Maya was going to hand the floor over to Mr. Skeet to answer Mr. Eugene So's concerns.
Okay, Delegate Wilson Stewart, whichever one of your agents you want to go ahead and turn the floor over to, I'll leave that up to you, and you can just call upon them.
Okay, we'll go with Mr. Skeet.
Mr. Skeet, Delegate Wilson Stewart has called upon you. Are you on the line? Second call, Mr. Skeet. Last and final call for Mr. Skeet. Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair.
Okay, Delegate Wilson Stewart, Mr. Skeet is not on the line. If you want to turn the floor over to Ms. Maya, you're welcome to do so.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll do that. Ms. Chair Maya?
Thank you, Delegate Stewart. So one of the questions was, how can we increase the standards? Well, that is what SMACRA allows if you obtain primacy. We're able to submit a package that will change law, that we will be the primary regulatory authority. That means that we create our own law as long as it is equivalent or comparable to SMACRA. We can create our own tribal regulations as long as they are comparable or more stringent than the federal regulations. So I think when you asked, and this is Honorable Delegate James, when you asked how can we increase the standards, or how can we change the change the standards, that is how, through primacy, because we will become the primary regulatory authority with our own laws, with our own regulations. The other question was the oversight. How can I say this? The federal agency will continue to have some oversight because of their trust responsibility. So when the surface mining program takes over these new functions, if we obtain primacy, the federal government will not just completely say, okay, have at it, we're not going to, now that you have primacy, we're out of the picture. They're not going to do that because they do still have that trust responsibility. And yes, there's always a possibility that we're going to have people retiring or resigning, or there might be some vacant positions. And in that case, we have discussed with the funding agency how they will step in temporarily. They're not just going to let us fail. And I think that we have a great working relationship with our federal agency. It's not like how you described earlier the relationship, the 638 relationship, with the BIA and certain Navajo Nation departments. That is not how our relationship is with our funding agency. We've been working with them for 40 years. The team here, the inspectors, go out with them on all of their inspections. And that is every quarter there's a mandated number of inspections that they do. We are involved in assisting, we shadow them all the time in whatever they do. We shadow them. So wherever they go, we go. Whatever training that they have, we attend. And we're involved in every process of the way so that we can learn what process that we have to go through should we obtain primacy. And I do understand your questions, and they are legitimate concerns, but to not pursue primacy because we're afraid of the increased responsibility, that is not a good enough reason to not pursue our sovereignty, to not, we're always talking about being a sovereign nation. Why do we want to use this fear of not being good enough to oversee our reclamation, of coming across obstacles, of coming across situations where we might not have employees? That fear is not a good reason to not have primacy. That's all I can say. And then, regarding the training hours, there's thousands of training hours for these employees, and we can give you a report if you do want a report or a list of the training courses, because that is certainly not an issue. I hope I answered your questions, Delegate James, and I know that I know what you mean by it's just going to prompt for questions, but that is okay too. Thank you.
Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Delegate Eugene, so the floor is yours.
Oh, shit. There's Ani. There's neighbor here. We're not only in a critical hunt, no, that's it. Which I'm for. But I could end it's also not. That's just. I want to know, since we're going to be doing some maybe surface mining. I just want to know where we're going to do these surface mining. Or we're going to go back into uranium or coal or whatever mining we got out there that will make deals with other contractors. I really want to know. I hope you can mine some of in my area so I can have some dollars. I'm very poor, but I just hope it's close to my house so I can get some money. And this act is going to protect me. And I would really like to be included in. I mean, and a letter was included in there in regards to water rights. Like I said, a Peak Body coal mine took almost all the water off under the Navajo Nation, and he didn't have to pay for it. It looks like, and now all the windmills are empty across the Navajo Nation. That way we got something that we can, the water is most important. Let's say if there's a coal mine like Peabody, they're going to use water to run it somewhere else. And where are they going to get these water? It's going to be out of our own ground. And when it's coming out of our own ground, I think that should be also in the act. That's very important is the water. Because now people are trying to say they did it, but Peabody say no, this is my boundary right here. All I agreed to is to bring back your topsoil and your grandma grass, or the lower. Bring those back for you and put the trees back up and some rocks back for your insects out here that were living out here, and the birds. Hey, I put it back for you. That's my job. But the water is yours. Underneath the coal mine is mine, but not. I don't have any right to what you're talking about. I never. No, it's not my tract to give you water back at Pinion or Forest Lake or back down there at the Hopi Reservation. Okay, there you AB store that Zondon for it. They will cover everything with reclamation or no able to by that sitting island. Only the top part of it. You take all the topsoil out and all the grass off, and then the trees, the rocks. I guess you take a picture of it so when you put it back down, you put it where they were before. So those coyotes and those lizards can go back living. I don't know where they put those coyotes, and whatever wildlife, where do we put those? That's after the reclamation, we put all those wildlife back on it. So everything looks the same. But we do need the water the same underneath too. A credit is to $100, but other than that, which I know where all the coal mine and the uranium mine is going to be at in the future. All right, and thank you.
Delegate Wilson Stewart, I'll turn the floor over to you to answer the question by Delegate Eugene Stone.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and LOC. Arash and Allah thought Mr. So and Andil Kidigi Kodo surface mining the Ninigi Aro water rights at Egi and the Kodo I thought vegetation low wildlife that Egi but that's Egi Kea Linigi Ashin Quagi Shin A Yamas Chairmaya Shin Banard this author that Quagi A ye not on Hadot Zitole.
Ms. Jeremiah, are you there? Your delegate called upon you.
Yes, I'm trying to unmute. Thank you. Is my audio okay? Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to mention that Mr. William Skeet, he was muted and he is available. But I did want to mention so to answer some of the questions of this delegate. So first he asked if there's any other mining out there, additional mining, and there isn't. There's just the active mines that I mentioned, which was the Navajo mine and the Pinabete mine, and the reclamation that's ongoing at the Kayenta mine, the Black Mesa mine, and the McKinley mine. So there are no additional operators out there who have expressed interest in coal mining. But if there was, what the reclamation process is reviewing that permit application package. Okay. Then preparing the land, and then doing what's called soil control, monitoring the operator's soil control activities, monitoring the erosion and sedimentation control, and then also the revegetation, those areas, and then taking a look at the reseeding process. And that involves looking at erosion, repairing and maintaining the revegetated areas, making sure that they're self-sustaining. That is what reclamation is, and that's what this primacy will allow the surface mining program to oversee the reclamation process. Not the mining process, but the reclamation process. What the mine operators are trying to do to fix the land after it's been mined. And I don't know, Madam Chair, if we can ask Mr. William Skeet to add to that.
Madam Chair, request to have Mr. Skeet answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Skeet, floor is yours.
Mr. Skeet, we're calling upon you again.
Star 6 to
Delegate
unmute.
Wilson Stewart, Mr. Skeet is not on the line. Does that conclude your answering the question?
Yes, Madam Chair, that concludes our response for now.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
That's it, Madam Chair.
Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
What I request for is that I do favor the legislation. I do favor the Primacy Act. I do favor it, but what needs to be included so it won't happen again so many times before is the water rush. So when the mine, they use water, and it takes a lot out of not in their boundary but other boundaries, maybe 10 miles, 20 miles on either side of the boundary of where they're mining. So they only say this is the boundary. I don't have anything to say about that side of it, if I put the water or not. That's what I'm trying to understand. So if that would be really included, but with regards to water, it would be really good. Also, now reclamation in regards to the valleys. I reckon that they're going to just put it the way it is, but really, if it's going to be in the valley, there's things should be included where it would be more holistic way of life within the forest would be, or any area where they can have water spreaders, where they can save water along all the way down the valley, to be included in those things. That way, it helps the land to regenerate itself. So that's one of the things I also think should be included. But I am, yes, favor legislation, but there are other things I think should be included that would really help the land to grow back and to be stronger for generations to come. Thank you.
Delegate Wilson Stewart, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, Shanella, Eugene, so I believe we can discuss that more in details of what each delegate wishes to have put in this primacy, as well as not only the recommendations from RDC and other staff or DOJ, but to make sure that everything is in compliance with what needs to be done and how we wish to move forward with this primacy. Ako dapat hasti dole is all I want to add, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
This is Delegate James Schnelly.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
If you had Nana Schnelly, Madam Chair, and then members of LOC and then presenters, thank you very much. Shana, Wilson Stewart, Yat Echo Evening. I know I already gave you a warning about this. And I have all these questions, and I told you these are all the questions that I have, and so that's what I'm doing. Cool. Cool. I'm trying to make it to where it's more respectful, but it's getting to that point where it's getting frustrating. There's certain things that are just not making sense. Certain things that I just consider as it being lies. I have tremendous respect, but when it comes down to you telling the committee that we can provide different laws when we can only get to the max of the federal laws. I once that comment's made, I mean, the program's not ready for it. So with that, I'm just going to say, can you tell me where in the SMARCRA does it say that we can change the law to accommodate the Navajo Nation? Can you please tell me what page, what area it says that? And then number two is, again, going back to what I just said, is how can you tell the committee that, the Navajo Nation can supersede the federal government's regulations? Where in all of the regulations and policies does the Navajo Nation have that obligation? I would love to see it, because right now, the way you're answering my question, it's being stated as that the Navajo Nation can supersede the federal government regulations, the standards that are in place by the federal government. So again, we're in the bill, the laws, does that state we can do that we can supersede? Number three is where in the bill, the law, the policies, does it state that you can increase and decrease the standards? And I believe these main three is some great information that us lawmakers continue to go round and round with our Congress on trying to make it to that point, but we haven't seen it. And so I'm just curious of where you're reading to make those kind of a statement to Law and Order Committee of the three, my first three questions. And I'm just really listening to the response. And again, I guess it's not oil companies, it's more of the coal companies. So I just wanted to make that corrections for the record as well. It was stated that it was for oil companies. In this case, it's for the coal companies. Number five, in your response, you've indicated that several times you've indicated federal regulations. That is the whole true thing about this whole primacy. No matter what we say, no matter what we do, we have to refer back to the federal regulations. No matter what is said, no matter what is done, we still have to refer back to the federal regulations. I would understand this statement of my number 5 if it was Navajo Nation funds. Yes, I would understand. But in this case, this is federal funding that we're talking about. And it comes along with the federal regulations, the federal standards, the federal policies. And that will move me into number 6, is where in the law and in this whole process is it allowable for water regulations to be inputted, for water rights to be put in place corresponding with primacy. Those are two different things that are separated with any federal regulation standards or policies. And to say that, to give that hopes that, the water rights can be inserted, I don't think it goes with primacy. We're talking about two different things. And then number 7, if you indicated that your staff are shadowing federal employees, is that a training that they're going through? What kind of training is that? What is the title of that training of where they're shadowing? And I'm looking at your hydrologist, geologist, your principal hydrologist under the job description, and it reads different. Are we already practicing when this legislation hasn't gone through? It's part of the positions that your staff hold, that it's one of the requirements to go shadow on the mine sites. I'm assuming that it is just a job related. It's related to their positions, but it's not a training that's happening. And if there was some sort of a training, it would be nice to have that exhibit of an agreement between surf mining and the federal government of what kind of training is being provided to the surf mining staff to make that transition. And I think this is where it gets really complicated for me, is that, why do we not have DOJ involved at this point? DOJ should already be one of the agencies in answering these questions, because they're the ones that come to the final conclusion of doing the agreement and putting the documents in place. And so it would be one part of the legislation to have that as part of as an exhibit to the legislation, but yet we don't have that as well. So with all of this, with the 8 issues that I just brought up, again, I'm just like, surfing mining, you're not ready. We're not ready as a nation to take over. And we're not ready to even put these water rights part of the primacy, because it's two different things. But that's where I come from, and I hope you can answer my 8 questions again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So with that, Delegate Wilson Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stella, these questions, again, they're going on record, so I think you can use these towards Nabikiyat and council, so we'll just take your time away at that time. But to answer your question, to answer your questions, Stella, the primacy, actually, there are 2 different things, the primacy and the water rights. And DOJ is online, so April Quinn, who has been assisting with the development and the wording and the legislation with this primacy that we are seeking, as well as Mariana Khan, who's been assisting RDC and who is our advisor with RDC as well. Twice through RDC, and then like I said, I met with the minerals department myself to go through the whole presentation. And like Ms. Jeremiah stated, there's over 40 years of experience within this department, within this program, and the work that they do, the detailed work that they do, the experience that the staff brings to the program, not only in the office, but out in the field. And through Resource Development Committee, we're meeting with them as well in the Nahanzad area on that mine as well, make sure that the reclamation continues, and dealing with the reclamation as well, again, which is on a different issue, but with NFPI, which the council has assisted us with, it's working with individuals, like we say, the experts in the field, to assist us in those areas. Yeah, that's what it takes. And the primacy for Navajo Nation, we say that we're sovereign, even within the Division of Natural Resources, there's different clauses and different legislations that have gone before to say that Navajo Nation is sovereign and that we have our own laws and policies. And this is one way, again, of increasing that for us as a Navajo Nation, and the different stipulations that can be put in there. Maybe not more stringent than what the federal government is, but we know our land, we know our vegetation, we know our animals, we know which way the water and the wind blows and whatnot. So those areas, that's what I want to say. It's thinking of those areas and looking at what it means in within our tribal government. That's the way I understand it. And so the more we can explain and help in answering your questions, and to make that meat a little more tender for you, and so you can understand and we can all understand, because there's probably other questions out there too from other colleagues as well that will be in that same area, and also the community members that make it out, so that come from these areas. What does it mean? What is it for? Those are the ones out there, and the questions that you're asking, thank you. How else are we gonna make ourselves better for the next committees when we have to present? And starting with LOC and answering the questions the best way we know how. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Jeremiah, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but that's how I will answer at this time.
Madam Chair, do you want me to respond?
Madam Chair, are you still on the call? Hello? Okay. I was just calling on you. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lorraine. I apologize, committee members. I went through an area where I lost connection. With that, I know that Delegate Wilson Stewart was still talking. Delegate Wilson Stewart, does that conclude your answering the questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just left it open to Ms. Jeremiah if she wanted to add anything back to what I stated, to reply back to Shatila Vince James.
Ms. Jeremiah, is there anything you'd like to add?
Madam Chair, I would like to defer to April Quinn with the DOJ to answer some of the questions regarding the legal aspects of primacy.
Ms. Quinn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. I just wanted to quickly address the concern about whether the Navajo Nation's requirements can be more stringent than the SMACRA requirements. And as Ms. Jeremiah mentioned, SMACRA does allow for state or tribal requirements to actually be more stringent. They cannot be less stringent.
Ms. Quinn, the floor is yours.
Go ahead.
Ms. Quinn,
Oh.
the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, because I was talking away there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Because I just wanted to speak really quickly about the stringency concern. And so SMACRA does allow for state or tribal programs to actually be more stringent than the SMACRA requirements. They cannot be less stringent. So the way to look at it is that the SMACRA requirements are the floor and nothing can be below that. Delegate James asked for a citation in SMACRA that talks about this sort of thing. The section I was able to find really quickly while everyone was talking is section 505B as in boy of SMACRA, which talks about, it addresses specifically state laws, but as Ms. Jeremiah noted, tribes are basically treated the same way as states under SMACRA when it comes to primacy. And so this specific provision talks about state laws that are more stringent in terms of land use and environmental controls and regulations of surface coal mining and reclamation operation than the provisions of SMACRA or any regulations. And it says that those state laws will not be construed to be inconsistent with this act. So that means that SMACRA will allow state laws that are more stringent than the SMACRA requirements. And so because tribes are treated the same way as states, we are also allowed to have more stringent requirements than the SMACRA requirements. And so I will stop there, see if anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Delegate Stewart? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, Delegate Stewart, does that conclude your answering the questions?
Madam Chair, that concludes the answers on this side.
Thank you for that, committee members. I'm logging back on through the internet. If you give me 1 second. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and ask committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Delegate James here. Chanel.
Delegate Vince, I know you already stated that you have a lot of questions. Just a suggestion, perhaps you can email those questions to Delegate Stewart. That way they have it, and then we know that your questions are being answered. Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours. Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours. Delegate Vince James, can you hear me? Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me now? This is Delegate James.
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Shahad Nanas Nale. I know it's getting late, and I know it's some important questions, but I could just get off the line and then end the meeting with lots of quorum too. So, but I think these are some important questions that are now for people should hear. And if I were to do it through email, or now for people won't be able to hear it that are listening. And I'm trying to be as much transparency as much as I can, so our now for people are aware of what's going on out there. And so with that, April, thank you for the response in regards to the section of 505B, and where is there a definition under the SMACRA that indicates that the state law is also considered as the tribal laws? And I think this is where it would be helpful for me, and then are now for people to be more transparency, to see if you can email that to us, and I and somehow put it on our Zoom, so it can be seen of where the transition that you're talking about, of how it's comparable, that the tribal is, any tribal nation is comparable to the state laws under the 505B. And it gets really interesting, and it gets interesting for me, because, you know, when you start really talking about the federal regulations of the job duties that they do, the things that they do at the mine site, a lot of different training that is required. You have to go into depth. And so when you compare some of our surfing mine positions, when you look at their class specifications, when you look at their JV announcements for the requirements of the duties, and you correspond that with other positions at the federal level, it does not correspond. And so that's why I'm saying, why would it take a Now for Nation employee, when it's not part of their job description, and we say that they're doing it at this point? And so I think something with some sort of a document under the 505B, that the state law, that tribal nation is also considered under the state law. Maybe not even our own surfing mining staff knew about that. And so that should be part of this whole process as an exhibit. And I would kindly request that to make it known and make it shown in the legislation. I don't know if we can do an amendment here, if we have a quorum, to indicate this 505B, and with the information that you're going to email us of how the state law is considered also as the tribal nation, be part of this legislation. Or I guess this would go back to Mariana Khan, if we can make that amendment here at LOC, that way this legislation has that information regarding the smart growth, that information. And I thank you for the explanation of how you indicated the floor, and it has to go above the floor, not below the floor. So that would be my only question to April, since she's on the line, Madam Chair. Thank you. Janelle, yeah.
Ms. Quinn, I believe that the question was directed to you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable committee members. I can definitely put something in email form explaining that the treatment of tribal laws and state laws. But I would point out right now while we're talking, the key provision right now that we're talking about, make sure I get the correct section of this, is, I believe it's section 710J of SMACRA, which talks about tribal regulatory authority. And section 710J1A notes that basically tribes will be able to seek primacy just like a state. So that's the key provision. And then I can give you some more detailed information, just noting the various SMACRA sections that you can take a look at to see why it is that both tribes and states have the ability to pass, more stringent requirements than what SMACRA says. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Quinn. And Delegate Vince James, I wanted to clarify, and me asking you to send your questions ahead of time. I do this all the time. When I ask questions, I send them ahead of time and I read it on the record. That way, if there are any questions that are not being answered, I can resend them again. And I think that you have received a copy of those questions, because I usually try to CC the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And this is just so that your questions get answered. So that was my reason for suggesting that you email them the questions that you have. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding this legislation?
Madam Chair,
Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
this can see. We thought I'm not okay. But yeah, there's nothing else by another what we're going to put in there. But that needs to be put in there. Up it's good, yeah. Other but not a treasure. But I'm under. So thank you.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
If you had Chanel, Madam Chair, this is Delegate James. I have a question.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
I was trying to type my questions, but you already went back to asking if we had questions. So I just stopped texting, typing again. The training, in regards to the training, what kind of training is it that your staff are currently doing to based off the legislation that is before us? That wasn't answered, which was my number 7 question. Thank you, Chanel.
Delegate Stewart, yours to answer.
Madam Chair, sorry, LLC members, we're busy at the chapter house this evening, but I will go ahead and turn the floor over, Madam Chair, or Madam Chair, I'm going to ask you for your guidance on this area. As I stated, I am busy at the chapter house this evening, and I know you did give a recommendation to should still Mr. Vince James ask his questions in writing to me and also to Ms. Jeremiah. But Madam Chair, due to it being election year, the chapter here in Fort Defiance does have a forum between myself and my opponent this evening. So that's where I'm stuck, Madam Chair. I'm not hearing all the questions and concerns recommended by LOC, and I'm being very honest with you all. So I don't know how I can ask LOC to how they want to do this, Madam Chair. That's my response back at this time.
Thank you for being honest with us, Delegate Stewart, and good luck on your forum tonight. Do we have Dana on the line? Do we have anybody?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Thank you, Dana. Dana, just as a recap, this is the legislation that is being sponsored by Delegate Wilson Stewart. There is no co-sponsor on this legislation. It is being heard here at Law and Order Committee. However, Delegate Wilson Stewart is getting ready to take part in a forum at his chapter. And so I guess my question is, can we continue as long as he is on the line, since the questions are being posed to the agents, or do you recommend that we just table the, or I guess maybe, I don't want to say table the legislation because it still does move forward. What options do we have? Because Delegate Vince James has stated on the record that he's got a lot of questions regarding this legislation. And I believe that Delegate Vince James did mention something about a filibuster. So what options do we have at this point, Dana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You can continue to hear the legislation as long as Delegate Stewart is still on the line, whether he is actively participating is up to him. As long as he is on the line, you can continue. You could also table the legislation, and it would move on unless he chose not to move it on and come and bring it back to Law and Order Committee. But that is a choice for the sponsor. I think those are your options. Yep, that's all I can think of at this moment, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you for that guidance, Dana. I guess we can go ahead and continue since Delegate Stewart doesn't, I mean, he hasn't really, I think as a sponsor, you know, he's not really going to be answering any of the questions because he's leaving it up to his agents to do so. I can call directly on the agents. I do see that Delegate Wilson Stewart is still on the line. And so I think that we can go ahead and we can continue as long as he is on the line. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments?
Janella, this is Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
My question in regards to the training, has it been answered?
I apologize for that, Delegate Vince James. Ms. Jeremiah, can you answer the question regarding the training?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can answer. So Delegate James, you had asked first about shadowing. What is that, and is that part of the training? So when I had mentioned shadowing, I was talking about the inspectors when they go out into the field to do the reclamation inspections side by side with the federal inspectors. So when I say they're shadowing, they're learning on the job. So they have on-hands training where they follow and they are allowed to comment on what they are seeing, do their analysis on what they're seeing with the inspectors there, giving them guidance or telling them, instructing them on what to do or other options available to the analysis that they have performed. Now we are at the point now with the knowledge that they can perform the inspections on their own. However, it's still required that the federal inspectors accompany them. So although they're shadowing, or it's called on-hands training, they are fully trained to do these things now on their own. It's just that they don't have any regulatory authority to do it on their own. So that's the on-hands, the shadowing that I was talking about. In addition to that, they have technical training, and the technical training are provided by subject matter experts, where they fly out to wherever the training is held, where they go. And it has decreased during the pandemic, but prior to the pandemic, they were always on travel when they weren't performing inspections to attend training. And all of that training has to do with what I had listed before: geology, hydrology, erosion, sediment control, blasting, what to look for in inspections, just a wide range of different types of training that has to do with reclamation, that has to do with coal mining reclamation. So their current responsibilities while in the office, they do their inspections, they review permit application packages, they review permit renewals, they review mine plans, and then they submit this report to the federal agency, to OSMRE, within 30 days of doing those activities. And OSMRE, they review these reports that the staff has submitted, and they incorporate the inspector's reports with their own report, inspection report, that they share with the mine operator. And sometimes those include violations, and if they do include violations, it includes what needs to be done to resolve the issue, to rectify the problem. So that's done all the time. Every single quarter, there's a number of required inspections. So that is my response to your question regarding the training. And if I didn't answer your question, please let me know, Delegate James. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Jeremiah. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Second call,
Delegate James Chanel.
Delegate Bench James, the floor is yours.
Again, thank you, Chanel. Thank you for the response. So I guess at this point, with the response that I received from you, you're saying that you already are in the works of doing the primacy. You're doing the primacy work. Your staff are already doing the work. And so based off that, I'm assuming that your staff have the federal certifications to do coal mining inspections, and they have the certification to do blasting. And so so if that's the case, if that is where it's at this point, how is the violation being addressed? And then I want to hear this part too, is a violation, a Navajo providing a violation to a Navajo within the Navajo. So that would be something that I would have a question on. And how will you and your team, since they're already going through the training, you've been doing all of this. So with that process that you've already taken, can you share with us the plan of how you will be set up in regards to taking over? What are your plans? Do you plan to have positions available near the mining sites as their work sites? Or will their work sites be in Window Rock? Those are some of the other questions that I have, since you said since you've already gone through the training and many hours of training that you guys been doing to have that hopes that the transition might happen, that surface mining might take over. And at this point, how many staff do you have within your department that are fully trained? And are any of those staff going to be released for retirement, or will be leaving the position? How I'm trying to find the word. How definite, how commitment, there's the word. How much commitment do you have from your current staff that have gone through these trainings that will be doing and providing these job duties once the Navajo Nation surface mining takes over? What is their commitment? What is their commitment status? And so I guess that will go back down to how many staff you have currently. And so I'd like to ask that question. That's all part of the setup that I was talking about. And I really want to hear the plans of how a Navajo will be issuing a violation to a Navajo. That sounds very interesting to discuss as well. Thank you. That will be my questions for now.
Ms. Jeremiah, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so your first question about how many staff are already working or have certifications to do certain things such as blasting and inspections, they're not, this is for reclamation. This is overseeing the reclamation of the mine operator. So the staff do not participate in blasting. They do not participate in anything that the mine operator is responsible for. What they do is they oversee the reclamation that the mine operator is responsible for. They make sure that the mine operator is doing what they are required to do in terms of reclaiming the land. So that leads into your other question about how can Navajo issue violations to another Navajo. So the surface mining program would have authority to issue violations to the mine operator. So the mine operators are right now NTEC, which is Navajo Transitional Energy Company, to Peabody and to Chevron. So is that your question? How would we be able to issue a violation to NTEC? Or were you thinking that you were something else? Okay, so I need clarification on that. And to answer your other question about where they would work, we would continue to work in Window Rock, in our Window Rock offices, and continue to go out and perform inspections. Excuse me. There are, right now, there's what's called 2 partial mine inspections that are required each quarter, and 1 complete mine inspection required per quarter for each of the mines. And a partial mine inspection means just that. You go out and you inspect partial area. And complete mine inspection means just that you go out and you inspect the entire mine, the entire reclamation that's going on at the mine. How many staff do we have? We have 11 positions. There is 1 vacant reclamation specialist position currently. So there's 10 positions that are filled. For retirement, we know that there is 1 person who will be retiring. That person is going to retire. We've got notice that he'll be retiring in November. I can't say how many other individuals are going to be retiring because they haven't told me that they are retiring, and it's not, I don't think it's ethical to ask a person, when are you going to be retiring? I can only guess that, of course, there's going to be some retirements in the coming 5 years. I would say maybe two or 3 individuals may consider retiring in the next 5 years. That leaves the rest of the staff who are not going to be retiring, but who's to say if they're going to resign and move on? And that leads to your other question about how committed are the rest of the staff. And all I can say is when they are hired, they are informed of what this program is all about. They know that this surface mining program was created for the whole intent of obtaining primary regulatory authority, and that is the reason why the Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement, our funding agency, why they created the surface mining program for that purpose only. So they are aware that this is their mission, is to obtain primacy and to keep it, because without primacy, the program dissolves. I think I've mentioned before that, or I have mentioned before, that this program was created so that the Navajo Nation could have its own tribal regulatory program over surface coal mining reclamation operations on Navajo land. Without an initiative to obtain primacy, there is no reason for the federal agency to fund our program. It will completely dissolve, because if we say, okay, we don't want tribal regulatory over our reclamation activities, then the surface mining program, the federal funding program will say, okay, if you don't want it, and if the federal government is going to do it, then you don't need a program. I hope I answered your questions this time around, Delegate James. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeremiah. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, not hearing anything.
Delegate James, Chanel.
Delegate Vince James, I have to ask you, are you really planning to filibuster this legislation at Law and Order Committee? Because you mentioned that on the record. And I think if you are, then I do need to call upon Otto So and Edmund Yazzie to get back onto the call.
Yes, I do, Chanel.
Okay, Dana, can you provide us some guidance on how to address that? Delegate Vince James is planning to filibuster this legislation, which means that he is planning to go until midnight, asking and answering questions. So what options do we have at this point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The council does not have any direct rules against filibustering. So there's nothing that prohibits it. Delegate James can ask his questions, and they should be answered as long as the sponsor is on the phone or on the call, and as long as you have a quorum. If you lose a quorum, then the way we have handled it in the past, if you lose a quorum before the legislation has been voted on, then at the next meeting, it automatically comes back up as your first item agenda. And you don't even have to recall it. It's what you got to address. But that's only if you lose a quorum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. So I guess we'll go ahead and we'll continue. The other option, committee members, is to table the legislation. If we table it, it automatically moves forward to the next committee. So I'll leave that to the committee members. So with that, Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair. And then thank you, Ms. Jeremiah, for answering the question again. So you indicated that, going back to the training portion, you indicated that your staff does not need, for example, like the blasting certification, or they don't need the blasting experience. And so how would one of those staff be able to write a violation if they don't know how a blasting, or if they've never gone through a training regarding blasting? How would they know that it was done incorrectly or if it was done correctly? Or with any of the inspection that is being done there. And so in regards to inspection, what kind of training then the author to issue out a violation? And or is it just, oh yeah, we went out there two, 3 times with the federal inspector, and this is what the inspector indicated to us, and so based off that, we're just going to issue out a violation? And so I would have an understanding that if they're going to issue out a violation to Intech, Peabody, or Chevron, that they would have the experience, the hands-on experience, that they would have the correct training to provide and put that into the report. Because I'm assuming that if one of your staff were to do a violation, you might have legal from Intech, Peabody, or Chevron provide that information back with their legal counsel saying this was done incorrectly. And then it's just going to go back and forth between the two legal, the nation's legal counsel, and then the Intech, Peabody, or Chevron's legal, going back and forth, and God only knows how long that will take for it to resolve again. And so I'm trying to figure out how you have all of this trained out to where your staff have that capability of providing a violation, or are we just going to slow down on issuing violations because we're dealing with a Navajo and a Navajo? Or is that what we're planning on doing to make it more comfortable, easier for Intech, Peabody, Chevron to do mining on the nation. And so what is it that we're going to do? What is your other plans if there was new mining that would come about? I mean, are we prepared for that as well? Is your department prepared for such new mining if it were to take place? Because, you know, as leaders here, we're not going to be in this position forever. And so these are some of the interesting questions that I have, and how Ms. Quinn indicated, you know, that the SMARCRA, I mean, how the state law is considered as the native tribal law. Are we just trying to be more easy by saying that for Intech, Peabody, and Chevron to do the work? It's just, I still don't have that confidence in how surface mining will move forward to take over the primacy. And if you just have the 11 staff, one is vacant with the 10 staff, and one is retiring, and I don't know how low you're going to go with the staffing, and how we have issues with DPM. I'm just like, how are we going to up to power? What is your plan to get new individuals their training to issue out violations from the federal? Because it would take quite a bit of training. It would take quite a bit of training at the federal regulation level, and then also with even inspectors to vamp and move forward by saying, okay, here's a violation, and this is where you went wrong. And I'm trying to put all of this together, but it's just not up to power for me. So I have those questions again. Chanele, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Vince James. I guess your questions are confusing me a little bit. And I just want to state for the record that we did have a work session on this legislation with Law and Order Committee. It was on the agenda. We did vote on it. I believe myself and Delegate Otto So was in attendance during that time. And I'm a little bit confused with your questions, Delegate Vince James, because it sounds like they're going to open up mining again, when I thought, and what was told to us during the work session, was that this was for reclamation. So there's no mining that's going to happen, because council already decided that. It's the reclamation. It's putting the land back the way that it used to be. Perhaps I'm wrong on that. Ms. Jeremiah, can you verify, and can you clear up that confusion? Because it sounds like the question that Delegate Vince James is asking is to open up mining, whereas we didn't get that information during our work session. And in fact, I pulled up the booklet that you gave to us during the work session before this legislation made it onto the agenda. So can you please clarify, are we reopening mines, or is this the reclamation part of mining, which is restoring the land to what it used to be? Can I get some clarification after you answer Delegate Vince James' question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. To answer Delegate James' questions about the training, so you said the staff doesn't need blasting certification, so how will they know if it's done correctly? Well, when you asked if they needed blasting certification, you're asking kind of like on the part of being the mine operator. The mine operators, they need to have blasting certification so that they can blast. Our inspectors, they are trained, they go to blasting training, but not to be a certified blaster, but what to look for when it comes time to ensure that the blasting was done correctly. So it's two different things, blasting training, blasting certification. The inspectors that are staff, and not just the inspectors, they get trained in blasting. And they've been doing it for many years. It's institutionalized knowledge. And so as inspectors come and go, it's not the same employees that we've had over the past 40 years. I mean, there's employees come and go, and as they come on board, the existing or the current employees train them, and they get trained and they get moved up, and it rotates. We solicit employees who have experience or education in certain fields, so that it's a rounded program that who are able to work together as a team and evaluate the reclamation activities that are going on. And then you asked or you commented about how do we know that we are going to get easy on the operators. How can you be ensured that we're just not going to let them do whatever they want to do? And I think you were talking about like NTEC. That's because we have to follow the regulations that are in place, the regulations that have to be equivalent to or more stringent than what already exists. So we have regulations to follow. To answer Madam Chair's question about does this have to do with new mining operations? And the answer is no, this has to do with just the reclamation of the existing surface coal operations, mining operations, which is just the reclamation portion. And Madam Chair, I know that you have allowed us to defer to another employee, Mr. William Skeet, who hasn't been able to get his audio to work, but I think that he can add on to what my explanations to Honorable Delegate James, if you allow it. Thank you.
Mr. Skeet, we'll call upon you at this time. Mr. Skeet? Mr. Skeet, what's Mr. Skeet's phone number? His last 3 digits of his phone number?
*6.
Just push *6, Mr. Skeet, and then you unmute yourself. *6.
What about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You hear me?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In response to Delegate James Shinala, as far as surface mining program issuing a violation, we follow and review the permit application, which is approved over a 5-year period. There's commitments. If something's not in line with what the inspector sees in the field, they would get the facts, take pictures, and issue a violation. It can be related to a permit commitment, or off-lease disturbance outside the permit boundary, or not following the blasting, recording provisions as Chair Maya pointed out. And if a permit in the surface mining program with EPA, stormwater, or NPDES is in violation, then it would also be written in that manner. And also an operator, when they receive a violation, they have an opportunity to review and challenge the violation. So an hearing officer would follow through to hear the alleged violation and the question and challenge from the operator. The hearing officer would make a ruling and a decision. And also there's another part of the enforcement action. There's imminent danger. An inspector can issue a cessation of order. And there's penalty dollars associated by the day if it's not corrected within the inspector's prescribed time frame. So that's a quick response as far as issuing violations. And we follow the regulations. Once we get the tribal primacy, we have to follow the provisions in the regulations. I want to get back to training. As Ms. Jeremiah pointed out, there's technical training. The staff go out to sponsor OSM training with the state program that they have primacy in the Midwestern states, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Texas, on archaeology, threatened and endangered species, investigation of inspections, citizens' complaint, as you mentioned, A through Z. So everything is covered with the technical training with the staff. And so if you have any questions, I'll await your response. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, apologize. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments to the information that has been provided to us?
Shanala, Delegate James here.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Ashia, Donna, Shanala, and members of LOC. Since we have Mr. Skeet on the line, can you answer Honorable Eugene So's question? Thank you.
Yes, may I proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Skeet, you can go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Suzette. Yes, Delegate So had a question about topsoil. It takes a number of years to weather and produce. An operator in a permanent program is required to save topsoil based on agronomic quality soil and stockpile it for future use. So topsoil is replaced according to the available topsoil resource, like Peabody, Navajo Mine, and McKinley Mine. And the other question that he had was about water, groundwater, and I think he was referring to the N aquifer. The pipeline slurry ceased in December of 2005. So the water level has been increasing over time as we speak today. Our communities of our neighbors to First Mesa, Second Mesa, Loop, Tuba City, Shanto, Peñon, Kayenta, Denhosto, and the valley of Mini Farm Chinle. All the schools utilize the N aquifer. NTUA has a public water system reporting that they do on those respective public water system on the reservation. To this state, NTUA has not reported any kind of a decrease in the quantity or quality of those public water systems. Tuba City's been using the N aquifer before the mining lease was issued in the late 1960s. And also, Chiche so mentioned windmills are drying up. We are in a drought for the last 30 to 40 years. We don't have snow that is up to almost knee high and the following wet summer. You go over North Bonus Pass, the picnic ground as an example. That creek is dry. There's no mining near there. The closest mine is over at McKinley Mine and east of the Benito, New Mexico state line. So, in essence, the quality of water is sufficient. And the other question came about water rights, to include that in this proposed legislation. The use of the aquifer water is issued by Department of Interior for mining purposes. Department of Interior, when they issued the first permit, when the tribes were disputing the land claim with our neighbors of the Hopi, which resulted in sharing the coal royalties of the coal production on the southern part of Peabody Black Mesa Mine, called the J Mine area. So there's two separate leases there. So right now, Peabody is paying for the utilization of the aquifer for their closure plan at a decreased amount of usage compared that was used prior to 2005 closure. So as far as water being available, it's plentiful. And if there's any other additional question that Shiche had, Mr. Eugene, so I'll be able to answer what I missed. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Skeet. So with
Madam
that,
Chair?
yes, Vice Chair Otto, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for some time here. I would like to say that this primacy legislation here is not moving forth to open up new mines or create new mines and so forth. It allows the Navajo Nation to be in that capacity to regulate the reclamation. And yes, they did present a presentation to the committee at a couple of months ago, and we did support the presentation which was presented to us at the time. So therefore, I'm going to move forward to table this legislation this time, so that it's been a long day. Been at this 3 more hours. We'll be at this for 12 hours. So with this, I think that we can move forward, and I want a motion to table this legislation. Thank you.
There's a motion to table legislation number 0. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes really quickly.
018622.
0186-22. Thank you, Lorraine. So with that, a motion has been made. Can I get a second? Second call to table the legislation. Last and final call to table the legislation. Okay, not hearing anything. We do have on the line Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Otto So, Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James, well, I guess you should say, Dana, are you on the line? Dana?
Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair, I'm on the line.
Okay, thanks, Dana. Dana, you stated earlier that there's not a rule for a filibuster, and right now it was announced by Delegate Vince James that that's what he's planning to do. I did look on to the congressional rules of order for filibuster, and my understanding of a filibuster is that Delegate Vince James would have to speak, it sounds like, until 12 o'clock a.m. And he cannot turn the floor back over to anyone unless somebody assists him to take the floor. Can you tell us the rules for filibuster, since we don't have it within our own code and it's not recognized on the floor, and the only option is to continue with the questions back and forth until 12 o'clock, which technically is not a filibuster, or table the legislation, which it failed just now. So it sounds like the committee members will be on the call until midnight tonight, is my understanding. But can you just share with us the rules for filibuster?
Madam Chair, as I said earlier, the Navajo Council does not have any rules concerning filibustering. It's not really something that council ever contemplated, as far as I know. So there are no rules, and so I guess where I would probably start is just to get a clear indication from Delegate James as to what he means by filibustering. But I do believe that I heard that there is a motion to table. As I mentioned earlier, if you table this legislation, the sponsor, so Delegate Stewart, will have the opportunity to take it to the next committee, but he's not required to do so. He can just wait and hear it at your next, you can bring it up, you can table it to your next meeting. So I apologize, but I can't share any rules on filibustering because I'm not really familiar with the federal rules, and Navajo doesn't have any rules. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. I was sure talking on mute. I apologize for that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. That's what I was going to indicate, that we don't have a filibuster rule. That's one. Number two, no matter what, if we even argue this to the midnight hour and time elapsed, this legislation basically was heard. The motion was made and the second was done, and an action has been made on this legislation. Not a voting action, but this legislation will continue to move forward. The sponsor may well be able to move it forward. So either way, we decide to go into midnight, or if we lose quorum, we lose quorum, and it still moves on to the next committee. And even if we table it, we still get the same outcome. So looking at this, trying to look at the three scenarios, and we all get to the same scenario at the end. So that's just my thought. With that, I'm going to try it again. A motion to table this legislation. We know the tabling rules and so forth, but I'm going to do that again. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So a motion has been made to table the legislation. Can I get a second? Second made by Honorable Eugene So to table the legislation. Motion and a second has been established. Well, since this is a tabling motion, I'm looking at the rules. It does take precedence over all other motions. It does need a second, which does, in this case, I'm reading Rule 18, by the way, the Standing Committee Rules of Order. It looks like we can go ahead and proceed forward to call for the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote to table the legislation?
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Question of privilege, Delegate James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shanada, Madam Chair, and then LLC. In regards to question of privilege, Dana, are we able to table a legislation when we can't hear a response back from the sponsor? Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Nolly. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yes, you may table a legislation when you can't hear back from the sponsor. That's definitely been a reason for a tabling of various legislations when a sponsor loses connection. So yes, you're good. Thank you.
Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Shanella, I do apologize, Shanella. I recognize your question of privilege. There's no such thing as a question of, and that's my fault. I should have mentioned it. I was on mute when I was trying to say that I apologize. There's only a point of order, which is Rule 19. And that's only if there's a motion that lies outside the established bounds of the committee. It shall be the right of any committee member to question the propriety of it. And it says the matter shall be immediately brought to the attention of the chairperson by the member rising without waiting for the recognition, may interpret the speaker, even a vote, and the point of order shall not be debated. So I just want to make that clear, Shanella, Delegate Vince James. So there's only a point of order that you can call. There's no point of privilege. So what is your point of order, Delegate Vince James?
Shanella, point of order.
Go ahead, Delegate Vince James. What is your point of order?
Shanella, need hajo on ayat etolish. Ado kodo point of order ishlagi a khan such a table, isn't it? Sha quite given the deal kitler for how long is it going to be table? Ado Nana, can I ask Dana again in regards to the tabling motion? Can we make a request as a law and order member for it to stay at LOC Law and Order Committee? That way we have the sponsor responding to some of the things. Thank you.
Vice Chair Otto Stowe, how long do you want to table this legislation?
Madam Chair, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let's go to the next committee meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, the legislation is tabled under Rule 18. A tabling motion has been made, and it looks like our next Law and Order Committee meeting will be scheduled for October 24th at 10:00 a.m. So with that, I do apologize, Delegate James. I should have asked for the time frame when I asked for the motion and the second. So with that, committee members, I believe Delegate Vince James, you called a point of order, but you didn't state what the, like why this tabling motion is not proper. So can you tell me why the tabling motion is not proper?
The tabling motion wasn't proper because we didn't have a time frame, and then I'm kindly requesting for it to see if we can stay at the LOC committee, since we don't have the full attention of the sponsor of the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shanella. Just as a reminder, we've been told over and over, but we don't have final authority at Law and Order Committee. And as Dana stated already, it does proceed forward. So we can't keep it at Law and Order Committee. And I believe Dana stated that earlier on the record. But Dana, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you to answer that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate James. You are correct that Law and Order Committee does not have the authority to keep it at the Law and Order Committee, but Law and Order Committee can, as part of its motion, request the sponsor to keep it at the Law and Order Committee and to come back next week. That ends up being the sponsor's choice, but you can certainly request that, and the sponsor will comply with that or not at their own, what should we say, at their own peril. You guys will all eventually vote on this when it gets to Navi and Council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. So I know that Delegate Wilson Stewart is still on the line, and I'm sure he's listening in right now. Delegate Wilson Stewart, I know that you are tending to your chapter needs. Here at Law and Order Committee, we have had delegates, even committee members, focusing on chapter needs as opposed to the committee. And I do apologize, but I need to ask you at this time, Delegate Wilson Stewart, if you can step away from your forum for just maybe 1 minute or maybe 30 seconds. I'd like to ask you at this time, there has been a motion to table this legislation until the next Law and Order Committee meeting, which will be October 24th, which is going to be after the Navajo Nation Council. My question to you, Delegate Wilson Stewart, is as the sponsor of the legislation, are you in favor of keeping it at the Law and Order Committee? Delegate Wilson Stewart.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Stewart. To recap, so you don't have to probably repeat yourself, but I think I overheard you say that there's a recommendation to table to the next Law and Order following, which is next week, the 24th, due to questions that are still being asked on the legislation itself. Is that correct?
Delegate Stewart, yes, it's a little bit correct. So the next Law and Order will be after fall council session. So Delegate Vince James is requesting for you as the sponsor to keep it at Law and Order Committee and not have it move forward. That is the request that he's requesting at this time.
Okay. I guess that would be fine.
Okay, so you're fine with keeping it at Law and Order Committee, so it will not proceed forward to the next committee.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, the sponsor agrees to keep this legislation at the Law and Order Committee until we can hear it on October 24th at 10 o'clock a.m. A motion has been made and second has followed. Motion made by Vice Chair Otto So, second by Delegate Eugene So. Again, committee members, the sponsor has agreed to this tabling. So with that, Sherelle, if you can assist us with roll call vote, please.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Okay, thank you, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. And just for the record, I believe that Delegate Edmund Yazi did state at 5 o'clock this evening that he had a family matter to tend to, so he requested to be excused for the remaining Law and Order Committee meeting. So with that, just for clarification, agents, the request to table the legislation was made, or the motion to table the legislation until October 24th. So that means that the legislation will not proceed forward. We will review, we'll come back to it on the 24th. Dana, my question is, just really quickly, do we just state it for the record that it's not going forward and I don't sign the committee report? Or is there like something that I need to do in terms of being the chair for this, for the committee?
Point of order.
Madam Chair, you don't.
Sorry, point of order. I'm sorry, Dana, hold on. Point of order called by Vice Chair Otto. So Vice Chair Otto, so what is your point of order?
I believe inside the rules that a tabling legislation indicates that once it's tabled, if the committee is not the final authority, the legislation continues to move on, whether the sponsor decides to keep it there verbally or not. So it basically moves forward. So that's just my recollection of a tabling motion. So because an action has been made, a motion and a second to what precedent has been set, a motion and a second is considered as an action. And there's legislation that had that, and there was no final vote taken, but the legislation moved on. So just want to have legislative council expand on that to see if that is the right, how I understand a tabling motion, because the Law and Order Committee is not the final authority of this particular legislation. If the legislation was the final authority of law and order, the tabling motion would be set and it would be honored. But as the committee is not the final authority, I believe it moves forward. I'm just going off of what precedent has been made and what action has been made by council. I'm just trying to use precedent on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's why we clarified it right before the vote. Dana did state on the record that as long as the agent agreed to keep it at Law and Order Committee, that we could do that. And I did on the record ask the sponsor, Delegate Wilson Stewart, and he agreed to it. So just to be clear, the sponsor of the legislation, he is the only sponsor of the legislation, did agree to keep it at Law and Order Committee, and he did agree to pick it back up again on the 24th, Vice Chair. And that was what Dana did state, that, you know, we can leave it up to the sponsor if he wants to do that, and we did. And again, Delegate Wilson Stewart did say he is fine with leaving it at Law and Order Committee and resuming back on the 24th. So Dana, is there anything that you would like to add to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would add, well, first, Delegate So was correct. However, we have made it has been optional that a delegate can honor the tabling request of a committee that is not final authority, but that lies with the sponsor. And as you heard, Delegate Stewart agreed to bring it back. So he will need to, or perhaps to talk with RDC, which is where it would go to next, I guess. Or Lauren can just shoot Rodney a email. That should clear it up. But other than that, you're all good. Oh, the committee report, Madam Chair, you just do a regular committee report and you sign it and everything. There's not much you can do in the committee report other than record the tabling. And so you'll be good after that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so with that, committee members, we did get clarification from Dana. So with that committee, the legislation has been tabled until October 24th, that it was agreed upon by the sponsor of the legislation. So we are now at the end of the agenda. We have heard all of the reports and the legislation that has been brought before us. We're at the close of the meeting. Are there any announcements at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Can I get a motion and a second to adjourn at 7:23 p.m.?
Motion to adjourn, Delegate James.
Motion to adjourn by Delegate Vince James, second by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, committee members, we're going to proceed forward to a roll call vote. Cheryl, can you assist us with that?
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Otto, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is that?
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I
With
vote
that,
green.
thank you, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 excused, and Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. With that, we are hereby adjourned. Everyone be safe out there, and we'll see you all next week at the Navajo Nation Council. Have a good night, everybody.
I'm going out.
Oh.
Good night.